And now we go back to blasting. Actually, let me fix this real quick. I think I just stop collecting these, like, create Agnes, okay. Mm-hmm. Do we have space for all these? These are all favorited, so let's just take those. Okay, I think I can put this guy. Charm. Yeah, so many here, holy. No time's not sure what I'll do with these yet. Do I establish them? Do I feed to one them? Yeah, 2 times 16% here as well. Damn. Okay. Mm-hmm. This technically need a better one. But this is a crafting. I'm gonna get a better one. It's one of those kind of nuts. There's a lot of really good ones here. Okay, that should help a little bit. Anything else I can put here? I did make a new character, yeah. And around 9 others that hold my stuff from my stash. There's a chance to make some adjustments to Mythic, removing the craft attack. I don't think they're gonna do anything during the season, would be kind of surprising. I guess the ship has sailed a little bit. But who knows, maybe they will do something. I could imagine they're gonna like up drop rates, or they're gonna up at least the Pandemonium. I think the biggest thing is like the Pandemonium fragments, right? You get way too few of them, I feel. And okay, at this point I have like 100 of these superior keys, so I can just print whatever mythic I want, but even then, you know, in some cases when you have like a lot of uniques in one slot, this would be like maybe 1 or 2 of the one I want on average. With all these keys, right? After like 1,000 bosses. So, it's kind of crazy. Not even talking about like a good roll or something. So, and then, you know, I might find that mythic and I have to craft another mythic after that, right? And then I have to do the same thing with another slot. So, I don't know. Like in general, like the season theme is just like not really rewarding and paying off and stuff. What the fuck is this, by the way? Why do I have 2 points spent there? Also, this is not maxed out. What is going on? Oops. We're just missing 2 points there all this time. And there's more here. Okay. Anyway, I start blasting. We are now a quest for Eldorin again. Actually, we can craft one. Unlucky. Actually, it's another boss I want to farm. What's left? We have some, like, hundreds of harbingers now. We have a bunch of Shrine Gifts and Etnas. Okay, what does Butcher have? Scoundrel. So I have a mythic one of this. So I could roll cooldown on this and hope it's enough. And hopefully not break it. I have this thing that is pretty insane, but also not a GA cooldown. So I have 2 rings with no GA cooldown. But I guess I should try to make it work. Also has Cowl. I don't think we go for Cowl. Andariel, Beastfall. How's my Beastfall? I should probably do some Andariels actually. I think a GA resource wouldn't hurt. This can go up to 40. It's kind of sad since we actually got the good transfer and stuff. Maybe I'll say enough is enough. We're gonna go for some Dario. Ah, look. The game tells us to. Oh, he wants an Eldarin. How cute. Denied. Dude, this is actually how it is, dude. It's crazy. I don't know how many movies I've gotten at this point. I've probably found 50 plus. And I've definitely crafted like, I don't know, at least 30, 40 or so. Maybe more. It's insane. I'm not getting anything item. It's like a 1 in 9 or 1 in 10, I think. Let me check. Wait a second. Why does she just drop the Whisper cache stuff? What? Before this guy even spawns, yeah. Ah, this is the other thing. Completing Whisper drops the cache, okay. So you can do the Whisper, get the instant reward, then you can kill the guy, you can drop more of a cache, and then you can turn in and get another cache. Sick. Okay, so maybe Andaria brings us more luck, guys. Surely. You're about to start a barb, now you're scared you'll never find grandfather. Let me tell you, you will never find grandfather. Sword. It's actually funny, I actually found every single mythic for Death Trap. This is actually the last one now. I got like 5 times the chest. I got the pants. I got the ring twice. Misery cord. Yeah. You have a grandpapa on Barb. Yeah, I mean, realistically, on the Barb, I would just like not play Acidic. And, you know, then everything is fine, right? You can craft your grandfather and send it. So this is probably the way. I think Acidic is gonna be, oof. I'm not even sure that's better in the first place. Just play live build. Okay, just that Acidic made his damage 10 times better and improved survivability. That seems very surprising to me. Unless there's something weird going on. Like, I tried both Acidic and non-Acidic on the PTR. And I didn't really find such a big difference. And on hardcore especially, I don't trust Acidic at all, to be honest. I might try it, but we'll see. A Shamaning Corpse ripped me in a protective pit bubble. That sounds like a bug. Why do you have a bubble? Must be bugged. Damage should be better because you can reroll all life to damage. Yeah, it's not really making such a difference after all, actually. Because on many slots, the life rolls are just kind of like there, and you know, you don't really change. Like on weapons, for example, those life rolls actually become resource rolls. So this is basically just there to fuel your Zedic. So you don't even get like a DPS stat there, for example. And you know, you already have all of the like, you know, top 2 or top 3 DPS stats on every single slot anyway. So you only get like your 3rd best one or your 4th best one, which is like, I don't know, some random strength or some shit. Maybe an attack speed roll. Then Zedic is not really such a DPS upgrade. Let's actually see what runes and diary drops. I've been slowly collecting the data. Hi, Tiny Sauce. Need to add a loot filter section on Discord. Exclamation mark filter. But I agree, I will check that out at some point. Mid. Wrong dungeon. Mythic charms are now located at the new Reaper. Mythic charms don't exist. The seals, she drops them relatively often apparently, yes. But they're just generally a lot more common now. I've already found like 7 mythic seals or something, which is like almost what I had last season entirely. You have to finish campaign to unlock wall plans. Or just kill Mephisto. I mean, after kill Mephisto, you're basically done with the campaign, so I'll just finish the rest. Take Soul back. Good Mythic Etna's first Mephisto kill. Is that lucky? That is lucky, actually. Mephisto doesn't actually drop Mythics out, even though it says that it does. And he's like the hardest boss, and you know, the keys are hard to get. But for some reason he just doesn't drop shit. I don't know what's up with that. Guys, characters are still rewarding? Yeah, they're insane. But you wanna at least get the branching pathways. Well, it reminds me, I wanted to make my minimalist wall plans guide. But yeah, you definitely want the branching pathways here, 1, 2, 3, and then ideally also the fearless conviction. Yeah, more ones are still character based. Which is why I want to make that video, actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, you know, find exactly the route and exactly the points I want to unlock on all of my alts. And that will actually be relatively fast, because it's not many. So here... I mean, Whisper Tree will kind of just complete itself, so I usually don't care, but it's basically like those 2 points on the top right that matter. And that's about it, I guess. So here you want 6 points, 3 here, 3 there. Here, you basically just want 2 points, which is like the maggots basically. Everything else, whatever. Here, you want those 3 points. Rest is kind of whatever. Here, you want 1 in the Nemesis layer. And then if you farm bosses a lot, I guess, that I have plenty. And then if you farm a certain activity a lot, especially 9 dungeons, I guess, here the Beast in the Ice thing. And the Amalgam is kind of nice. I think I got a mythic there. Crux, nah. Okay.
Step up to my end. You know where to find me.
The Amber Crux. The rope build is pen shot. I have a video on this. In Paragon 200 I have not seen a 6th charm slot. Damn. They made it more common though. It's not hard to get them anymore. And the mythics are also more common. I definitely find the 6 slots pretty regularly. And have like really good rolls already on some of them. Even though the mythic seals have good rolls at this point. Exclamation mark build, by the way. Ando King. We have 300 lair keys in this season and no mythic drop. Oh my god, that's crazy actually. At 300 bosses you should definitely get some mythics. So 900% gold seal still in the game. It's still there, but there was nerfed to like 85. I wouldn't really do it. Especially if you farm like lair bosses like this here, they get a lot of gold from just like this stuff. Yeah, I have 20 billion gold now. We're struggling to find the aspects we need for the builds when we hit 70. I mean, I made a video about how to progress fast in one day to week 12. And I made another video yesterday about how to farm everything. And that includes a little bit of the aspect grind and so on at the start. So you can check out these things. Do I sleep? Yeah, I slept actually 8 hours today. Almost exactly. It's like the first time I get more than 5 or 6 hours since season starts, so that felt pretty good. Yeah, Mercenaries is something you can check for aspects. The Battering. Then you have just Gamba when you have Obels, and then you also upgrade to a Legendary in the Cube for Legendaries. For aspects, like early on this can help you, and then later this can also help you to like min-max. Man, why do I always get baited? So close, even has poison damage on it. Oh, God, man. Condemnation, man. Condemnation is not an item I'm planning to keep right now. Combo points in 2026, man. It's actually kind of crazy that they made the expansion and combo points are just still useless. And Shadow Imbuement is still useless. That's kind of sad, actually. Like, this was the time to fix it. And they just didn't. Best way to farm gold. There bosses with the Golden Horde node. And vendor your seals. Look, so each chest is 10 million, each seal is 30 million, I just got 46 million here. Besides that, you have gold reserve dungeons, they're not bad. Especially in escalations. You can easily get like 100 million plus in a dungeon. I should probably put Respite in work again. Or like something else, yeah. Don't forget that Enduring Faith on Andariel. Got all the wrong GAs, man. Never resource. What is happening? I'm not sure if I need it exactly. I definitely need a bunch of resources. Yo. There we go. Thank you, man.
You know where to find me.
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
Honestly, I managed to make 2 billion gold doing a gold dungeon. Yeah. I mean, it should still be able to get like hundreds of millions or so, I guess. Like, even without doing any adjustments, I get like 100 million in a dungeon or so. And the gold seal is now, I think, 85% maximum roll. Plus, you can still have like the gold find like charm rolls, right? You can do that. But yeah, I guess realistically, if you want to do this, you have to like go on like a lower torment, like go -1 torment or -2 torments, and then, you know, equip those charms. Blast for everything. I mean, it certainly helps, but I feel like there's other ways to get gold that are not as toxic. The Paragon 200 don't have Aftermath yet. Try to upgrade to legendary rings in the cube. So if you have any Obos, just go to the Ober vendor and do that. Ideally like the Ancestor rings, because the Ancestor aspects roll higher. You got a Grandfather in your barb, is it worth start using it? I mean, Grandfather is worth if you have a high crit chance. And it helps you to do that. So if you then have your crit chance everywhere else and it's looking good, then you equip it, yes.
Halt.
Oh no. Oh wait, you have to... Okay. I've boosted myself after I have it equipped, actually.
Bring me a challenge next time.
So I take this thing. Thing has weapon damage on it still. Actually never fixed that, but okay. I was like playing a lot of pen shot with this thing equipped with weapon damage on it, and then I totally forgot about it because this was my starter weapon from like day 1 with Dance of Knives. So I was kinda okay with the roll there. You don't know if they have the strength to farm Rain of Arrows. I don't know, Eva said something about there's like some Giga Rain of Arrows variant that's like really hard to farm, and then another one that's a bit easier. I'm not exactly sure what's the difference. On the melee rogue build as like sub rogue. I mean, there's flurry and there's Twisting Blades, there's melee options. And they're both like okay. You can definitely play them.
Finished so soon? This should be interesting.
Hi, Obsidian, how's it going? The bit I'm playing Heartseeker is strongest? No, this is not Heartseeker, this is Penshot. Heartseeker is decent, but it's not the strongest. Do I recommend any other rogue builds? Yeah, Dance on Ice. It's very good to get started as well. I played Dance on Ice from level 1 to T12. Barrage is also kinda nice. Barrage and Joya, I played that actually last season as my main rogue build. You want Barrage and hit a brick wall on bossing in T10. We're playing cold or poison? Cold. Yeah, I guess that's a problem. Oh. Mother's Embrace, guys. There it is. GG item. Man, I'm happy. Actually, I should have sparks again. I do have 4 sparks actually. That was so much. Okay. Surely this time, guys. Trust.
Back to it then. Steady to break another's work.
Ugh. Another one. Yeah, all perfect for my dial, turns out. Been here for like half an hour, I got like 4 mythics. Look at that. How to get me pissed, keys? Helltide chests and Harbinger, actually. Harbinger drops Cruxes a lot. Oh look, there's a one. What rogue would seems the strongest? It seems kind of close between Penshot, Cold Rain of Arrows, and there's also like this Penshot and the Knives combo, but I think that's like a super like macro and uncomfortable build. So yeah, basically Penshot and Roa. I'm trying to build Roa. I've done a lot of Penshotting, and then for push it would be kind of interesting to try. I think I have to make a mule for Beastfall boots as well. I feel like I'm getting a lot of decent Beastfall boots, but you might have to like transfigure them until we get cooldown on them or something. So I probably need many of them. Okay, another try. Nope. 2 6 slots, yeah.
This should be interesting. Fine.
Can all uniques now drop mythic? Yes. Every unique can be mythic. Is Doombringer worth playing a mainnet slot for Barb? Doombringer is not worth for anything. For support Barb maybe. If that becomes a thing. I tried it and think the same as the current legendary. I mean, if it seems like the same as the current legendary, then the approach is like blasting through way too easy content where I don't notice if you lose half your damage. So obviously in T12 that can happen when you're still OP. But Doombringer is not an item that anyone wants, really. So it's like insta salvage and you move on. And if you want defenses, the way is not to equip Doombringer. You can get defenses in way more efficient ways than giving up half your damage. More layers, yeah. I really love doing boss layers. 2,000 times in a row. Gutsy. So here we are. What are you farming? We're farming sparks to craft an Eldarin. Has anyone, guys, has anyone managed to craft an Eldarin from Blacksmith? Has anyone gotten one? Because at this point I kind of feel like it's not happening. Getting 300 Paragon and Health that does that to you. Yeah, because not only do you get a lot of Paragons, but it's also like the best way to farm keys. So I ended up with like 1500 lair keys after farming 300 Paragon.
Back to it then.
I didn't do any tower yet. I'm still holding off with, you know, deciding which build I will actually push. And I think we're going for Roa, if I can. So maybe I won't really be able to like assemble the gear, but I guess you'll, worst case, just brute force identifications with extra cooldown until we can play the build. So that might take a while. But now I want to get an Eldoran. That is also not happening. Also, where's Belial? Why am I not getting any Belials here? We got everything for Roa and pen shot, no crafted. Damn. How do you get poison wound to come up faster? There's this upgrade here, make sure you have this. So if lucky hit, it resets itself. Depends a bit on which skill you use, because they have different lucky hit. But either way, make sure you have the chemical advantage aspect, which gives you attack speed and lucky hit. So that kind of like both combines into getting a lot of resets. I want my Selic. Good luck. I want my Eldoran. It's not happening, man.
Step up to my anvil.
Oh.
You know where to find me.
Yo. Wait, are we using Narrow Eye? This might actually be legit, but it has the stun on it. So I'm not sure if I can use it. Did they lower the mythic drops? Yeah, they did lower the mythic drops. Well, more importantly, you know, we have like 5 times the amount of mythics, or 7 times the amount of mythics now that you can't find. So it just makes it way harder to actually get the stuff you want. Like, I do get mythics certainly break a lot from these level bosses, but it's definitely lower. Monster density, 12 hell tides and rifts is insane. Yeah, it feels kinda nice. Okay, I have to like clean stash a bit. Maybe the most hated season. I'm not sure about that. There are some really bad seasons.
That's it for that piece.
Mainlander, what do you think? Ancients watch over this one.
Wait, really? Okay, that's what I want actually. So if that doesn't like break with the transfiguration, or at least get something, that would be nice. Oh, another one. What the fuck? Did I change anything about the streaming settings? I did not. Yeah, YouTube, I don't know, maybe they were like updating something or whatever and the rewind feature was gone. Someone said that the other day, but I didn't do anything there. Maybe it's also a thing if the stream is too long. I give it like a 24-hour stream, because YouTube actually has like a cutoff after 12 hours of streaming. It just cuts the rest. And if the stream is significantly longer than 12 hours, it just breaks the entire VOD. You can't actually ever watch it again. So, might be something related to that. Can you leave a character AFK in so Knuckles now for XTD chatting? Nice. But you have to move every minute. Oh no. Can you roll mythics out of 3 uniques? You mean the 3-1? I don't think it's gonna give you mythics. I've done it like hundreds of times and I haven't gotten any at least. So, even if there's an option, I wouldn't really try. Yeah, we're just blasting keys. I'm trying to get mythics. I'm trying to craft an Eldarin. No one wants to give me an Eldarin in this game. I got a mythic, I now have fist multi and crit damage multi, which multi is more likely to switch to dot. Neither of them are useless. Are useful. So yeah, fist, I mean there's basically no fist build on this class now. Besides like arrow stones or something. And crit multi at least, you know, can be used on some stuff like Heartseeker. Did I lower the XP needed for Paragon 300? No. In fact, the last season they made it maybe twice as hard compared to before Lord of Hatred.
That's it for that.
Pants. Dude, Eyes in the Dark again. Crazy. Imagine they give us a way to target farm the mythic here after that would be insane actually. What? Target the mythic? Surprised no hotfix on Saturday. Wait, is it Saturday? It's Sunday even. Yeah. Sunday and 4th of July weekend. I'm not sure about any hotfixes, to be honest. The Americans really love the 4th of July. But yeah, I guess Tuesday. Tuesday is a patch day usually.
Taken apart. Melted down.
I wonder what salvaging one of these mythic seals gives. I think last season was kind of a joke. Maybe I should just 3-1 them. Can you get mythic of Obos? Apparently. But I haven't gotten one yet. Yo. Non-Leodog, hello man. Thanks for the sub. No need for hotfixes, the season is perfect. Yeah. Imagine you make a mythic dagger and don't get a sword. Crazy, actually. I'm not sure why you're suggesting such things. Are you insane?
Mainlander, what brings you?
Oops. Close. Do you know the difference between imbuement potency and imbuement damage? I know the difference, yes. But that's hard to explain. But imbuement damage goes into the same additive category as all the other additive damage types. Like, for example, primary glyph effects, Paragon nodes, all the other tempers, and so on. Imbuement potency is actually a multiplier to the imbuement effect, basically. So especially for poison builds, you want imbuement potency. However, it is bugged with shadow clones and doesn't work for the clone. So it doesn't really give you the full value when you have a clone out. Yeah, potency is a lot more powerful, but thanks to this clone bug, not really. And it depends a little bit on the build. And some builds kind of go like 50-50, for example.
Step up to my anvil. Pity to break another's work.
Nope. Are there hard caps to stats? Yes. Attack speed, caps at plus 100. Movement speed, caps at plus 100. Both of these have exceptions that go above that, which is usually called cast speed for the former, and then movement speed, brackets X for the latter. Cooldown caps at 75%. Crit at 100, I guess, yeah.
Mainlander, what brings you? I'll be here, swinging away.
You can have only 6 skills equipped. But having a 7th skill is not useless by default. There's many ways to trigger effects from certain skills that you don't have on your bar. What's the best way to farm volatile dust? This is the transfiguration, right? And basically all of the dust stuff is material reserve dungeons. Dude, 0 attuned F. Do you have plus all skills on amulet? No. I don't think I've ever used a plus all skills amulet actually since the expansion came out. It's just like, you know, you can't really target craft it, so I never really get it. You can if you adapt tuning prism. No, it doesn't actually roll all skills. You have to roll all skills with just like add remove basically, without a prism. Unless they stealth changed it. But I definitely tested this. I think I did tested this on a PTR again. And it's like a, I don't know, it's like 1 in 50 to 1 in 100 to get all skills, and then it's a 50-50 to get 2 all skills. So the expected average is like something like 100 to 200 rolls to get plus 2 all skills. With just add remove basically. So basically what you can do is like have like a GA, whatever, crit or dot multi or something on your neck. Lock it with the enchanter. Remove everything else and then like add remove until you get all skills, I guess. You reroll the decks, the focus reroll into all skill. Really? What? They changed it then. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of wild actually. I need to test this. Yeah, that's like a huge change if that's true. Because there's some builds, all skills is really good, like especially on the poison rogues and stuff. Maybe a non-legendary, I think. You can combo one. Cope.
Taken apart.
Maybe not. My second amulet aspect is Earth Striker. What's up with these loading times this season, by the way? It's crazy. Wait a second.
Need something forged? Then to solve it.
I actually have not a single amulet. Kinda wild. What happened there? That's crazy, actually. I don't have any amulet. Time for Opal Farm at some point.
An excellent pull, my friend. Fate smiles.
Anyway, you can just try this for science. So we lock this. It's kind of funny how to cut the roots are like in the middle of the tuning prisms. Not like before or after. So if we add 2 times skills and then start rerolling, we should get it. Let's see. But the problem is you can hit the decks as well, right? And the question is also like, how rare is it? Actually, I don't think you can get... Can you get triple skills? No. You can't have all and category, right? Actually, does it wait, does it matter if I put both on it? Maybe I don't actually care about having a dex there. Maybe it's actually a downside. Because the dex can now also be rerolled every time to focus. So it's basically a 50-50 to choose a dex and just roll into dex again. Where if I only have one of them, I think it's actually better to just have one of them. And do this basically. Ah, look, there it is. Yeah, this was not possible before. This is new. They changed this. That's crazy. You can now roll all skills with the prism. You madman. How did you even try this? You know how rare this thing is? That's crazy. Okay, so it exists. actually insane.
Step up, taken apart. Left it down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought this was just like intended that all skills is not in a prism. But apparently they want it in a prism. Is there a way to divine with the cube? No. You can just like, you know, roll the stat away and again, basically. In some cases you can kind of guarantee that. Like for example, if you do like primary stat on the weapon, there's only that one stat, you can just roll it until it has a good value. Or, you know, sometimes they have like other stuff like, you know, a defensive roll on the weapon for life. You can just roll it a few times and get a good life roll. But you can't divine the whole item. Hands. 208% resistance to that damage type. What's the thing called? A Death's Prism.
Step up to my anvil.
I think I caught a few Andaris in a row now. Okay, looks like Igni, Zan, and Sem from Andariel. But let's see when I get some blue runes here. Igni target farmer, but it's kind of nice actually. That person can roll off decks. I think divining an item for like a Resplendent Spark would be a kind of cool idea. So take like 10 sparks and then just send it until you get good rolls of everything. I'm gonna play some Warlock this season. Probably at some point. There's still a bunch of builds I wanted to try, like Blazing Scream or something. Actually, Macro was talking about it yesterday and it sounds kind of good, so I might try that. Also just the fact that, you know, Diamond Mine Seal is like so common now. That it's like an indirect buff to Warlocks, I guess. Because Warlocks are the class that benefits the most from that seal, I guess. Nice. But it has barrier gen. Nah, barrier gen would be like an okay stat, I guess. Potentially. I think the Wind of Arrow split shouldn't be that squishy. Is Mythic Cassia a meme? Almost. We do have an Aerostorm Sky on max level. You can check it. That's like one of the weaker builds. You have a best activity tweet or follow or just what feels best? I do, yeah. Actually, I just made a video like 2 days ago, I think. And I'm gonna make another one for like the minimalist version. I see. I also have exclamation wall plants, I think. There's like a planner that has the trees. I'm farming only for mythics. I'm mostly here to like just get any mythics and sell them for sparks, yes. And I'm trying to get some good beast falls at some point. But this will take a while. I have to mule them for now because I have 0 attuned dust. So I'm trying to get Eldarin and then do like a big 9-dimensional session and get attuned dust. And then I'll like finish crafting all these uniques and hopefully get something. But it's a bit of a struggle. Dude, I have so many Mephisto. 27, oh my god. Yeah, getting like a natural drop of an iconic mythic is like not happening. I think I have 0 iconic mythics as a drop. It's not possible to import Paragon trace. He just did T10 Mephisto and you have fresh 850-ish Firewall Mage level this morning. Nice. Yeah, the Firewall build seems pretty strong actually. You got a Ring of Stardust drop last night in a Helltide. I think I mentioned that, right? I can check my mythics, but I think all of the iconic ones are crafted that I have in my stash. How many keys do I have left actually? Oh. The Warlock build without minions. Yeah, Apocalypse is probably what you're looking for. It's a pretty decent build as well. Oh, he's soon running out of keys actually, look at that. Hi, danke Tief. I'm trying to get Beast Soul boots because I will probably push one of arrows. It's pretty close between Roar and Pen plus Doc, apparently. But I think it would be interesting to play some Roar. Also have a mythic Azarath already, I have a mythic... what was that thing called? Scoundrel's Kiss. I have a mythic Paragon. So, a lot of pretty good stuff for Ring of Arrows. You've been doing honestly wrong this entire time, you should just run past everything. No, you only do this for like the first like 2 runs or something until you get the first point. Like for example while leveling, you know, you don't really want to kill stuff there while leveling in like 1 to 70 or something. You just run to the boss, get this point here, and then you get the XP globes. But besides that, you can just, you know, once you're max level, you definitely want to like, use the tributes and clear them properly.
Back to it then.
You think the Vein of Arrow still looks fun? Very fun skill, yeah. You should check out Matthias's Vein of Arrows build as well. I think he has a build command. So he's currently rank 1 with Vein of Arrows on Soul Self Found, I think. With a cold version. So that's probably what I'm going for. He's one of our other Maxwell riders, but he doesn't have the Maxwell guide for it. It's an easy way to farm Bug Rune. Try tributes and combining runes at the jeweler. And I guess some boss will probably drop it, but I don't know which one. Turns out Andariel is Igni, Zun, and Sam. Okay, I'm gonna write that down actually while we're at it. Seems like every boss has exactly 1 blue, 1 rare, and 1 legendary.
Back to it then.
There's a plan in his video for cold and poison, okay. Yeah, cold seems to be like the push thing, basically. I'm gonna save the craft material thing here. Because I want to test this later. I got like 8 mythic seals or something at this point. They're much more common now.
Your death will be swift.
Damn. One tick just killed Roshan straight through the second barrier. Pretty good.
Step up to my end.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
There's no boss for Tibet, so you have to upgrade it in the cube. Mephisto is supposed to drop mythics and mythic seals, but his top rates are really bad. And you don't really get enough cruxes to really farm him anyway. So they just like farm normal bosses, I guess. The new seasonal boss apparently also drops mythics and mythic seals a little bit more often. But it's kind of the same problem as Mephisto.
step up to my anvil. That's it for that piece.
Mainlander, what do you seek? May you find it.
Hey, Nikon. Yeah, we're slowly running out of keys, though, at least. Soon, guys. We're gonna be done here. For sure. Hey, what? Oh, the mythic's coming. It's painful. I have a slight feeling you can't craft Ilren, actually. Because I am pretty deep at this point, and it's just not happening.
Mainlander, what brings you?
It's very sus. Apparently you can find it. Ava found one. And we are soon out of keys. I haven't gotten it, so... Was an Elven drop only. You could craft it from a blacksmith last season. I don't know. But, not from the jewel crafter, but the blacksmith gave it to you.
What is a Ventress, isn't it?
Mainlander, what do you seek?
I think is a Payload Dog can push 2 versus Penshot. They're both in like the middle 135 right now, or so, middle 130s. They're like almost the same basically on the push. I think 137 is like what Pen has done now, I think. I'm playing Penshot here one shot all the time in T8+. Sounds like you need to work on your defenses a bit. Get more life and armor and res. Make sure you have some defensive aspects. Defensive runes help. Get some more Paragons. Why haven't I died this season? That was not part of the plan so far, so soon guys. And I can see what's happening on the screen. That's pretty big advantage actually when you play a rogue compared to a warlock. We heard warlock was nerfed big time this season. Is this true? That is actually quite far from the truth. Well, okay, one build in particular was brought down a little bit, but since warlock got so many other upgrades, that build is actually kind of like falling in line with the rest. Everyone else can see what's on the screen too. Did you imagine like people are doing this Helltide Rapture farming and there's just like 7 Apocalypse Warlocks stacked on top of each other and the rest is Titan's Grasp. Did you farm Gem Pangers on CS Reach? Yeah, I did like 10 minutes of CS Reach and I was in Torn 3, but besides that, I haven't done any. So I still have like some Royal Gems and so on. I'm planning to do escalation dungeons when I finally get an Eldarin. And then I'm gonna farm my Flawless Erotic Gems because we do have the souls now. We have 130k souls almost. I need around 70 for the Flawless Erotics. So we're kind of looking good there. Here's a crafting mods drop rate. I want to test that. We'll see. There's a new Frosty video. Uh-oh. Need to check that out at some point. Yeah, I mean, I have not that many keys left, actually. There's a couple of kills left. And then I guess I have to new levels. But it doesn't help me very much. I'm definitely getting the impression you can't craft Eldarin. The loot difference between T10 and T12? Yes. But not such a big one. Would you choose Mythic Etna or Mythic Shaco for pen build? Definitely Etna. The Etna is just free power, and Harlequin costs you a defensive aspect and doesn't actually give you much more damage. What do you want me to do, Lemminger? Did I experience the Disciple Elf glitch on Pally? I did not experience that because I haven't played Pally yet. But it sounds awful. I want me to rank on leaderboard so people can see my gear. I guess hardcore is dead enough to actually make that happen. It's kind of a shitty workaround though. I just showed you the gear though, so you can clip it.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
You wanna play something else than D4 PoE? Sometimes. Actually, in 4 days there's the Hellclock expansion. And I also got a few keys to give away for that. That's gonna be fun. I'll probably log in maybe for like at least a few hours and check it out. And then maybe more sometime later. I think you have Torchlight on the 15th, so I'm gonna be playing that.
Your death will be swift.
Striker is not bugged, I think. I mean, there's like around 30 utility aspects. Not getting it in 40 rolls is entirely expected. If you do activities outside of wallplans, you still get XP. Yes, you get 1 XP for each run. That's crazy. Yeah, I think the Mythic Uniques having like class-specific attribute is kinda stupid as well. Should just be all stats or just like not any primary attribute maybe. Like why does every unique have primary attribute anyway?
What brings you?
Shit.
Defeat to break another twig. I'll be here, swinging away.
I probably have enough boots now to actually trigger one of them with cooldown, but we'll see, I guess. Hi, everyone. You don't know what you're watching, but it's nice. I was doing like a big bossing session, which is not something I usually do to that extent, but you do what you gotta do. I'm playing penshot build. Is there a point to play if you don't own the second pass? The second pass, you mean like the expansion? And the expansion is the game now, so I definitely recommend to get it if you're serious about playing. Nice, I got 1.4% DPS from swapping +3 core to +3 imbuement.
This should be interesting.
Insane.
Gents, watch over this one.
Is it worth backing into the middle node on a Tree of Whispers for the more expanded sparks? Nah. I tried it a little bit so far, but I don't know. I don't think you really complete enough Whispers to really get anything there. I'm not sure what's the drop rate of these things, but I've never really noticed sparks on this. I think I had like one spark with this last season when I noticed it, but who knows. To craft an ancestral unique charm, all of the charms and unique have to be ancestral. I don't think it matters. I think it's just like a very low chance to get an Ancestral Charm.
Pity to break another.
You can put exclusive blood in the cube to get items on Zir. Each boss has like their own boss trophy that just gives you more items on that boss basically. So here like Andario drops the dolls. It's kind of weird because, you know, I'm already farming Andarios to get Andario loot. And then I can also get the dolls. No reason, like I'm not sure why they even exist. But thing apparently. Is there an energy issue with the builds? With my setup right now I don't really have any energy recovery. Yeah, I have no lucky hit. I have no T-bolts. So the only thing I have is the overflow. I don't have any energy per second to really boost it. So yeah, I can't really like permanently shoot, but I just need like 5 shots and the boss dies. So I'm good. And normally there's no issue because you just have Tibalt's Will and that just takes care of it. But for bossing I'm not running Tibalt's right now. I have a Rust Bit in here. That's a bit more damage. How many keys do we have left after this? Another stack of 100, okay. We ran Mythic tributes and a sitting got 2 Mythics out of the pool. Out of which pool? I mean, Mythic tributes are really hard to get though. I've only gotten 1 so far. I mean, I haven't done that many world bosses, but I've done a bunch of whispers and stuff, and I only got like 1 Mythic tribute. And the Mythic tributes are like giga nerfed as well. Like the chance to get a Mythic on T12 is probably like maybe 10% per chest or something, from what it sounds like. So it's like, oof. I'm definitely not gonna go to world bosses for that. It seems like a waste of time. The boss one should allow you to juice the bosses. That'd be kinda cool. Like the old Stygian stones. The Paragon 30 for the max of Warren build is better just swapped now to endgame. Yes, the endgame guides start in Taunt 1 on Maxwell.
You know where to find me.
I'm curious what grade would I give the season? I don't know. I guess a 7 for now. I don't want to just do pits. Usually it's gonna do wall plants at the start. You know, try to focus on, I guess, pit to get cliffs and like just unlock difficulties basically. Health is very good with the maggots farm. You want to unlock this node here. Then their bosses, whenever they pop up, is kind of nice to get a bunch of the points on the tree. You can see it right now, Tony. This was like 400 for consoles. Yeah, I agree, Devona. It's a lot of RNG. I'm still waiting for Eldarin. I want to play with Eldarin. Can't get it. Ah.
This should be interesting.
What is this? That is your lifeline. Does it matter if you use dagger or sword for death trap? Not that much. I don't know, excuse me. But it's not the bosses I found. Not Vashan, or Harbinger, or Andariel.
I'll be here, swinging away.
All the bosses kidnap the town blacksmith and store your chest before going to their level. Yes. And you have to go and free the blacksmith. And as a reward, he will salvage your items for free. And you can be the hero that Sanctuary needed. Imagine the poor blacksmith locked in here in Andariel's dungeon. What is she doing with him? Am I doing carries? Yeah, I'm carrying her here mostly at all. You can farm superior keys by just doing their bosses and waiting for Belial spawns.
Your death will be swift.
Ooh. SSF convert to eternal. Oh, another greater one. Nice. Alright, start. I haven't tried to win arrows yet. But I will. I'm currently working towards it. That's a nice one.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Mainlander, what do you see? May you find.
Why don't use Carlton in this? I like the defensive helm. I don't think the cow does that much here right now. But I guess you can. How do I have 23 billion? Well, good investments. I think I don't need to loot 850 uniques anymore. I'll probably start filtering them when I'm done with these keys, but now I'm just gonna finish. I mean, yeah, it's like 160k, 170k souls. That's a lot of souls. I guess we're probably fine for like the rest of the season. Insider trading. Yes. If we know ahead of time. The class builder plays around lucky hits. If you mean like something like an elemental search build or something like that, not really right now, I think. I mean, some builds use lucky hits in some ways, but it's not really like a build focused on it, I guess. At least I don't really have anything on top of my mind. Like, all this stuff is kind of dead. Like, Azure Wrath is reworked. Elemental Search is like completely shit. Dial is shit. What else is there? What's the best build for speed farm with Rogue? Somewhere between Penshot, Dock, Gaudy Edge, Death Trap, Rain of Arrows. Does exploit weakness, legendary node weaken enemies, so legendary node aspect neurotoxin works? I don't think there's any weaken on that. No, it's not weaken, so it doesn't say weaken. It's just like a 20% damage reduction that's like in addition to weaken, I guess. For weaken, you have to like dash. There's Saboteur Signet that Death Trap runs. There's maybe some others. Like, I think Cold Imbue weakens actually, so there's some stuff like that. Any benefits for hardcore? Yes, it's easy to get rank 1. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for that many people. Doing good. How about you, New Frontier? Matthias is pushing the Azurath in a cold ring. Apparently, it still works. Yeah, I mean, it works. Yes, it just works for cold damage only, though. At least the ring. So yeah, I'm also planning to play that Matthias build basically. What build am I making next? Yeah, I'm working towards Rain of Arrows for pushing. So in the summertime, in the next few days, I guess we're gonna be there and go for rank 1. And hopefully set like a good enough run that we can just kind of like chill for a week until the leaderboard closes. Right now I was just hoping for an Eldarin, but it's just not happening. Yo, Kappa Kong, thank you for the sub. Is Cold Pension bigger than Poison? I think overall, like, it's probably gonna farm faster, but it's gonna have a bit more issues with, like, bossing into land bosses. So personally, I just kind of like Poison because it just works. It's like consistent, you know. I blast down every boss, I blast down the butchers, you know, like Cold has some issues with these sort of things. But it's probably like a slight bit better everywhere else, basically. I think Mythic Warplans exist. Yeah, I had a Mythic XP reward. That was insane, guys. That was... Well, how much was it? 70 million, I think? 2 Hellworms. Yeah, I remember that. It was 2 Hellworms. Oh god. Is the bitter in Toxin's best defense aspect for Rogue Death Trap? Yeah, probably. It's just like 30% baseline. Even if you don't poison, it's pretty good. Pranks and ammunition still a thing. It is. But I think it's only 1 mythic now, not 5. It's like 1 mythic, 1 spark maybe? I'm not sure.
That's it for that piece.
Feeling lucky, man?
They want to do 5 spellbound, 3 sightless, touchy.
Back to it then.
Like the spellbound 2-piece, 3-piece is not really crazy. But with 5-piece it's decent, and then the sightless 2-piece and 3-piece is kind of nice too. 5-piece is just a bit of damage. I'm trying to get Tibbles. I should try to use the cube upgrade New Frontier. Yeah, it's not that hard to get Tibbles. I think it's like a 1 in 5 to 1 in 8 or so, depending on the class, when you upgrade hands to unique. Why would I blink, Lucky Tana? Does it give XP? Does anything really give XP at this point? Expansion boss do it now around. What rogue would have I liked the most? I like Penshot the most. So I'm playing it so much right now. It's a very fun build. So I decided to kind of like focus on one build a bit longer than usual for now. Usually I like, you know, start rerolling and stuff like that, but we have like this new grind and, you know, it's the tower rewards for the rank 1 and so on, so I'm kind of like taking it a bit easy on rerolling builds and rather actually like min-maxing more.
Step up back to it then.
Feels a bit like a season 11 again. With a Paragon. He's such a dev type build, I feel like you're really slow. Go for a chemical advantage aspect. Gives a lot of attack speed. I think I had it instead of Tricksters. Actually, I think Ava should put this into the guide as well. Heavily strength works for rogues as long as you have your bow in hand. But not when you're dashing, for example. Damn it.
Terrible. Can't stop there. Come on, one more.
Kinda crazy that it made this actually possible. With the Adult's Prism. With the guaranteed all skills. Everything cold damage or extra overpower stacks for Amulet Transfigure and Roar? It probably doesn't really matter much, I think. I guess you probably still have concealment for the overpower anyway, right? Don't you get overpower? I get it here. Yeah. And then vulnerable is also already there. I do this. Although, I'm not sure, if you don't have the vulnerable upgrade here, like a vulnerable aspect could be kind of useful, right? It's like cold damage does more damage and makes vulnerable, right? There's no way to change sounds to another set. 3 to 1 is random. Mythic Fist of Fate, if lucky hit resource, and barrier. Oops. Dude, Mythic Fist of Fate is actually insane when you get it. Because, like, the buff for it is actually significantly higher than for almost any other mythic that you can find. And Fist of Fate regularly is already kind of like balanced slightly below the typical aspect. So if you have like the typical 60% damage aspect and you get a Mythic Fist of Fate, the Mythic Fist of Fate will always beat that, basically. Unless you have a really crappy stats like you do.
You know where to find me.
Oh, this could be useful. Holy. I think I need the nil for a set though. Or running of arrows. That's the best way to mythic charms. You mean seals? Lab bosses drop them relatively reliably, and the new seasonal boss apparently drops them more often even. I have a lot of these mythic seals now. Which max pit level max I would consider for an 8 tier? I think on a push tier list it's like 130 or so. For the other, like for endgame tier lists, for example, it's just like, you know, one of multiple factors, so... A build can be A tier even if it pushes way below 130, for example. Like Death Trap is a good example, right? Death Trap is probably not going to do 130, or at least not very easily. But it's like one of the best builds out there. In like all other factors, basically. For iconic mythics, it's a new lair boss. I guess I can try to just send a new lair boss with like my keys. I have like 100 superior keys or so. I might just send a new lair boss and see what happens when I'm done with these here. So maybe there's hope.
This should be interesting.
This portal looks so weird. Ah. Wait, there's more. Oh. Hello. Looks good. That too.
It's so funny when you show it.
Yeah. Thank you. What are you planning to do?
I'm going out for a coffee.
Ah. Can I bring you one?
in like 4 hours or so.
In 4 hours. Okay.
We take long coffees in the
That's a very big coffee, actually. Okay.
Step up, that's it, back to it then.
Cooldown seal. Do I need that? Let's see. It might save me. The cooldown seal. Would be nice to get a double cooldown, maybe. For marksman. There's like something for marksman skills, I think. The season of circus is the worst theme by a mile. I don't know. I think like the seasonal like content, like the boss and the ruptures and stuff, they're kind of okay. It's just that they all kind of suck in terms of rewards. So if that was just like more rewarding, I think that would be much better. Is the starter smithing not that good anymore? Well, yeah, there's a lot more like offensive aspect options that can beat it basically in raw power. But you still get 50% resource. That's a lot of resource. So this is why you want to use that item. You don't just like slap starters on everything anymore. Yo. Ryan, thanks man. I'll save this plug in actually, it's kind of good plug in. I find Death Trap build pretty fun actually. But so I also find Heartseekers very fun. They're both pretty cool. Rook has a lot of pretty fun builds right now that are good. So hard to choose a favorite. I'm thinking the pen shot for now, but I could just be doing like many things. Death Trap or Pinch Shot for controller? I don't know. I guess Death Trap, the shadow stepping is kind of hard to do on controller. Pinch Shot is like a bit more easily to pilot, easier to pilot, I guess. Is that a bug you can't wear more than one crafted mythic? No, that's intentional. Crafted mythics, only one. Dropped mythics, you can do as many as you want. Is the mythic drop rate as bad as it made out to be? It is a bit worse. If I had to guess, it's like maybe half the mythic drops. But the bigger problem is that there's like 7 times more mythics now that you can find. You know, that there's like so many mythics. Because everything can be mythic. So you just don't really get a specific one you're looking for. What's the point of the sparks? You're saying that. But I am desperate for sparks, man.
Back to it then.
May you find your way.
Oh, dysfunctional. I have good news for you. There's a lot of people that think like you, so they're probably gonna change that very soon. Hello, Millie. Which build do you mean? I was playing Death Trap the other day. There should be an exclamation mark build. I mean, a lot of rogue builds dash around a lot. There's also literally a dash build that we have. That's on max roll. Oh. Ah.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos. I'll be here.
Balanced, fair, and fun. That's the kind of builds we love, right? So I'm not sure which one you mean right now, but check this. Which build I recommend for leveling on Rogue? I did Doc. That was very nice. Grenade Rogue. Uh-oh. Not sure about that one. 2-star ring. With damage or time. F. Damn, if that thing was a cooldown. Okay, I'll save that though. It's used for Roa build actually.
All taken apart. Melted down. You know where to find.
This is Coke with lemon. I'm drinking Coke Zero actually. Do you see a kinda sorta stash? Yeah. Kinda is the key word here. How do I click or right click? How do I trigger right click or right click on an enemy? You just press the button. That's it. Like, so the abilities, like especially ranged abilities, usually don't really move you or need a target, you just click them and it shoots. I'm gonna be a bee real quick. Okay, we're back, guys. Okay, how far are we? 17. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing the new season boss a little bit later. I have like 100 keys or something. So we're gonna get a bit of an idea how good it is. I'm almost done with the Andariels here. Thanks, Noob. HCSSF softcore druid rank 1 amount of perfects is crazy. I mean, if they're blasting. Any reason why I can't equip a unique charm? I probably have the item already equipped. And Cameron. How do you get aspects at the start? You don't get a lot early on, but they kind of just ramp up. You can use the cube to upgrade to legendary and, like, you know, take like offensive items. And you can get some aspects this way. Yo, sounds like a great celebration. Beating chicks. I'll see what I can do about boosting you in hardcore SSF. But it might be a bit tough.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Oh, now 2 people want the boost. Holy. Have a great weekend, yeah. Hope you too. Wolves have no vuln. It's just chill now across the wall. Yeah, so something like 3 trillion ticks. Your Firestalk dreams are being crushed at every turn. Yeah, the set is also not working, right? Oh my god. What did it do there again?
Mainlander, I'll be here, swinging your way.
Yo, Nico, thanks so much. That's a nice one.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
You can, journeyman. But you have to find them.
I'll be here, swinging away.
The unique Etna's Lost Dagger isn't in the endgame transition on a dock guide. Well, on cold builds, you don't necessarily go for Etna. It's more like a poison thing. So if it's like a cold setup, then probably not necessarily. Yeah, I got rid of the invuln bubble after the pit. I don't know why. I mean, here's an Etna. Here's an Etna. I don't know what I mean. Here's an Etna. The leveling build. And the leveling builds are unique-less. Because you're leveling. You don't have any uniques at that point. You need to look at the endgame guide. Another L for new mythics. The main stat makes it unusable on alts. Unusable is kind of a strong term, but I agree it's kind of stupid that there's like these stats on them now and they roll per class. Eh. Too many Ws last season, they need to balance it out of Ls. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. I think it's actually time to make like a feedback video or something soon. Well, I wanted to record my new amulet craft thing and my wall plants thing. And then I guess maybe tomorrow, after I'm done with like the grind for like, you know, one full progression run, I guess we have the right to give some feedback.
That's it for that piece.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Yo, brown lizard, thank you for what's up. You got a mythic tribute from a Tree of Whisper Chaos box. Yeah, Tree of Caches and World Boss is actually the main sources of mythic tributes. This is where you get them. It's not even that uncommon. Don't let that pressure hold you down. Can make them in a cube. I wonder if I can make a single mythic tribute at this point. I don't think so actually, but I'll check after I go back to town. What I'm looking for? Shadow's Beastfall boots. So I'm trying to get many good pairs so that I can figure one with cooldown reduction, because I probably need it. And this is like a relatively good target for that, basically. You guys can print the boots pretty easily here. So, amulet! My third Vote of Arcan now. It's not immune, neither in a poison nor in a cold variant of the build. That's kind of funny. Yes. So mana, I think I saw. You wish you could push Cold TB. I mean, you probably won't rank 1 of that, but it should be kind of decent for push, I think. Oh. This stack of keys is empty. I think I have 100 keys left. Almost out, guys. Almost done, guys. Oh. One more stack.
Step up like to it then.
Look at that. And then we have 119 of the new levels. Oh god. Alright, this is the last stack of Great Hierarchies. How many have I gone through today? I mean today not that much. I started like 5 hours ago. But yesterday I did like 16 hours bosses non-stop. I think I had like 800 of the small keys, and then 800 of the big keys. So we're at 1500 now, roughly. That's like 50 mythics for new boss. True, it's 50-50 drop rate. Either it drops or it doesn't, right? That's all mythics. Which build is next? I'll be on pen shot for a bit more, but we're building Roa right now. I'm planning to push Roa. Did I get the sword? Not yet, but I'm out of keys, so what am I gonna do? I guess I'll just play the game anyway without Eldrin. So... we got all these Darkies from Helltide. Yeah, the maggots are the best source of Darkies. And XP, so you got 2 things at once. I didn't use enough keys, I guess. It is what it is, man. I promise next time I will stop slacking. Did you make more plans account-wide yet? No, but I have good news for you. I will shortly record a video on how to get away with the minimum amount of points in wall plans. Two in Helltide Flame Pits is all you need. Nah, that is a bit too optimistic. I feel like wall plans are dragging ass this season. It should be higher in wall plans. But you're only 4 in your main hardcore character. Well, I guess it helps to log in and not just get drunk all day. They actually made it a lot faster this season. Pre-Lambo Woody would have had at least 5 swords at this point. Yeah. But I guess at some point the laziness sets in once you're set up. Why is Death Trap an S tier for bossing? I don't know. Ask Eva, I guess. I didn't benchmark it. But it's like pretty decent, I think, once you have the endgame gear. With Warplan level 9 you can make whiffing nodes. You can get them with level 1 actually. I've seen a screenshot of level 1 Warplan whiffing node.
Step up to my end.
Have a link for the bossing setup? No. I basically just sold in Rustbit and Dirk. Like, we don't need a lot of resources here. If I have this sort of damage to just kill the boss in like a few shots, I don't need the resources. Alright, the other thing I have is Overflow, so I instead of Tibbles I use this for regen. So that kind of makes up for it. I have how much? 23 energy per second. I got 5 flawless Horadic gems and a bunch of Horadic gems on a mythic gem node. That's crazy, actually. Yeah, I've seen, I think, 3 mythic nodes since season 13. So I got 2 last season and 1 this season. And okay, I probably rolled over a few of them because, you know, they're so barely noticeable. So I probably missed some. But yeah. Yeah, for some reason, like all the mythic rewards are complete ass. And then there's the mythic gem reward that is like ridiculous. Like, it's like one is not like the others, man. I don't know what's going on there. But honestly, with like how unnoticeable these mythic rewards are on the Warplan board, I'd much rather have them be shit until they fix that. Right? Because at least you don't have to FOMO. Like, okay, if you're all over it and you don't notice, like who cares, everything sucks. You know, first make it noticeable and then fix it, I guess.
You know where to find me.
Oh, look what the tide washed up. Goodbye.
For the silent jumps, how many do you recommend having in view and how many marksmen? You want to even out both ranks. That's the optimal. Can you play rapid fire? You can. We have a rapid fire guide on Maxwell. Yeah, bow doesn't matter for Doc. Should I use Harlequin instead of Gafflin for the auto Cyclone? I'm pretty sure you want the Gafflin. It's a lot of damage reduction, and Shred is not exactly known to be tanky.
Step up to my anvil. Taken apart. Melted down.
Any changes I predict for Broke on Tuesday? No. I don't expect anything there. I expect them to fix some of the seasonal rewards and stuff like that. Bring back the pit bubble. I don't know, stuff like this, but I think rogues are okay. How does Death Strap scale the best? I get as much crit chance as possible. And then crit damage, 1 damage. Level your glyphs. Because you have very little additive damage on your tempers and stuff. Since, like, you know, your 3 tempers here are cooldown, and this one is trap arm time. So you have like very little additive damage. You figured they removed the bubble. Yes, they did. So bring it fucking back. How about that? Yeah. Why is it gone? Intentional or not, bring it back. You know, that's what I'm saying.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
Vibe coded away. Yeah. The bubble was anti-vibes. So it got removed, guys. Is Rogue still bugged with Armor Crux? No. This stands nice, had a strength to push as far as Penshot. Yeah, they're pretty even. But I think more people are doing Penshot on the high end. There's like this like hybrid Penshot and dog build. But I think that's like very like macro heavy or something. Surely they removed the craft attack from Blacksmith Phoenix. Yeah, maybe what they could do is like make, you know, instead of the crafted tag, they could make an iconic tag, right? When you have like this like separate pool of mythic uniques that are like pork, you know, like the Starless and so on, right? That actually do something special. And you can have one of those, and then, you know, no matter where you get the others, you can have as many as you want, right? That just may be something, I don't know. Has the guide been updated? You're starting to enter T11. Which guide? But I haven't updated anything lately. Dagger. It's actually a pretty good roll. Unfortunately not useful for pushing. Does a charm with holy damage proc Etna dagger? Yes.
Step up to my anvil.
Yeah, I agree, excuse me. It's really bad here.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure. This should be interesting.
Yo, rank 5 druid, nice Danketif. Gaming. This is not a test run, the season is live.
What is this I do then?
Uh-oh. Right. So hard to see when they're marked as junk. Which one is which, yeah? The new Diablo's really tanky? Good question. I mean, he's on a level of Belial, at least on the boss ladder. I'm not sure if that means it's also as tanky as Belial. Belial's pretty beefy. I guess we'll see, because I'm going there very soon. You're enjoying Rogue. Warlock just didn't feel the same. Yeah, Rogue is very nice for now. Sword art for delivery. For sure. So apparently the new levels drops a lot of the iconic mythics, so we'll see. Cope. If we run any profile mind cages? No. I guess I'll try them a bit more, but I don't think they really do much. Like in the past they were pretty good, but these days, you know, like adding +1 monster power doesn't really add anything. The new boss drops 1 Blends Blessing and 20 chests. Cool. YOLO. Okay, good luck, Monkus. I mean, it's basically like you're fighting Pit Hunter 3 monsters now. It's not even that crazy. So I doubt you can even notice like any XP difference or loot difference or something. Think any plus power level is the best way to get mythic seals and stuff? Nah, I don't think so. I mean, mythic seals get their big spike at Torment 10. So when you do anything in Torment 12, you're like way past that. Unless, it could be that there's some sort of like extra reward for doing a proper main cage, which would make some sense, but I don't know, I've not really seen anything that would suggest that or heard about, like, you know, anyone talking about it. So I don't think that proper main cages really are doing anything. When do I recommend switching to pen shot? You don't have to switch to pen shot. I just like to build more. You can do dock all the way. I did like Torment 12 with Dance of Nice before I actually swapped the pen shot. But you can check my guide, I made a video. And how to progress, you know, if you want to do pen shot from the start, you can do that. And you can do like this double core setup. That's in my planner. Did Rogue get stronger this season by chance, or is Barb just that far ahead? I mean, technically everyone got stronger. Outside of like, you know, some of the like Giga OP builds that got nerfed. That includes also some nerfs to Barb, because they had like the limitless rage scaling that was like going to infinity and stuff. So that was addressed. Perfect loss first try on new boss. Let's go. It's like the same one.
Ancients watch over this
Okay, 46 keys. Any builds that use Seal of Diamond Mind? Yeah, there's a bunch. Especially Warlocks love that thing. But the Rogues can do it with like the poison builds. And I don't know what like other classes do. Oh, I got something. Epiphany. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to fit a Diamond Mind on some builds and some classes. It depends a bit on a class as well. Like some classes just don't really have, you know, universal sets that you can just throw into any build. But for example, Warlock, every build can run Diamond Mind besides Apocalypse basically, because every single build has like some sigil, or can easily include some sigil, and then you just go like right, left, and nameless, and that is just like really good. So it depends a bit on a class, and like also how strong are their stats, I guess. Malaire boss gear. I have the same stuff, I just have a Rustbit and Dirk right now, and I swap to Overflow instead of the Tibalts for the resource. So I have like roughly double damage. A bit less. Otherwise it's like the same setup basically.
Taken apart, melted down.
UI as a pro player only enjoys seasons. I don't think this has much to do with being a pro player. Almost everyone playing any of these seasonal games in this genre plays it for the season and not to progress an old character. You know, you reroll frequently, you make new characters, you make new classes, new builds. You know, you just enjoy the fresh start, the fresh grind. You know, like the early progression is always the most fun, and so on. So this is why people play this. And I understand some people, you know, don't play as much, or they are very slow, or whatever, and they just wanna like not lose their stuff and grind up the perfect GG loot on Eternal. But most people are not like that. Oh, this has nothing to do with me being like a pro or not or something. It's more like, this is just how the game is played. You play season, you start fresh. And we got a bow. We got a bow. It has life on hit and fizz damage multi. Yikes. I think that's actually a salvage. I think this is actually not beating my bow. Oh god, dude. Well, it is a mythic. I can at least try my luck with the Transfigure. Boah. Okay, so wait, how much damage did I lose on the dot multi? Let's see. Well, I assume you'd have like an actual good one here, right? So we do 45, 45, 20. We have 600 dots. And I have to go up 80 of that. So that's 15% I lose from not having the dot. And we gain 18% from the affix. Oof. Okay, so we have to roll this into life. And then we have to transfigure and get something really good. And then ideally transfigure a second thing that's also decent. And then I might beat my current weapon. Are you ready? First roll 60 crit multi. Thank you very much.
Ancients watch over this one.
The moment of truth. And we got a GA on the weapon damage, which is actually a relatively good outcome. But this is not enough. No way, I think. I guess I can check for a tooltip. 525. 615. I wonder if the effect is actually calculated in there. How do you avoid getting insta 5 stacks of blisters instead of P2? 5 stacks of blisters. What do you mean exactly? Like there's like a debuff that stacks up just like over time basically. You can't really avoid it. It's just like, I know, a soft enrage. You can ask me a question about Druid, yes. Minus 34 DPS. Yeah, so basically now the only calculation we have to do is like dot versus the effect, and then okay, we lose the 450 dex. Like there's no way that this can beat my weapon. This is actually just a salvage. The current listener has 19 seconds cooldown in town, but he uses a spell and combat, it goes to 23. Why? That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure what could be increasing your cooldown suddenly.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Yeah, this is a salvage, guys. Like, life on hit is borderline useless. Has the same life, the same DPS, same temper, same ranks. So yeah, it's basically dot multi versus mythic effect, which is roughly even. And then I get 450 dex for free. So GG. Nice mythic, guys, we got it! We made it! Sick. Only took me 1500 Akis to get here. GG. Oh my god, dude. +1 spark. That will surely give me Elder now. Ah, never mind.
It is done.
Ah, yes, I know why your cooldown is different on Cataclysm. It's because as a human you have 15% extra cooldown. So in town you're in human form, you get more cooldown. So if that human bonus is active in town, it will screw up your tooltips. Company name change to Grinding Mythic Games. Why does Darkseid always put certain rogue builds in the top push builds of Maxwell when those aren't high-end push builds? Like, which ones? Yeah, Eva is the rogue lead, and I mean, you know, the rogues are obviously talking among themselves. And then we also talk as a whole team.
Your death will be swift.
They can't even find one in top leaderboard so far. Well, we don't make the tier list based on popularity. We make the tier list based on what's good. You know, this is not the same. It's not our fault that people are not playing the builds that are good. You know, so... Aradin is still just average. I heard that apparently Aradin is pumping. Mysterio is gaming with Aradin, but I'm not sure how good or something it is, but he says he's zooming. So that sounds kind of promising. I might try it actually. I'm not sure what he's doing though. I mean, it's still very early in the season, right? Like, you know, the metas are still developing, people are still gearing. I'm not even on the tower leaderboard at all. I haven't even done a single tower myself, you know. So there's plenty of people like that that are gonna be, you know, on the top spots very soon that haven't even done anything at all, I guess. Then yeah, of course, you know, the tower leaderboard obviously has a bias towards the best build, like the one best build, right? So if Roa is the best or if Poison Penshot is the best, then people will most likely mostly play that in order to rank higher. And, you know, a build that is like one tier behind is not even gonna show up like almost at all, basically. So that's just how it works, right? Ballista instead of Shadow Shot now? Yeah, for bosses. That's pretty good. I presume I'll be at the top is presumptuous. I know. Stash and my mules are nearly full, but my keys are nearly empty. 28 keys left. We're almost there.
We were just getting warmed up.
Okay. Complete all the season journey roads, now what to do with all these sparks. Hey, start crafting mythics. What do you mean? How come there's no major PoE player on top in D4? Because they don't play D4. Kinda have to play the game to be at the top. I mean, we did have some PoE people come in and, you know, get really good results, right? We had, you know, like the Sis crew with, who was it? Khan, Nugi, Steel. So they did it really well on launch. And we had Ben as well coming in. who was doing really well, and so on. So, yeah. Especially when the game was fresh and there was not really like a large, you know, like skill and knowledge gap between people. You know, you can, you know, these people can prove that they got it, right? Obviously now, you know, if someone comes in, even if they're like a top PoE guy, you know, they will just be lacking information, right? Because I've been playing this game for 3 years and they have played it for a few weeks 3 years ago and not since then. So obviously I have a massive advantage. But if, you know, some of them come in and, you know, actually take D4 seriously and play it every season, yeah, they will catch up, right? And then you would see some. But, you know, all the PoE guys, I guess, like the main the PoE guys, they're like not really that invested as I am, for example, in D4. It's the same the other way around as well, right? Like you know, if you look at it from the perspective of, okay, I want to be competitive in PoE 2, and I want to try to get like a, you know, a rank 1 in a race or something like that, it will be very hard for me because I'm not like a full PoE main. And in that case, you know, I'm kind of sidetracked, right? I'm distracted with other stuff, and that makes it extremely difficult. We saw Maple struggling in D4. Yeah, exactly. You know, Maple is a Giga chat, right? Like, he's like a fucking legend in PoE. And, you know, if he comes into D4 and he just doesn't know all the mechanics, he doesn't know how stuff works, he doesn't know, you know, what works how and like what is bugged and how to get this thing, how to get that thing, how to progress. Yeah, of course, you know, like if you don't know all those things, then you have to learn it. That's just normal, right? So obviously none of them will be like at the top if they don't play the game enough to even understand these basics, basically. And yeah, sometimes, you know, some PoE guys come in and play D4 as like a vacation game, basically, right? Why is Blender Guild most bugged? I'm not sure if they're bugged, but they suck. If you want to farm gold, then do the bosses, or gold reserve dungeons are okay. Look, I'm not an elite main streamer, and you almost won the race. Yeah, I did, but no one is an elite main streamer, you know. So LE is like, you know, uncharted territory, basically, right? There's like, there is no mainstreamers. Okay, but when we have the LE guys, right, you have our Maxwell team like Lizard and Bina, and, you know, they obviously take LE much more seriously than me, and they definitely know a lot more about LE than I do and stuff. And, I mean, they are doing really well, right? But also, in that race back then, you know, they were all disqualified by default, because they were, like, the content creator partners and stuff like that, right? So they couldn't even go do the race anyway. And so there was basically no one left that is actually like an LE blaster that would be allowed to even enter the race. At least on the content creator side. So I was rank 1 gemmling. Yeah, I mean, I did really well. And especially, like, you know, back in like 0.1, right, when everything was new. The same thing that I just talked about with the PoE guys, right? When D4 launched, we had like Sis and Ben and Khan and so on. You know, they were doing really well because the game was new, there was no knowledge gap, or nearly none, right? Everything had to be discovered. And in such a scenario, a good player will thrive, right? This is exactly why I was rank 1 in PoE 2, because everything was new, no one knew anything, and this is the perfect scenario for me to show that I can play well, and that I can, you know, figure out stuff fast, and so on, right? So, the longer, you know, the game matures, the harder it will become to kind of like close that gap, right? If you like kind of like drop out somewhere and then, you know, come back later or something. So it's just like an ever increasing, you know, goalpost basically, right? Like it just moves because there's more stuff to know, There's more things in the game. And okay, and you know, you can obviously catch up as well, right? Like if I load up PoE 2 now, or even PoE 1, let's take PoE 1, right? Because PoE 2 I know pretty well, you know, but PoE 1, for example, I'm definitely out of the loop on a lot of things, you know? I played the game a lot, but that was like, you know, 8 years ago, you know, like good old days, right? But now, you know, I don't really know what's the meta, I don't really know how to farm everything or how to craft everything, and, you know, I don't have the perfect information. So if I go into PoE 1 now, sure, you know, I'll do my round of Ubers, you know, and then I uninstall again. And that's it. And that's okay for me. And I don't have any aspirations to get like a rank 1 gauntlet win or something like that in PoE 1. It is what it is, right? I just kind of like write it off. I don't want to do this. And there I go. But if I just sit down now and instead of blasting this T4 season, I'm just gonna log in, do 3 months straight, 1000 hours, PoE 1, I'll probably catch up. At least on like, you know, 95% of the relevant knowledge, right? And then I could say, okay, like, you know, later this year, next gauntlet, I would maybe have a shot at something or something like that, right? But yeah, I don't really want to do that. So, fuck it. So it always comes down to like, also like, you know, how recent is your knowledge basically, and you know, how well in shape are you a little bit as well, right? Yeah, sure, I've played PoE like thousands of hours, and I still, for example, regularly help Nini and fix her build and stuff. You know, I know, you know, how to theory craft PoE 1 extremely well, even to this day. I don't know the meta, I don't know what people are actually doing, but I know exactly how to theory craft a build and how to fix a build, even to this day. So, you know, I still have that knowledge, but it's obviously like different, right? When you have like all of the knowledge, basically, like when you know exactly what everything does, how, you know, what you need for this, what you need for that, even, you know, all the monsters, all the bosses, and so on. So.
This should be interesting. Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Khan was hard blasting at Alpha Racing. Yeah, Khan was actually like practicing and stuff like that. Yeah, he's like someone who actually took this stuff seriously, and he's doing really well. Yeah, and without practice, like you won't really do this, right? Can't wait for the next LE race in 2028. Oof. Well, post login, guys. Let's go. You're saying you can become PubGun with just a few months dedication. I mean, to become PubGun, you also need to become popular like PubGun, right? So that is like the harder part to do, I guess. Like, I'm not sure what you mean exactly, like, become PubGun. Like, is PubGun someone who's gonna win a gauntlet? He's like a softcore trade, you know, Deadeye enjoyer, basically. Yeah, sure, he's certainly gonna do well if he tries, I guess. But I'm not sure if he even wants to do these sort of things. Be one with the fab and the gun. Fab gun is like what Rob is 44. I guess in terms of like the progression and stuff like that, maybe, yeah. I mean, if I play softcore trade, I will also farm mirrors and mage bloods and whatever if I wanted to, but, you know, I don't think this is like particularly hard to do, right? You just need to understand the economy, and you need to be very efficient and play a lot in the first few days. And this is how you make all the wealth, basically, in the PoE League. And I have done this stuff as well in PoE 1 at least, right? Not in PoE 2, because in PoE 2 I only play SSF or hardcore SSF. I don't even engage a trade at all. But I know how these things work, and they work almost exactly the same as they did in PoE 1. So, you know, I know the system. I know how I will figure stuff out, and I know how I will be successful at that, yes. So, I just don't want to do it. I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to compare Fabgun and Rob, right? I mean, in terms of like how much of a different game they play compared to me, I guess it's kind of comparable. Like, you know, Rob is playing a completely different D4 than I play. And I guess Fabgun plays a completely different PoE that I play. But I would guess that, you know, Fabgun is probably like much more impactful, let's say. In terms of like community. Got one better, I'll be like Scissoran. I guess there might be some similarities with Scissoran. We're both like hardcore enjoyers and SSF enjoyers. And, you know, rerolling a lot of builds. Yeah, so I guess Scissoran is probably kind of like the closest comparison to what I am when it comes to like PoE. There isn't really D4 trade. Are you sure about that? And Ben and Khan type, yeah. But I guess in terms of like as a content creator, okay, like this is like not really such a serious blaster as like Khan and Ben, I guess. But he's doing very well. So maybe in terms of like the blasting angle, maybe I'm closer to them. But in terms of the content creation angle, I'm probably closer to this. I don't know, I mean, who cares at this point anyway. Oh my god. It's getting out of hand. We have 5 keys left. Okay. I'm gonna do it myself. I'm just gonna carry these fucking boots. Is Pensional better for bosses than Doc? I don't think there's a huge difference there. If you play the Doc with Fans of Knives. Yeah, Sis, that's what I meant, right? Like, I think Sis probably does like kind of comparable content to me. Like, he does many builds, many guides. He does stuff like podcasts and hosting and this sort of stuff. And yeah, there's not many people that actually do something like that, I guess. While also like, you know, actually putting out like in-depth, like high-end stuff and so on. I wish there were more casual creators focused on making fun and meme builds instead of ultra late game blasting. I mean, I do plenty of those, I guess. Well, maybe not memes, but at least fun builds. Right, you know, in D4, for example, I made like 20 to 30 builds per season. And, you know, only really like 3 of them matter, and the rest is just for the lulz. So I guess we're kind of close enough. Closest comparable streamer is Queen69. Okay. I guess the main issue with like, you know, the fun and meme builds in D4 is that, you know, a lot of the good Fury crafters focus on making the good builds. And then, you know, other people make like other builds. And, you know, there's like, you know, the thing is that in D4, like there's so many things just don't really work very intuitively, or they're bugged, and you have to know like 1,000 things to actually like put together a build that makes sense. And that can be just like a just for fun build, right? Or like a meme build or something like that. I mean, if you look at like, you know, just our Maxwell guides, right? We have like 100 build guides updated for the season or something like that. So, I mean, there's definitely no shortage of fun and meme stuff to try, I guess. If you really want. But these are still like min-max builds, right? This is like a min-max Frozen Orb build, and this is like a min-maxed Hydra build, and this is a min-maxed D-tier Sork Meteor build, you know? It is still min-maxed to like typical standards, I guess. But you do have the option to go and just play those and follow the guide if you really want to do something that is a bit hipster. So I guess this is probably more like what you're looking for. Like, there's no shortage of hipster builds. Disaster. Okay, I have 1 key left, guys. Everyone is playing 1 mana build, we have 0 diversity on leaderboards. Well, at the very minimum we have 8 classes, so we have at least 8 different builds to get rank 1 with, right? Not counting group leaderboards where potentially stuff changes as well. You wish the ratings for ease of gear and build and ease of play would come back on Maxwell for builds. The pro corners is not as good. Yeah, maybe it's just like a matter of we have to fix what we write in our pros and cons a bit better. So that's maybe something we can work on. Alright, we successfully used all of our lackeys. I have no more lackeys. There was 800 Vashans and 500 Harbingers and 300 Andariels or something like that. You can't expect content creators to spend time and money making garbage nobody would play. I mean, you don't really spend money making a video, I guess. But time for sure. And the bigger problem is that if you make meme builds and they're fun and all, but they're not going to be popular because they're meme builds, you know, like for example, I am sometimes hesitant to make a video guide for a build that I find really fun and I really want people to play, but I already know this is not going to be a popular video, and then I don't make it. Not because I feel like I'm wasting my time, but because I tank my YouTube, right? This is another problem. Like YouTube does not incentivize this in any way. So that's the bigger issue, actually. The problem is not the time or, you know, whatever I might have to pay my editor or something like that. The problem is that I'm literally inting, you know, if I do this. So that is the real reason why you don't see like shitty builds being covered as much. Like on Maxwell, for example, we can easily do this, right? On Maxwell, we put out another guide, right? We have tier lists. And, you know, we do make sure that all of these shit builds are updated every single season, right? They get the same attention and everything. Or, you know. But on YouTube, I can't do this. You know? That's just suicide. So, that's a bit of a bummer. Until they're so shit, they get archived. Yeah, if a build becomes too shit, it gets archived at some point. But the stuff that is not archived is, you know, playable at least. So. The Meme Eater YouTube channel. Yeah. I was thinking about making different YouTube channels at various stages, and I still haven't done it. Because I always find arguments against it as well. So, we'll see. Dog feels so bad at bossing. Yeah, Sawtooth Pen of nice upgrade.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Wait. What? I thought they raised the cap. Didn't they say they raised the cap? Wait. Am I tripping? Okay, there's like the thing you can convert them. Cap. Why is the font like this? It looks kind of nice, but I'm surprised. I don't see anything about cap. Ah, here. Oboes, gold, and gem fragments. Okay, they did not actually raise the baleful cap. I'm almost at baleful cap, turns out. Interesting. I guess since you can convert it, it's fine. But it's funny. Patch is coming. Probably not on a Sunday evening. Hello, Chica. Paragon 300. P300 is Paragon 300. Is my level, which is the maximum. And not many people reach it in a season. Okay, we have like 2 full mules and a bunch more of Beastfall boots. I'm not sure what the chances to transfigure cooldown reduction, but I would be very surprised if I don't get at least one of them. The bigger problem is you need a bunch of attuned dust to actually like roll some of these. How deep in the season are we now? 4 days. 5 days actually. Okay guys, it's time for the new lair boss. Not sure what to expect. The new boss is a good fight. Yeah, it's a cool fight. You forgot the Necro, but I cannot blame you, that's why we forgot about it as well. Unfortunate, man. And the Necros had such good momentum, right? Expansion came out, everyone was vibing. You know, like cool upgrades, sever mobility, minions are interesting. And here we are, man. Necros just fucking down in the gutter, man. Forgotten, nerfed, deleted from the game. It's a struggle. Okay, so how many keys do we have? New boss sesh, guys. Actually, let's put the Pandemonium fragments here. Okay, actually before I start, I have 127 keys. Damn. But before I start this, I wanted to make a video. Because it's getting kind of late. Can't slack like this all the time. Nobody talks about it because they're 130 clearing. Yes. You just distract them, right? With like one shiny build. Oh man, Sorks are doing so well. I did not get the Eldraine Sword actually. But we still have 127 of the superior keys, so we're gonna try. And then we're completely out of keys, guys. This will be it. And if I don't get it, I'll install, I guess. Anyway, video time. I have an important announcement, because look at this amulet. New tech, yes. Actually, I guess there's two things I want to talk about that maybe people are not aware of. So let's get this ready. Take some pants.
Not too bad. They can't always
It's like an amulet.
something. Hey. Terrible. Can't stop there. Come on,
Perfect.
come on.
Okay. Hi everyone, so there is some pretty interesting new cube tech that I want to share with you guys. Maybe you have heard about it already, but there has been a stealth change going into season 14 that I just recently learned about. And that is actually going to impact probably pretty much every build out there, to be honest, because you can now get all skill ranks on your amulet quite easily. This was previously not the case. So what happened is that all skills was just not in any prism category. So there is, for example, the Adept's Prison here that gives you skill and core stats, but it just didn't work. So the only way to really get all skills was to like hard roll it at the Enchanter, and that can easily cost you billions of gold because it's like a, I don't know, 1 in 100 chance or so to even get it. And then you also have to hit the 50-50 to get 2 skill ranks because 1 is kind of pointless. But for some builds, this is pretty impactful, especially if you can in any way profit from buffing multiple skill categories. For example, here on the Rogue, I play Poison Penshot, I get Imbuement ranks and Penshot ranks, and then, you know, also small stuff like my Dark Shroud and so on. So in some cases, this is extremely valuable, because you have like double or triple dipping on these ranks compared to just having one single category. But yeah, now it's actually pretty easy to do. So I'm going to show you how this is done. You can reliably get this every single time you make an amulet. And that is pretty simple. You add 3 times Adept's Tuning Prism. So you do this, and now it gives me the random skill category. Now we add this again, and we're probably going to get Dex. And now we add this again, and boom, we have the all skills. And now, okay, it rolled a 1, but you will always get the all skills as the third one, because there is no other thing that can roll. There is the main stat, there's nothing else that competes with that main stat. Then there's the other skill category. So in the Rogue's case, this is, you know, Trap and Subterfuge and whatever, you know, all these different categories. And then the all skills is by itself as well, similar to the Dex. And even with this extremely low weight, you just force the cube to put it there. And in this case here, okay, unlucky, we got a 1. So now you're basically just either focus reroll or remove. I guess focus reroll would probably be the smarter thing to do, and try to hit the 1 in 3 to hit the all skills. And there's another change that was done to the cube, which is that a stat can now roll into itself again. So you might see this actually, maybe the Dex will be hit and then it rolls into a different value of Dex. That was previously not the case. So previously you actually had to remove the stat and then add it again in order to get exactly this, because it was just kind of blocking itself. But this also changed. But now if you roll this a few times, you'll eventually hit the all skills, and the all skills cannot roll into anything else besides all skills again. So if you do this a few times, you will get the 2. And here we go. There, that's the easy demonstration. So yeah, this is very easy strat. And the good thing is, you know, now we can just remove the rest again. So most likely you will want to have an amulet that looks more like this, where, you know, you have like a dot multi, one multi, there's like the classic, or like a crit multi and one multi. If you're playing a crit build, maybe crit chance as like another offensive one. And then ideally you want to have exactly this one last stat as the all skills, I guess. So now you basically have to remove affixes again, and you know, just try to preserve the all skills basically, right? We remove, and you know, the Dex is gone, and now it's a 50-50. And okay, we hit the all skills. But basically now you basically just go again, you know, add it again, and kind of go back and forth until only the all skills is there, and you remove again, and so on. And this is relatively easy to do because the chances are pretty good. It's, you know, like a 2 out of 3 to not remove it the first time, and then it's a 50-50 to not remove it the second time, and there you go. So it's pretty consistent. And you can even do this on amulets that have like a GA on them. So especially if you're looking for the typical, like, you know, end game 1 GA item or something like that, you know, something like a GA dot multi, you just don't even touch that, right? You just remove all the other stats with the prisms. If, for example, there are other offensive stats present, you can go to the enchanter, use that trick where you lock a stat. So this one here is actually, you know, locked. By having it enchanted, I just select no change, and then the cube cannot affect this stat in particular. So I can only roll the other 3. And in that case, you just like, you know, for example, take this here, right? You know, if the GA was on the 1 multi now or something, I would roll this, and then I can remove everything else and do exactly the strat, adding 3 times skills and then removing it until I have the all skills. And there's another change that I also want to talk about, which is kind of the same strategy, which is for res. So if in case you haven't seen this or tried this yet, Resistance Prism was also updated to now give you all resistances. So previously there was only single resistance specifically, so fire, cold, whatever, and that is just not a stat you want on any build. It's a relatively weak, sort of like early game option, and the always was the kind of like icing on the cake that you always try to hit. You know, it's very easy to get life, it's very easy to get armor, but always was always the like elusive, really hard to roll thing, but no more. So same story. You add as a resistance, and in this case we did get the all res, so it's a bit lucky. It's a relatively rare outcome, so it's going to remove it again and add it again, and now we're going to get a single res. And again, once the single res is present and you add another res, it will be all res, similar to the all skills on the amulet. It cannot roll anything else. This is the only thing, and it just competes with itself. So the shadow res can be fire or cold or lightning or whatever, but the all res cannot be anything else. And also, you know, I cannot add anything here, as you can see. There's nothing else. And same story, now we just do a remove affix, it's a 50-50, boom, there's the all res. So you can do exactly that as well, and this might help you to get more tanky in the late game as well, because all res is something that, you know, is kind of tough to get if you don't use this trick, but this makes it much easier. So, hope this helps you out with the crafting of your items in Season 14. Definitely a pretty welcome change. I think you know, going for these all skill next especially is going to be kind of cool. I like that this is a thing now, and in the past I've just never used an all skill similar because it was so hard to get, but it's actually a pretty good stat on some builds. So yeah, hope this helps you. Hope everyone's going to enjoy the season, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. YouTube Frog's gonna have GG gear now. Yes, that's the plan. Okay.
Mainlander, what brings you? Taken, I'll be here, swinging away.
Would you place decks with all skills on Penshot? Yeah, absolutely. Like, you don't really want main stat on your amulet. Like, I have life and then triple offense. And this all damage is relatively comparable to like a dex roll, but all skills roll will definitely be better. Or like all skills instead of the life even, right? I'm relatively tanky. I could even afford to go triple offense and all skills, for example. Heavenly Strength. What is happening here? Anyway. Now comes another thing. War plans. Oh wait, I need to upload this so I can get that video out. Is it actually my updated guide? The wall plans thing? 1 month ago. No, it's actually the old video. Let me put the new video there. And then another new video, I guess. Okay, so I wanted to do like the small wall plan. Actually, we have the technology these days. We can do this and this and this. Okay, so there we go. First of all, is this still where it should be? Yeah. 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 Okay. And now I'm gonna do like a starter trees or something like that. So honestly, we don't need anything at all in the Whispers. But I guess you want those two. Those are the most important ones. Do this. Do this. We do this. I kind of want to take the gold, to be honest. I think the gold is kind of good, actually. I think I might actually do the golden horde on this one as well. Gold is legit, like, important now, I think, for enchanting. And I got a lot of gold. I have 27 billion gold, man. Holy. Okay. Yeah, horde, I'm just gonna straight up remove everything. Because who cares? Actually, I'll keep those 2 points, yeah, because if you enter a horde, you kind of want to have those allocated and get the chest for the talismans, I think. And here we can probably remove all of this. It's like 3 points, basically. How many have we spent? So this is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Here, the apples is honestly quite a bit. But I guess maybe those 3 or maybe those 4 are optional. But I think the 9 Dimension Beast in the Eyes thing is pretty good. And then the Nemesis theirs are pretty good, so maybe those 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I guess you have to remove this, yeah. This will probably be more like it. Maybe you don't even need a greater Nemesis layer. Just the first one. Okay. So basically, the idea is that all of these trees have 3 or less points. It's like for alts or when you get started or something like that. So this is what I want to do here. Ultimate Nemesis seems a bit bait. It costs 3 superior and doesn't grant Pandemonium. Yeah, but I mean, if you need no more Pandemonium fragments, right, because you make like one of the Blacksmith Mythics, or you just have a good one, then I think it's not bait. I think it's pretty good. It just like depends on what you need. I think the Ultimate Nemesis there is not bad. But I'm also saving my keys. I did some. Grigor is insane since you're in Helltide opening chests constantly. Yeah, it is. I have the Grigor spec. It's also like really good early on. Like, you know, you can like get 3 points in Helltide. Oh, sorry, 2 points in Helltide, get the maggots. And then you get like 1 point in the Ambos tree and you just farm Helltide at the start. And then these guys pop out, they drop a bunch of legendaries, they give you aspects, you know, give you like mats and so on. So it's kind of good. Anyway, let's do this. Okay, recording time. Round 2. Hi everyone. Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm bringing you an updated war plan guide, in particular for people that know they will not finish the whole war plans and it's like too long for a grind, or maybe you're making an alt and we don't have the technology yet to, you know, share our war plans with our alts, for example. So I'm also not really someone who would go and farm rank 10 war plans and like, you know, 7 points in every single tree anymore. So for those people, this is the video for you. I do have a war plans guide that goes more in depth about all of the trees and all the points that you want to go for. So I have this here. I'll have this link down in the description in the war plans. I made this video a few days ago, so go check this out if you like blasting or just kind of want to know more about each of the individual nodes and stuff like that. I'm not going to go into all of the details here. I'm going to just focus on, you know, the the greatest hits of war plans, basically. So that's what we're gonna do. So let's get started. I'm gonna start actually not in chronological order. We're gonna go with Helltide first. So I think the first thing you actually want to unlock at all is Wrath and Rot. So this is the Hellworms and Maggots. This is also how you level up at the start of the season, for example. I made my leveling guide based on this as well. It's extremely good. Not only do you get a lot of XP, I am already Paragon 300 for several days at this point, but it's also just a lot of lair keys. I actually found like 1500 lair bosses yesterday and today, and this is like the best source of that. And lair bosses are the best source of a bunch of other things, basically, like uniques, mats, and runes, and yeah, a lot of things. So it's really valuable to farm Helltide and farm those maggots. If you want to learn more about how all that works, I do have a video on like the Paragon strat and so on, where I explain exactly my routes. But either way, this is what you want. This is like the most important thing. And this is sort of like what just carries you through the levels and a bunch of other stuff. So get this and farm some Helltide. Now, together with that, we have the lair boss Grigoire's Gambit. So as you farm the Helltide, you will get these torture gifts, and then the Grigoire guys will spawn. So if you need items from Grigoire or not, doesn't really matter, I would say. Obviously, it's nice if you also want some of the uniques on that boss, but it's just extra loot, it's extra mats, it's extra legendaries as well. So early on, I hear people asking, like, how do you get legendary aspects? I'm in Torment 2, I'm stuck. Well, this is how as well. At least it helps, because these guys just throw a bunch of legendaries here and there and just give you more mats, and you can do more stuff. So this is really nice to have. While we're on the levels tree, I would also say these 2 points are pretty good. It depends a little bit on what content type you're focusing on, but I would say you should definitely get the 2x2 pretty early, because you know, as you go through the wall plans and level up your stuff, you will do some lair bosses, and this is just free real estate. You just get this Nemesis lair. You don't have to pay a cost to open the chest. It's just very nice, and they have a pretty decent mythic drop rate as well. It's not like crazy mythics anymore, but I definitely tend to get a mythic when I go do one of these. There's also the upgraded one, the greater Nemesis. So once you have more points, I would go for that. But I think early on, at least 1 point here is really nice. And then there's the Out of the Cold, which is the Beast in the Eyes. It's a bit similar to the Grigoire node, where when you go through Nightmare Dungeons instead of Helltide, you get these extra free random items that drop from this guy. And this happens pretty often, actually. This also happens when the Butcher shows up and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty juicy and just gives you more loot, more mats, even if you don't care about the Beast in the Eyes uniques themselves. So I kind of like that. Then we have Tree of Whispers. So this is something that you don't really focus on. It just happens on the side. It's just like those 2 points here, I would say, are kind of the most important. You just get like free Whisper ambushes and then free Chaos caches. And with that also come the bosses, where you have a greater collection of Chaos. So I find this kind of nice. And then you can kind of just choose whatever you want here. I think this is not really all that relevant to most of the other stuff. Maybe if you're playing not SSF, you could try to get the corrupted roots and sell them to people or so on, but I think these are kind of the most important ones. Then we have the Nightmare Dungeon tree. Nightmare Dungeons in particular are the most valuable content type to farm, I would say. So escalation dungeons especially is where it's at. There's, for example, lots of gem fragments, lots of loot across the board. They're really juicy, to be honest. And for that, you want to have the branching pathways here. So this is the triple portal that you unlock when you go through the escalation, and you actually can just pick what is the best dungeon, like what are the affixes that I want to do, you know, what do I want to farm. There's a bunch of them. I also talked about this in my how to farm everything video, but you can get gold, gem fragments, loot, lair keys even from Astaroth, lots of stuff. And overall, I would say that outside of, you know, doing war plans, if you want to like farm a thing that is efficient, Nightmare Dungeon escalation is probably just like the across the board the best content type to farm, basically. Outside of, like, you know, okay, getting specific stuff or experience is not that great, I guess. So if you do a bunch of hell worms in the Helltide, you're gonna get that there, and then this is just kind of good for everything else. And afterwards, you would go down like the left path here if you do like more escalations. Let's talk about Undercity. Undercity is sort of like a side activity. I would really only go there when you have a tribute to run, or especially like a good tribute. You can also go and upgrade the tributes to like the higher rarities, and then you don't have to really do much Undercity. But there's one node in particular here, which is the Gutter Filth. This one spawns these portal pranksters, and this really makes it valuable to actually go in with like a good tribute, try to click on all of the braziers as well. And because every single one, even if you're full attunement already, can spawn one of these pranksters, you can just like rush through the entire map, click all of them, see what you get. And for every prankster, you get another copy of the tribute chest, basically. So this can be very helpful, especially for the good tributes, like a mythic tribute, or if you're going for runes, or you know, whatever you're kind of farming, there's a bunch of stuff that Undercity is not bad for. And in that case, you want to have that. There is also this other upgrade here with the 6 attunement, but this means you would have to have the full tree, so it's a lot of points. And it's not all that crazy, actually, from at least my testing when I tried this. Then we have the Infernal Hordes. If you do Infernal Hordes at all, realistically, I would recommend to just kind of skip this thing entirely. But there's this node here where you get the Talisman chest. It costs only 200, I believe. And it does pop out a decent amount of charms and seals. This might just help you to get, you know, more resin to reroll your charms, or just trying to get your GAs, or maybe even like a 6-slot seal. So if you're like an Infernal Horde enjoyer, I would kind of go for this here. And just make sure you open this 200 chest every single time. At least if you don't really care about Bartok or something that much. And then there's like this middle stuff here that's kind of good otherwise for like really juicing up the hordes. And lastly, we have the pit. So in the pit, you're going to be kind of like going through it as you progress through the torment tiers, right? You have to unlock the torments and all that. So the first thing you want to unlock here is the Koron's Haste. This is the +2 glyph upgrades. It's very juicy. So you just get that every time basically, as long as you don't like go super slow on a super high tier. So it's very nice. Then there's another glyph upgrade, and then there's also the Heart of Stone where you get extra progression globes. So you can choose the order like this or that, depending on like how fast and like how many runs you do, how much you need those glyph upgrades. But those are like the 3 most important nodes here, just so like progression, getting your glyphs up, and just rushing through the system as much as you can. And then later you would go like through the center here. But again, these are all of the wall plan trees, like the just minimum viable trees, I would say, for like your alts or for a fresh start or something like that. For the full trees, I do have the second variant here. You can swap between them. So you just need to go to this planner, scroll down, and it's down here basically, if you want to see all of the nodes once they're actually allocated. And again, I have more details in my other video, so go check that out. I'll also link this down in the description. Hope this helps you out. Hope everyone is having a blast with Season 14, and I'll keep you guys covered with more stuff that I find out. So stay tuned, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Ate some extra letters, yeah. We can cut that. It's fine. Did I ever pause warplans just farm paragons? Yes. My warplans are not finished. Like I haven't done this one since like 2 days ago or something. I'm still at rank 8. Anyway, I start blasting. Time for the stop inside boss. Let's see that. How many keys do we have again? 127. So the start of 27. I wonder if I'm gonna get season rep. I have like almost none at all. Best way to farm gold. Lair bosses and gold reserve dungeons. Lair bosses with the node for Golden Horde. Didn't know you can get Resplendent Spark from Whisper Cache. Well, he decided to be able to do this, I guess. Can make a video from the results of the keys. I guess so. Stop pretending people read and don't just click what the video says. Yes. Yeah, gemstone is kind of bad now. Monkus. I wonder if Belial can appear here. Probably not. %31% gem strength. I mean, for me this would be plus 800 single res. Not very impressive. And then okay, with a Herodic gem more. She seems to have less HP than Diablo. Like she just dies. Certainly less HP than Belial. Belial is usually kind of tanky. But this is pretty fast, yeah. Okay, no Mythic, no Seal so far. This boss is in summon set.
Step up to my anvil.
Oh, finished so soon?
Well, at minimum we're gonna have a lot of Pandemonium fragments to do something with. We'll see. Uh, 100 yellow rings sounds relatively normal to not get the aftermath. I mean, maybe a bit on the unlucky side, but not super extraordinary. Let's go again. Blood Mad Idol. I would change my strategy, how I build out wall plans this season, or pretty much similar strategy from last season. I mean, last season I was just like testing every node and trying a lot of stuff, right? And now I already know what's good and what I want. So I guess that is different. But the good nodes are still the good nodes, and the bad nodes are still the bad nodes for the most part, so... Didn't really do that many changes there.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
That could be interesting for God the Age. So many 6 slot seals here, it's kind of crazy.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Seems like I got a lot of unique charms on her. You have a wallplan guide, like pick these nodes in this order. Yeah, reverse the stream, like 15 minutes. We have 19 of the Pandemonium fragments. Yeah, it's 1 per chest. It's like always 1.
Mainlander, what brings you?
I have a rust bit on, right? Wait. Actually, it's never equipped that. This is a pretty good one. How much damage increase does this? 16%. Okay. Yeah, I should equip that. And then I don't know what I will put here. Oh! Marksman skill cooldown reduction and 19 crit. This could be the one. This might be what saves me. The 6 cooldown. Let's say. Divine Orbit. Easy.
Taken apart, melted down.
Playing with a friend that plays Necro, what would be the best teammate to push 2's ladder? I guess anything that doesn't mind to carry some dead weight. I did collect 100 superior lackeys. I did a lot of bosses. Yo, crunch. Thank you, man. Appreciate the sub. What's the mission? The mission is get rid of our keys. And then fail to craft an Eldarin and uninstall, I guess. We'll see.
Oh, look what they found. I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
Hi, Reptile. Alright, let's take, I guess, 26. So I have an even number. I found some good mythics. But yeah, nothing that I can equip right now really. Actually, the Rust Bitten I wanted to equip, so maybe I'm just gonna do this since you have like 100 more bosses to do. Fuck it. And then we can put something else here. Not sure what. Oh. Tibalt's Will. With life on kill and forceful arrow. Sick, dude. Inquisition count, right? That's like the first mythic from her. She drops so many seals though, it's crazy. Like it fills up so fast. She definitely has a lot of seals.
Care for a game of chance? I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
But then these items are like all over the place. I think it literally just drops like any unique or something. There's Mother's Embrace, Scoundrel, Eagle, Cassia, Windforce, Orphan. I think it's just any unique. I think it's completely random that she drops. Do I need... wait. Dash. No, this actually runs that. Dash Rogue guys, yeah, huge charm. +4 agility. Ava's gonna be proud. +4 trap. We'll see. Keep forgetting to make the Rust Bitten Dirk. I'm just gonna go back now and make it. And to find a unique charm though to put here. How many hours? So level 300 Paragon? It took me 55 hours, but it can be done in around 40 hours. That's the strategy I use. If you just focus on XP.
You know where to find me.
Who said we are gonna roll off exactly the GA? Unlucky. Like any other class or something where I would like equip this thing to the dot bossing. Sorg. Nah, fuck it. Has stacks on it anyway. We just send the immune potency. Kind of weird how I like re-tempo it on the mythic like 10 times. It does always the max roll. Yeah, look here, it's a GA. Kind of strange how that works. I wonder if it's actually possible to get multiple elemental configurations. Can I get like a shadow and a cold and so on? Has anyone ever gotten that? It's pretty rare to even get them.
Feeling like I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
You don't get them anywhere response, like I claim in a video. Well, are you sure you're properly doing the strategy and properly checking the spots and so on? I mean, it could be that other people are interfering with that, but I did mention that in the video. But I'm not sure how much that is a factor, so... Okay, what charm can I actually put now? Actually, I'm gonna try the cowl. I wanna see if you notice like big pops. Can you relate to the season? Ah, it's a few days, don't worry. Is Heartsiger's strongest rogue build DPS wise? No. But it's pretty decent. Penshot and Rain of Arrows seem to be the strongest right now. What's better, PoE 1 or 2? 2. Look, PoE 2 even has its own emote. Raptors in a pit are worthless. On leaderboard, people are still number 1 of Death Trap. Uh-oh. Really? What tier? Haven't seen anything about Death Trap yet. Manuel trying to go for leaderboard? Soonish. But yeah, I haven't like set up Rain of Arrows yet. I want to push up Rain of Arrows, and you know, it's extremely hard to build that. So I was waiting for... like, I actually had to go do some Nightmare Dungeons. I have to farm a lot of attuned dust. So you're probably gonna do like a 1-day Nightmare Dungeon session or something. I have 0 attuned dust, and I have like... I can easily need like 500 or 1000 of this. So we have like 3 mules full of uniques that I want to transfigure at some point. So it's gonna be a bit of a struggle. Oh, that's a lot of crit damage on the blurring blade. Bit of blurring. Cooldown and crit. Crit and crit. We already have one of these actually. Which one is better? 15 and 21. 25, 15. Okay. I think Roa has better potential when geared for push or pen shots, still slightly ahead. Yeah, it seems like almost even. Someone just mentioned Death Trap. I haven't seen anything about Death Trap, so that seems a bit sus. Is Roar harder to gear? I think Roar is a bit harder to get in Death Trap, yeah. It's like even tighter, basically, yeah. Because I think it doesn't run the Sea Lord's glove, so the resource stuff is harder. And then I think the cooldown requirement is also slightly harder. Aha. Dude. Fucking condemnations, man. It's my third condemnation. I haven't gotten a single ad now, of course. Okay, 2 mythics so far, guys. Keep counting. No mythic seal, by the way. Oh, another one. Shrouded Gift. Okay. I can live with that. Why do you need a Tune Dust? The Tune Dust allows you to reroll the power of your unique. And typically you do this like, you know, 5 to 10 times on an item. And, well, a Tune Dust is really hard to get. And as I said, I have like 3 mules full of uniques waiting to be transfigured, but I first have to roll them. Okay, this is kind of nice. That hit something? I'm gonna try it. Bloodsick is like easily the most dangerous thing in a pit. Yeah, on hardcore, I'm actually not specking them anymore. Because when you ever go up and they're not like just instantly exploding or something, they become extremely deadly. And even when you instantly kill them, they can instantly kill you. So, they're pretty nuts. Minus 0.2 toughness. Minus 0. Actually, the armor is better, it turns out. Interesting. Yeah. Alright, send it. Ooh. Ooh. Can I use this on Roa push? Damn. But I think the pants might be one of those slots where I have to transfigure cooldown. We'll see. But, That is quite an item, actually. Let's put it here somewhere. Yeah, I see the Roar guys are actually pushing with normal pants. But I guess it should not be hard to get concealment. And then, you know, cast it often enough, right?
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Actually, I wanted to check something here. Let's see how many shots it is when I have no unique charm. Is Warlock any good this season? Yeah, Warlock is alright. Got a bunch of improvements this patch. But it doesn't really like go to the same level as like it's not really going at the same pace as other classes. It's mostly like a speed issue, I guess. But it's relatively powerful.
We were just getting warmed up. This should be interesting.
Best way to get their case is Helltide Maggots. Okay, here is number 4. Crown of Lucian. I'm out of keys. Cold Trap. I was thinking about trying this at some point, but we'll see. Let's save it. Seems like you can't get a Belial or Nemesis Layers here. I don't really notice the difference to the counter names, I must say. I mean, like, it is relatively good. To trigger like almost like once per shot, actually. If you include the Shadow Clones. But I guess if it triggers on the Shadow Clones, it won't do much damage. There is pink little light. Exclamation mark boss loot.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure. This should be interesting.
Yeah, I think what I would actually have to do is go Rust Bit and Dirk here. And then equip the other weapon again. I feel like this cowl is not it. There's not be any other charm I can put. But then we don't have the mythic anymore, so. All this stuff is relatively worthless, yeah. I'm just gonna send the Tibalds and that's it. $93.5 dodge. Unlucky. Okay. You can spare it with Dog and transition to pen shot. I think Dog is probably better like very early, but it catches up pretty fast. So, especially once I have an Eagle Horn, switching to pen shot is fine, but even without it, you can do it if you really want to play a pen. Oh, an Edna. That's kinda awful. But, okay. This is number 4, right? Man. Why is that Shadow? Shadow life per kill weapon damage, dude. This is, oh. Pain, man. Not even one stat, man. Oof. So I really, okay, I need to try now what happens when I 3 to 1 this. So I know if you put 2 crafted, if you put 3 crafted, it will get a crafted tag. But what if you put 1 non-crafted in there? I actually have to try this. Save this.
Mainlander, what do you think?
My bet is it stays crafted. Well, if you put 2 non-ancestrals and 1 ancestral, or 2 ancestrals and 1 non-ancestral, you'll usually get non-ancestral as well. So if you assume that crafted is sort of like, you know, more than normal, just like how ancestral is more than normal, then the crafted tag should be dropped when not all 3 of them have it. So let's see. Oh, another one. That's number 5. Okay, why are these... Wait. There's yellow charms that are not showing for some reason. There's still something fucked. Let me check this. It's because of the hide bad GAs, I guess. No, it can't be. Actually, it can, I guess. Okay. Pain Gorgers with crit. Oh. Artseeker Gaming, actually. I thought looted would just auto-salvage jobs. I don't know, I mean, do you see this? What do you mean? I mean, this is how it should work, yeah, but this is not what it does. Auto-salvage functionality will be kind of sweet, I must say. Meanwhile, I gathered 150,000 Forgotten Souls manually. This is not a bug mild rune. This is how it works. Until you get a GA, it will just be max rolled, non-GA. And then eventually it will be a 15% immune potency. What do I do with those pain gorgers? I guess you actually equip them on God the Age, right? Do you have like a planner here? God Rogue, okay. Pain gorgers. Huh. Huh. Okay. You kinda like have all this stuff, I guess, if you make like some crit ring and amulet. Need to play some God Rogue. Dude, honestly, I might just send that. Might be good enough for T12. My Dimension Escalation farm and stuff. We'll see how this will go. Then when you get the OG mythics. Yeah, you have to bribe RNGs, I think. I'm still at 0 drops. And more importantly, 0 Eldering crafts either. I don't think you can actually craft it anymore. I'm not sure what the fuck is up with that, but it just doesn't happen. Exclamation filter, Johnny. I haven't gotten a specific seal from her, right?
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
It says... okay, mythic unique items, okay. Mythic seals, alright. So mythic seals is specifically on Mephisto, yeah? It's not just that the pool is bigger. I think the OG mythics have a way lower drop rate. I mean, I'm at, I don't know, 100 mythics now, maybe? And I've gotten 0. We got the Sedek, nice. I can go Sedek plus Grandfather then, GG. And Grandfather is not even forced to have life anymore. It's actually kinda good, I guess. You can craft the iconic reflex there. But it seems like you can't craft Eldarin. I haven't gotten one. Has anyone gotten an Eldarin from Blacksmith? Seven helmets and a shattered vow. Well, at least you got that. GG. Oof. No, I can use a crafted loyalty or a crafted Ibawaka. Unlucky. Because it's like easier to see the stuff that I have marked as salvage when I don't search for it actually. Because it's so dark and it just blends in with the rest. It's tough. You gave me a perfect weapon and rolled 20 quality. Nice. Okay. Best 30 found charms. There's new boss tools, a lot of them. But realistically, yeah, just layer bosses in general and wall plans, and I guess Horse has their talisman chest. I don't understand what you mean, coolest dad. What are you talking about? Also, don't know what you're talking about. Pizza, I mean, yeah, or beyond. What? You crafted 82 mythics on Eternal on your blacksmith. 0 Eldrins. Oh, true, I could try a Eternal. I guess you can't craft it at all. New class soon. Nah, we're kind of far away from making new class right now. I have a bunch of builds that I want to do on this guy. And I decided, you know, we're going like all the way first before we reroll all the time. It's not that many like crazy new builds and stuff right now anyway, so I'm kinda happy just like doing like a full min-max run. Since we actually have like a way extended progression now. Number 6. Oh my god, man, that's fucking condemnation. It's like the 4th one, I think. That is wild. Actually, before I waste my mythic Etna, I could actually just try this with the condemnation, or just like some dummy item. See what happens. Enough fate to won it.
This should be interesting.
Oh, 2J. Flurry Helm. This is number 7, right? On this boss. So she does drop unique Mythic Spells very often, it seems. It's like 10% chance.
interesting.
Okay, I had to check something. Hi, Morphin. How's it going, man? Hi, Blue Skull. What's the best way to boost someone? Good question. I guess it's still a pit, maybe? But now you have like these random like seasonal things spawning, so the players just spawn on them and kill them. So maybe not. Maybe their bosses could be good. If you give them mods. I'm enjoying Rouge like it's season 2 again. Same. Oh, 1 key left. It's 30 to 40 minutes doing the rifts on Penitent with one person having the maggots and worms. The rifts. Okay, so you're talking about Helltide. It's kind of long to boost someone, you know? Like the fastest times to self-level are like an hour. So it's not really much of a boost, I guess. I guess you get to hang out and chill together. Is there any guide to my pensional bossing setup? It's like the same setup, it's only I swapped the Rustbit and Durkan. Instead of like a random weapon. Or instead of Eldarin, I think, actually. Which I would like to have. but I don't. Keys. Okay, 24 keys left, guys. The last keys. The last lair bosses. If you can speedrun Grimfingers, maybe farm caches. Yeah, the low level caches don't give you that much XP at all. Okay, here's number 8. Another Scoundrel's Letters. Keep getting so many.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, number 8. Oh, another Eagle Horn. And this time it actually has the correct stats. Okay. Eagle Horn is some Bashan, you know. But this maybe bow be better than mine with RGAs. It's gonna be probably close if I don't hit any transfigure. But if I hit something half useful, it should win. Well, we're gonna finish this session first and then we'll try.
I'll be here, swinging away.
I'm going to farm gold. There bosses with the golden horde node. And gold reserve 9 munitions. Why do people use common points of nice builds? I think you're talking about the gold rogue, right? Or the gold DH. I think it's just because there's nothing else there, and you just get like... What do you even get, actually? One dock. Movement speed. Yeah, it's just like free movement speed, basically. I don't really do anything else.
Oh, look what the tide washed up. Mainlander, what do you see?
First time playing D4 since launch. Holy. Yeah, common points is not really used on like any rogue build. This might be like a special case of this like that's nice build because, you know, you don't really need any of the other stuff. And then you just get the free movement speed there, maybe. Are there any drops? Yeah, there are drops now, guys. Or did they end already? They usually don't end that soon. It's usually like a week or two. She used calm points. Oof. I guess you can play Cold Barrage with calm points if you want. We're playing like especially cold versions, I guess. The character skin is the Rogue T2 set from WoW.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
It's a meaningful choice between daggers and swords in amateur rogue builds, so it doesn't mean that matter. Yeah, meaningful is a very strong word here. So the range builds usually want daggers because it makes your dash faster. And then for the other melee builds you can decide if you want to hit harder or attack faster. And generally you want to attack faster, I guess, unless it's like a resource issue. Okay, so that was all the Reapers, that was all the keys. That was 8 mythics in 127 Reapers.
Oh, finished so soon?
Got a few legendary runes here, so I'm not really sure if like the layer of runes actually does anything for her. I guess not. Did mean to get like any blue or anything. Suggest otherwise. Okay, I'm actually gonna go Eternal. Someone mentioned this going Eternal and crafting. I'm gonna try this actually. I should have plenty of sparks on Eternal. What level of pit can I take? The gold is probably like 135 to 137 or so for the rank 1 on hardcore. So something like that. Tower, not pit. Pit is a bit easier. $25 mythic rolls in a cube. I have 130 fragments. That's 26 rolls. Now I wonder if I got like season rep actually. I should check that. What the fuck? Okay, how many sparks do we have here? 39.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
Alright. That's all of cheese, yeah. Funny. There's actually a huge select there. If you want to do like a bleed build on the barb. Is there any chance that a new Ring of Starless or new petition would ever beat an old one? Not that we care, that's fine. Yeah, I think you just can't craft Eldraine. Look, it's true. It just doesn't exist. That is wild.
Step up to my anvil.
Wait. Is my softcore guy? I think so. Seems like this thing always comes with auras. And all stats. Interesting.
What brings you?
So this was 100 crafts. And don't have a hardcore rogue. You can't get it. You can't craft it. I guess I can try Paladin. They have 2, 3, 4 with softcore. 5, 6, 7. Wait, it's only 7? Ah, here's one. 8, I guess. 8. Okay, let's see this again. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's on softcore it's 8. It's a 1 in 8. In hardcore it's a 1 in 7. Like in this season now in hardcore I probably crafted at least 50. I didn't get it. I just crafted 100 on Eternal with 1 in 8 chance and I didn't get it. I think this is pretty clear. How many sparks do we have here? 300. Let's see the Paladin. So this is 3, 4, there's no Shroud. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Taken apart. Melted down. Steady to break another's work. That is a scary craftsmanship.
Yeah. It's Ogre, guys. I'm not gonna get it.
What brings you?
They just deleted Eldraine from the game, I guess. I don't know. It's- oh my god, man. Ah. Ah. Alright, we're back. GA. But did you actually get that in the season, Nekon? That was nuts. Yeah, so Eldraine is now actually the only item that you just can't really get. Let me check my stash again. I want to see if I have any iconic mythic that is actually found. I don't think so. I reached the baleful fragment cap. This was an eternal, but I'm actually really close. Let me see. I'm 40k away actually. So like some more bosses and I will have it, yeah. Spend some Undercity keys. I don't have any what Undercity keys. Time to farm T12 Mephisto. I have 36 Cruxes, but the Mephisto mythic drop rate is abysmal. So I'm not sure about that. Okay, summary. I think it was like 900 Great Elder keys. So those 8 mythics. Palatine, boss key. Yeah, so basically what I have to do is make a new account, farm the Paragon 300 again, and then farm 2000 bosses again, and hope for the best, I guess. Mephisto is a waste of time, yeah. Yo, Lodark, hello, by the way. Thanks, alright. The keys you get in Helltide from the worms, from the maggots. Yo, Mike, what's up? I don't see the other question, what? Summary, log out. Yes. So I didn't really keep track of how many mythics exactly I got. I think I just don't have any iconics at all, right? That I found. Crafted. So I definitely... like the fact that I can't craft Eldraine, I should have tried it on Eternal first, actually. I think it's just kind of stupid not to try it. But also, there was not really a reason to assume that we can't craft it anymore. I did craft it last season. Like, it was possible. Like, I actually salvaged a bunch of mythics that I should have kept, I guess. But okay. Yeah, I don't have a single iconic found. Fixed Asia, I can't craft Eldraine, yeah. Mike, the upgrade mythic thing is not really an upgrade, it's a complete random item in the cube. Isn't Undercity good for mythics with key? Well, number 1, no. Number 2, you need the keys. I found one of them so far. So, great. Can I make another one? Let's see how many tributes we have. Armament tribute. So I have 15. Actually, okay, I can make 2 mythic tributes, I guess. So I can try those. You found and ran 5 keys, all we've got are filth and 0 mythics. I mean, the souls are insane. I got 150k souls, 30 billion gold. So that's kind of nuts. I'm not sure how much souls I had when I started. I think like 120k souls. So that is pretty huge. What else? I mean, I got tons. Don't have to mention this, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how many mythics this was. I'd say at least 100 though. And I don't know how many seals, maybe like 5 at least. Maybe more, actually. I mute some of them already. Okay, I have 4 here. None equipped. Okay, maybe 5 plus. I found some mythic seals. It's like 1 fragment each time, like basically guaranteed. Anything else?
Welcome to my home away from home.
Not really any noteworthy amount of any of this stuff. This doesn't really drop on the bosses. So it's basically just souls and gold. And everything else was converted anyway. Yo, scans. Thanks, that's up by the way. In my build is Neo mod, the description says Igni mod. That doesn't matter much. Actually, I have Igni Q and Neo luck right now. You can always craft random undercity keys and upgrade. Let me see that. I can craft 52 undercity tributes. And there's like, what, 5 different types? So let's say I get 10 of the right type, and they're blue. And I need yellow, legendary. I need 3 times a 5-to-1. So I need 125 of these, and I can get like 10% of a mythic tribute right now with all of my digital powder of the entire season so far. I can get roughly 1/10 of a mythic tribute, and then I can run it and get roughly 1/4 of a mythic item. That's very cool, actually. You can't even craft armaments? Oh, even better. Okay, then forget it. Either way. In the dog build, it happens a gear for named God. This is based on the Diablo 3 God the Age. This is the build from Diablo 3, basically. Say hi, YouTube. Hi everyone. So I just finished farming nearly 2,000 lair bosses, and I figured maybe I should share my findings a little bit so you get an understanding of what is going on with the season. A lot of people are complaining mythics are too rare. We now have this crafted limitation of only one item from all of the town stuff, and just kind of like my perspective on how things are right now and some feedback to the devs, I guess. So let's get into this. The TLDR is, yeah, I got like 850 lair keys, which happened just as a byproduct of farming Paragon 300 with maggots in the Hell Tides. This is the best source of lair boss keys by far, and this was all done in solo self-farm, so I didn't really get any keys from anyone else here. So just to give you a bit of a perspective how fast you can get those keys, it is pretty damn fast. And I just spent like 20 hours non-stop killing bosses. So that's what I've been doing for like the past 2 days, basically. I have not done anything else in between. I have 4 mules full of good uniques that I need to slam at some point and this kind of stuff. So I got a lot of really good loot out of this. But I think one thing that is really interesting is what about the mythics? Especially, I wanted to get an Eldarin, which is a very good item for rogues. You can, you know, get crazy cooldowns and then fly through Torment 12. And that is something I was really looking forward to be playing. And I did not actually get it. So that is a kind of interesting part here. I just don't have that item with all of my effort, with all of the crafting, with all of the sparks, and all of these lair bosses. So this is what happened here, and I'm very sad. But anyway, I haven't really exactly counted the mythic drops that I got, but I think it was probably at least 100 plus mythics. I have been crafting a lot of mythics. Every time I got a mythic, I salvaged it, unless it was like a really good item. Almost all of them are salvaged, and then I went there and crafted a new item at the blacksmith. So for like 50 million a pop, you can craft these random mythics here. So I was trying to get that sword, and I just couldn't get it, unfortunately. So this is how that went. But this means that with like 100 crafts, this cost me yeah, something like 5 billion gold here. And I have also gathered 30 billion gold in addition to that. So I've also used a bit on the way. The gold is actually extremely good when you do these lair bosses. So I guess all in all, with like the stuff I spent on the way, I probably got something like 40 billion gold. You know, then, you know, I spent some, and now this is what I have here. I also got roughly 120k souls. So in raw souls, I have like 54k now. Not sure exactly where I started, maybe like 20. And baleful fragments is like a 10-to-1 conversion. So this is 96k souls. So yeah, the total I have here is like 150k. I guess I was maybe like 30 total. So yeah, this is kind of what I got from these bosses. So for those two commodities, I guess, or like materials, it's extremely good to farm these lair bosses, and I got a lot of it. Like, I'm completely set for the rest of the season, basically, right? I can not run out of this, basically. So that is kind of cool, but this is definitely kind of disappointing. I do have to say, it's nice to see that mythic seals are dropping more often. I definitely got a bunch of them, and good ones even. Since there's only 2 different types now, it's 50-50 to get the one that you want for your build, if you want it for your build. And there are actually some that do run these now. And on top of that, you know, they actually just show up at all, basically. I think last season, at this point, I had like 1 or 2, maybe. And now I have like total, I don't know, 7 or 8, I believe. So it's kind of nice, and it's definitely realistic to aim for these mythic seals, even for like more casual players. So I think that's kind of cool. If you really want to go for this and do some fancy stuff, you can now. So that is nice. And you know, if you divide this, okay, it's like 1 mythic seal every like few hundred bosses or something like that on average. So it does happen, basically. And in terms of the other mythics, there were definitely like multiple copies of certain mythics that I have gotten. I've gotten, for example, like I think 4 or 5 times like a Scoundrel's Letters for like Death Trap Rogue. I've gotten 2 Eagle Horns, actually. Yeah, I've gotten a bunch of stuff here, like 2 times Scoundrel's Kiss. So in terms of like rogue items, just to give a bit of an idea, these are like some of the like meta items, basically, that I have found. Rust-Bitten Dirk I found once as well, for example. I have this here. I found 1 Etna. yeah, just to give you a bit of an idea, right? There's so many different mythics now in the loot table. I'm not 100% sure about how many uniques there are per class, but I guess you can see this table here that I made at some point. This is what it looks like if you look at just the rogue uniques right now. So these are all of the possible uniques that can roll on the rogue, in addition to the iconic mythics, right? And any of them can appear when you find a mythic. So yeah, I'm not sure what's the total number here, like maybe like 40 or 50 different items or something like that. So you can definitely expect something like around 2% chance to get the mythic you want, and if it's like one specific mythic that you need. So yeah, it's kind of tough. TLDR, it's very hard to get the mythics, but I guess most people have already noticed this. Luckily, most of them are not really like mandatory. Like if you're talking about, okay, we're upgrading our Shrouded Gift to a mythic version, it's like, woohoo, I got, 8% more toughness or something like that. I actually found one of these here. So I got this thing, right? If you compare this, most of the time you will have found so many good uniques by the time you ever have any realistic hope of getting the version in Mythic, basically, that the Mythic most often actually just ends up being worse, or at least not really much of an upgrade in the first place. So in fact, for example, I did get my first Mythic Eaglehorn, and I just salvaged it because it didn't beat this one, right? And this is not even such a crazy one. It has like this 1 GA, and I got this Dexterity Transfigure and then a bit of Quality. And it's not like a crazy Transfigure or anything, or even a crazy roll with this 1 GA, but my Mythic just couldn't beat this because it rolled 2 bad stats. I can only roll one of them, and then my Mythic just ended up worse in the end after Transfiguring and getting nothing, basically. So this is sort of the problem here, where we have this new endgame chase, but you have no way to target any of it, and by the time that I would get one of these items, I already have a better regular version. And the chances of the Mythic being better than my regular are nearly zero, because I have so many attempts of getting GAs, of getting the right stats, of getting the right Transfigures. And when I get that one Mythic, I have like one shot at any of those RNG factors, and very likely it's not enough to beat it, right? So I think this is not a singular case here for me. I think this is very likely that it happens to a lot of other people, where, okay, you have a really good unique and you're just never gonna override it with a Mythic. So it's kind of weird, I feel, where, okay, we have this chance or this god drop, and we can find that Mythic with like 3 GAs and it's all the right stats, and suddenly it's like a crazy item or so. But realistically, this just never happens. At least not for the build that you're actually playing, or for the class you really want to play, or like an item that you actually care about in the first place, right? There's also so many items in this unique pool that are just like completely worthless, right? No one wants to equip this. Like in Rakonov's, like I got 2 times Rakonov's Wake today, for example, right? There's like no build that would ever equip this for any reason, basically, right? And then this drops as your Mythic, and you're like, ugh, right? We already had this problem in the past with the iconic Mythics, where you find an Ahavarion, or you find, like an Andariels or something, right? These were already like such a trash items that no one really wanted them. And instead of somehow fixing them and making them more desirable, like they were just kind of left there for like 2 years now. And then they did get a rework, but the rework was just the same trash as before, basically. So it's kind of strange. And now we have all these other items in the pool, and it's not like it's suddenly gonna entice me to equip a Rakonov's Wake just because it's Mythic, right? Like I still want my utility aspect of my boots, for example. And the Rakonov's doesn't help you with anything, right? In fact, the Mythic effect doesn't even do anything, It doesn't even upgrade the item in the first place. Like, even if I wanted to use this thing, basically. So that is kind of like how it just like doesn't really make any sense, I feel like, right? There's like, for uniques, for like the random boss loot and like the random items that drop here and there, I think it's okay that there is items that are like incredibly niche, even, at least that has some sort of purpose, right? I think it's fine that most builds don't want most items, and uniques can be like very specialized and very like only for this one thing or so, and that's okay. But in terms of like making them all into Mythic drops, and they're just polluting the actual Mythic drop that I like of the items I care about, right? Like I want to try to get an Eldarin, I want to try to get maybe a Starless or, you know, the buffs like the Selek and the Grandfather, and people are just not getting the items that they actually care about because they get all this stuff here. And I think that is like a real problem. In fact, it's so much a problem that I literally did not get one of them. Like, it's not just I didn't get the sword that I wanted, I didn't get a single one of any of those iconic items the entire time. So I only crafted them from the blacksmith. I think there's probably something bugged, honestly, at this point. I've gotten so many mythics and there was not one of them. And the chances are not even that bad. There's like 8 items, I think, on the rogue in the loot table. And then like the other like 40 or whatever that are like in the list that you just saw. So, you know, the chances of me not getting one if they had equal distribution are like astronomically low. So I think something is definitely up here with just these iconic items not dropping at all. And again, I tried to actually craft, for example, Eldarin. I even went on Eternal earlier. And if you're looking for that item in particular, it just does not exist, basically. I crafted 200 on the blacksmith on Eternal, and I did not get a single one of these. So it's literally just not in the table anymore. Apparently it can drop. So I got a screenshot from Ava, who showed me that he found this item. But yeah, unfortunate. I'm definitely a bit salty about that, but okay. Now, in terms of the superior lair keys, I think this is like maybe something special to highlight here a little bit. So the new seasonal lair boss, the Corrupted Reaper, I've just taken all of these superior lair keys that I got from this and full sended. There were a few more keys. I did try, for example, a few of the like greater nemesis layers and stuff like that, or the ultimate nemesis layers. But most of the keys went into this boss basically that I got from all these lair bosses here. So this is kind of what to expect. One note about this is you could get double the amount of superior lair keys if you do one chest at a time. I did use the node here to get 2 chests, and the second chest does not have a chance to spawn Belial. So this is just kind of an important note. If you want to slow roll your keys, you can get much more of this. And then you can fund the seasonal currency a bit more and stuff like that. But yeah, in terms of the new boss, it is actually relatively good. So it seems like something like a 7% mythic drop rate, no seals, and also no iconics here, but it does pop out mythics relatively often. And besides that, just like random uniques. Like it seems like it can just drop any unique basically in the game, and it doesn't have any sort of like loot table or something like that. And a lot of like seals and like charms and stuff like that as well. And each skill was also 1 fragment. So now I actually have like 130 of these pandemonium fragments here, and I can actually go and, you know, craft most likely a relatively good, for example, Etna dagger or whatever else I'm gonna go for. And yeah, this is kind of like the payoff, I guess, out of all of this. But yeah, this is like my summary. I do have to say I am relatively unhappy with this new mythic system. So, you know, I guess I voiced that pretty clearly about not being able to get the thing. I think at this point with, you know, 300 Paragon, I've literally just spent, you know, almost 2,000 keys on bosses, you know, like this like lair boss jail deluxe, right? I've rarely done such a big boss session in a season, and I didn't even get one of the item that I was looking for, which might be like a special case for Eldarin not being craftable and stuff like that. And maybe there's something up with the iconic uniques specifically as well. But there's also plenty of other mythics I have not seen once. So if I really wanted, you know, like to farm like, you know, one specific unique for one specific build, I wouldn't really have like a realistic way to get that basically. It's just like full RNG, and I'm not sure if that's really how it should work. Especially with the fact that they also have all these like random stats, and then also have the transfiguration. And I figured like already just the transfiguration part was like enough of like a, you know, the distinction between the items, right? Like I was happy to find another copy of my Star Disguise, even with the same stats and no GAs, just so I can stick it in the cube and, you know, maybe I get something good, right? Maybe I get that all skills transfiguration on my ring, or maybe I get like a cooldown and that helps me out and just makes the build feel smoother, or something like that, right? And that we had like more pulls at the RNG level basically. And now it's like you get it so rarely, and it doesn't really seem to make these items like more exciting or something like that. It's not like, oh man, I finally got my mythic Etna and now I'm plugging out or something like that, right? It's just like I already had the item, I already had one with extremely good rolls, and now I have a mythic one with terrible rolls that is like very slightly better than my other one. So what's the point, right? So that's kind of like the summary, I guess, of how I feel about it. What's the point? And I really wouldn't mind to kind of just go back to the old Mythic system, and yeah, maybe it just needs some more cooking, basically. So this is like my verdict, I guess. The new Mythics don't really excite anyone, I feel. It's not just me, I think. I've seen other feedback from other people, and it's not really where it should be. I see a lot of people just being unhappy with the season, and people call it like, you know, the season of the Mythics. We got like Mythics 3.0, and, you know, no one actually finds the Mythics they want. A lot of people get debated, right? They go to the cube, they click on upgrade to Mythic, and they think, oh yeah, I'm gonna make my cool 2GA unique into a Mythic now, it's gonna be Pork, and then it just rolls into like some other trash item, and they didn't actually realize that before. Okay, you do that mistake once, but it's a really painful mistake, right? And it doesn't have to be this way, right? This could be renamed, this could be more clear, and people would understand. I've heard this literally 1,000 times, that people did exactly this mistake. I think that was a problem here for sure. And also, just kind of looking at what the crafted items mean, I think it's not such a bad idea to limit Mythic uniques in some way. There's like this like one crafted limit, and you know, you can choose what is your Mythic, basically. And I don't necessarily dislike this idea too much. In fact, I've been like an advocate for limiting Mythics in some way. For example, like, okay, you can have one Mythic equipped, that's it, you know, from anywhere. But this was obviously with the idea in mind that, you know, Mythics are insane, and, you know, like, you could even buff them in that case, right? Like, you know, the old Perdition, you know, pre-nerf Perdition, but maybe even better than that, you know, or something like this, right? Like a pre-nerf, like a Starless guys now, and you make it even better. But then, you know, have this one Giga item in your build, but you have to pick which one it is. So I think something like that would probably be like a much more interesting system than all these like watered down, you know, nerfed Perdition. Like, you know, most, like a lot of these Mythics also have just gotten a lot of competition now from regular items, right? Like a Grandfather, for example, that you can craft on a blacksmith, and then you have this like one Mythic limitation, is not even necessarily much of an upgrade for some builds, right? You can literally have builds where just a random legendary with a random aspect is just better, because, you know, everything is like so streamlined now. All the numbers are way larger on the aspects and all of the uniques, and Mythics are not necessarily even stronger. Looking at the Stardust Skies, it's a 50% damage multi. If you don't really profit from the resource part of the Stardust Skies, it's actually just a downgrade for your build, right? So you have to have a build where it just like really fits in, and you really need the resources, basically, and then you can kind of do something with this. And I feel like it would be more interesting if the Mythic pool was limited again to, you know, those, or maybe some other kind of like hand-selected items or something, or maybe just more cool Mythics that are just Mythic, and they don't even have like a unique version of them or something, and that do something special. Like, some of these items do something special, especially the blacksmith ones, right? But most of the other Mythics, yeah, okay, they don't do anything special. They're just slightly better than the original unique you already have. And I feel like that doesn't really excite anymore. So, yeah. Anyway, this is kind of like my verdict so far. I don't like it, I must say. So obviously, I'm enjoying blasting the season. I will do plenty of classes and plenty of builds. This is not the end of my season or something, you know. We still have some weeks to go, some rank 1s to get, and all that kind of stuff. But at least this didn't hit the mark. So this is just like sort of the feedback I can give for now. And hopefully we're gonna get some adjustments. At the very least, I would expect something like Eldering goes into the crafting table, and iconic mythics actually drop. So that would be a good start. I think in general, also like all of the seasonal stuff is like in need of a hotfix in terms of rewards. I think the boss itself is okay, but all of these ruptures are kind of trash. Like, no one really does them. Like, they're kind of just there to annoy you in the pit and so on. Like, you don't get anything from doing them. It's kind of weird. So I think the seasonal content itself is okay, but you don't have any rewards. Like, it's just like not really something you want to do. So that needs to be something that gets fixed. And then I guess we'll see. So there's probably going to be some update very soon. So right after this video, I guess we might have like a day or two, and maybe gonna get our first hotfixes and stuff like that. And usually they patch the game throughout the first few weeks of the season. So maybe some of the stuff is actually already getting addressed. I kind of also want to get this out here to show like what it's like basically on the higher end, on like the absolute cutting edge like grind basically. And it's rough out there. So this is what I can tell you. Either way, let me know your thoughts. I'm gonna leave you with that. So hope you enjoyed my video and my rambling, I guess. I'd be quite curious to hear what's your feedback, and now is like a good time, I guess, for feedback so that the devs can actually introduce something in the season before it's too late, basically. So let's see. And yeah, see you guys next time, I guess. All right. How's it okay if it gets 0 rewards from it? I meant, you know, the seasonal content itself is like, you know, it's a cool mechanic, you know, that's what I mean. It's fun to do, it just sucks, you know, that's what I meant. So, like, I don't want to do it because I don't get anything, it's just a waste of time. So I need to fix that part, and then it's good. Volatile dust farm. Materials reserve dungeon. Anyway, I'll start blasting, I guess. So what the fuck do we do now? I have to do this. I do that. Ding, ding. It was so long since I had Shadow Step on my barn, man. Holy. Shadow Shot.
Welcome to my home away from home.
I think it's gonna be fun to trigger some people, actually. Alright, war plans, guys. What is that even? It's been a while. What do we have to level? So, we are at... Okay, almost 6. On the city, okay. Level bosses, we had fine. Infernal Hordes, I need a lot. Okay, I have to like Giga focus Infernal Hordes, guys. Giga farm Infernal Hordes, okay. Let's go. Oops. Oh shit, we have the Trace of Echoes here. I need to run that actually. But let's do the escalation first. The best way to level Helltide to do war plans and just stay in Helltide doing events. Yeah, you get the Helltide to 2 for the maggots, and then you can basically just full send Helltide all the way to Paragon 300. Season 40 minutes was 2 months after expansion. Yes, they did pretty early. farming for erotic gems? You have one already? Nice. Yeah, I was trying to get full floors of erotic gems. It's like part of the reason why I did so many lab bosses with like all of the non-ancestral uniques showing and stuff. Actually, I need to filter them now though. Before I forget that. They're cooking something from BlizzCon? Yeah, they're absolutely cooking something from BlizzCon. Like, I guess Season 15 will be pretty huge, actually. Season 15 is 2 days after BlizzCon, the way it looks. So, they're absolutely going to announce some surprise there, I think. Do I do Emerald or Materials? Fuck. I guess Emerald is kind of exactly what you want. You need many of them. Diablo 5 and Diablo Immortal. It doesn't feel like the Seer Grind. Way more rewards. You mean escalation dungeons? Yeah, I mean... You can do Seer Grind a little bit. I did like Seer Grind a tiny bit early on, like 15 minutes or something, when I was in Torment 3. Just get a few gems, that was kind of nice. It was like a nice power spike basically at that point, like especially defensive. You there! I actually have to do 5 events, let's do them. Diablo 5 for PS6 only, okay. Druids already abusing snapshotting into dude, the druids are like completely fucked, man. I think they're stacking like 6 different bugs right now or some shit. Maybe from Yellow Dungeon Cache. That's hilarious actually. Ace of Spades did some boss testing, he didn't like the results either. Yeah, it's rough. I mean the gold and the souls, I like that. Yeah, this was pretty good for the boss session. But yeah, the mythics, oof. Tell me more. I don't have anything to say, it's just like if you look at the reliquary, you can see the reliquary duration, and usually that means the end of the season. And it's 2 days after BlizzCon. So yeah. I think I have to go and make the God the Age, and that's how we're gonna farm these dungeons. Maybe... Actually, I wonder if the Cursed Shrine event counts as an event. Or the Season Journey thing. Let's see. But I guess it's not... It does have this event icon, but it doesn't have the event circle, so... Is it better to masterwork weapon damage or crit damage on your main weapon? Paladin using shield charge. Shield charge does not use a weapon damage at all, it's a Thorns build. So in that case, you don't want that. Unless you're doing some weird, like, non-Thorn shield charge. But on a Paladin specifically, like on any build with a shield, weapon damage is actually double the value on the weapon. Because it gets doubled by the shield and you don't have to, like, pay the cost on the shield, basically. So it's actually really good on Paladin specifically, or maybe a Necro for shield. That's why I do 200B damage on Azarath post with OK gear. I've seen a screenshot of a 10 quadrillion Azarath explosion, so yeah. Druids are kind of funny right now. That was all Hellborn, man. What the fuck? And they're pretty beefy, dude. Actually tanky. Look at this shit. Opal's Reserve, I guess. Let's see how much the T3 Opal's Reserve actually gives us. You know, the Azarath is still bugged after I specifically said it was fixed. What was in the patch notes again for Azarath? Is Death Trap good enough to speed farm T12 escalation? Yes. What the hell? Yeah. I think the Paragon stuff, like, that ship has sailed. You know, they just made it, okay, only cold damage, only cold build, so I guess that's just the idea. I think it's the same thing with Azarath. It needs to be a freeze. These Hellborn are like 5 times tankier or 10 times tankier than the Butcher. He just melts. Butcher is a weakling compared to these Hellborn. They are just insane. Okay, it's like 500 obols. 780 obols. 570 obols. Okay. That's pretty good. Free splits are still shit against bosses and anything that doesn't freeze. Yeah, but I mean, Paragon is extremely powerful, so that kind of carries it basically, but yeah. For the pushing at least. But realistically, it kind of sucks the way it works right now. Like, they need to do something like Bane of Stricken that just works for everyone, and more consistently. And not just like Paragon, freeze shenanigans, and like fix cold builds across the board as well, right? But this whole like relying on freezing is not it. Cold builds across the board except Sork. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool if Sork had any cold builds. That'll be a good start, I think. I don't have that Mythic Sword. I just found 20 hours of their bosses, and I don't have it. Unfortunate. Those 3 layer keys. Wow. Maybe iconic mythics should have specific target sources. I think it would be cool if I could get the item that I want at all. That would be nice. But unfortunately, I cannot. There is no Eldarin. Ten cooldown, nice. Actually, that.
Taken apart. Left it down. Let's do it then. You know where to find me.
Skill issue, holy. I'm not sure if it's a skill issue actually. Oh look, you can see the stuff on the map now. Did they remove Eldoran? So they did not remove Eldoran. It can drop, but it doesn't. And you cannot craft it. I just went to Eternal and crafted 200 mythics and I did not get an Eldoran. It just doesn't exist. And Ava found one apparently as a drop. But I just did almost 2000 air bosses and I got 0 iconic drops. So I cannot craft it and I cannot find it. It's just gone basically. This is it. There's no Eldoran, guys. Material is stingy this season. Look at this. Seeing the stuff on the map, actually, you can find it. It's actually like in spots that I've never seen. Holy, this tiny little thing there. Yo, butter set. Thanks, man. Yeah, Eldoran was craftable last season. It wasn't a blacksmith pool. He couldn't get it from the jeweler, but he could get it from blacksmith last season, but now he can't. I guess it's not iconic enough. Unlucky. World boss, no hype. Sword tribute hype. My god. Yeah, sure. I have to do this thing here before I forget. Let's stand it. My boots I have retribution aspect. Otherwise you can do a curse touch for the wound. But if you're just farming and one-shotting everything kind of, then it's just like extra damage there basically if you kill everything in like 3 seconds. I have exploit glyph instead. Okay guys, lock in, 15 minutes. Trace of echoes. Benchot energy feels really bad on bosses. Do you have the Tibbard's Will? This is how you do it. And on bosses you run Ballista, you can't actually run out of resources with Ballista, look. You can just stand here and shoot. It literally doesn't go down. No lucky hits. With Shadow Shot it can kinda go down. You see if I just stand there and spam, it goes down a bit. And this is with no lucky hit. So it's just like for normal farming I do this and I run and I shadow step and stuff and it fills. Yeah, otherwise I was doing bosses earlier with overflow, you can try this. With like 1 resource gain or like an energy per second, that's also pretty good. Am I sure I could craft Eldoran last season? Yes. I had so many Eldorans. I'm pretty sure I crafted them. Because I rarely ever crafted runes. Wait, were they not craftable? Eldoran? I'm pretty sure it was craftable from the blacksmith. It was not on a jeweler specifically, I know that. But I'm pretty sure it was on a blacksmith. Am I tripping? Yeah. People are saying like exactly the opposite things. Dude, I'm pretty sure they were craftable. at the blacksmith, not at the jeweler, but at the blacksmith, the random caches. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying it was on blacksmith. Must have been a streamer client. Maybe actually. Hi Katya. How's it going? World Boss, Mythic Tributes, all today. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm stuck here now anyway. I would have to end this. I'm not going to World Boss, I guess. Oh, and then a Mythic Seal, 150 M gold. Holy. I want to try to 3-1 Mythic Seal and see what happens. And then I want to try to 3-1 an Etna with 2 crafted and 1 in real. I got a real Etna drop. And I wonder what happens when I do 2 crafted and 1 normal. Legendaries are not craftable with obos. Craftable, you mean like you can't gamble them for obos? And that's kind of the point, you know, gamble for legendary aspects, and I guess for crafting bases. Got a Mythic Kanjar, roll to dock. Yeah, Mythic Kanjar is kinda nice, a dock. I think I have one too somewhere, if I didn't salvage it. Dude, now that I know that I can't craft Eldarin, there's actually a bunch of mythics that I'm salty about having salvaged. Like, I tried so desperately to get a fucking sword, and it's just not there. Iconic mythics only from blacksmith? Yes. Well, you can find them apparently, but forget it. just forget it. If you have a build where there's like more than one iconic mythic, then, you know, take your pick, because you're not gonna get the second one. I crafted 200 on Eternal. With like a 1 in 8 chance. I thought about using Epoch, Fiora instead of Eldarin. What the fuck? Yeah, what I could do is maybe Orange Herald. Maybe I'll do that. Might be this might be an okay replacement. Maybe it's back to Torment 11, guys. Fuck it. We're gonna do Jar Ruin, an Orange Herald aspect, and we farm T11. We got Eldarin at home, guys. And we don't use the ultimate often enough for this. Well, I guess you could run the sentry thing, but it's also like super inconvenient, right? I have to like cycle my ultimate then all the time. Ugh. Like, you know, I just want to hold down Shadow Step and fly, right? So... I guess if you go like full ham on macro, you can actually like reset your concealment, and then that resets your sentry, and you just macro your entire skill bar. Sure, but I'm not doing that, so... You do 1, 2, 3. I may try it. But it seems inconvenient, to be honest. A boss power bug to kill other players will be so much fun on SSF World Boss. Yeah, man, when are the boss powers coming back? So we can PK. Not being able to get certain items is how 50% of casual players feel. Okay, but it's one thing to, you know, be a casual and play casually. And, you know, all that comes with that, right? Less efficiently, less hours, and so on. And another thing where, you know, I'm like over 100 hours in, and I have literally no hope of getting the item that I'm looking for. Playing literally the you know, the fastest thing, the most efficient route. And I could do this for another few hundred hours and probably not see the item, you know? That is quite crazy. Like, I can have expectations, alright? D2 rune drops. Yeah, they're funny. No, okay. We also don't. Okay, just have no expectations, guys. I mean, you know, if that is the goal and there's actually like, you know, a system behind it and stuff, sure. Right, like in PoE I also don't have the expectation of getting the items I want or something, right? Like I play SSF, I have no expectation of ever getting some of the crazy uniques and stuff. And sometimes I get it, right? I got a Mage Blood this league in SSF, you know, and I would never expect to get it ever again, you know? This is like my once in a lifetime Mage Blood, and there we go. And, okay. But, you know, at least so far in this game, we never had such a precedent outside of like Season 0 Mythics. That, you know, just literally didn't exist, right? Like, it's not just, you can't really expect them, like, they literally didn't even exist for anyone. Until like 1 month in, you got the first confirmed drop in the world, you know? So in that case, they're just not even in the game, right? So... But, you know, since then, we always had the expectation that he can get everything that you are putting enough time and effort in for, right? And I guess now that is not the case anymore. Like, I cannot expect I will finish the season with an Eldarin at this point. I can try to farm it again, you know, I can go for another 3 days Helltide session and then another 2000 bosses and see what happens. But I don't really want to. So is the game better without the expectation? I mean, it is cool that in PoE there are items that I could try to farm, but like, you know, I can't really hope for them, you know. Maybe it happens, right? Maybe there's like this one jackpot drop that you get at some point, and then it's gonna entice me like to actually make a build around it. But the thing is that in PoE these are like actually like big and build defining items and stuff like that, and here we don't really have that. You know, we don't really have like these sort of crazy uniques. Most of them are just like bigger number than the next best thing or something, right? And don't really do anything special. We have like the skill specific uniques that do that. Like if anything you would have to take these, right? You have to take the skill specific uniques and make those giga rare. And then you would maybe have this sort of like, you know, crazy moment of you're playing a build and then you find this thing for that build and you're like, pork man, I'm gonna try this build now, right? And it's gonna entice you to do something else. And you know, to break up the stale gameplay and like, you know, try another build and whatever, right? So I guess that would probably then make some sense. Zedek is. Yeah, but Zedek is like, it's kind of like a special item, right? It's like this one item that is like build defining. We don't have anything like that elsewhere. Like, okay, there's like Starless that comes somewhat close, and like Starless plus Lucian, I guess, but Lucian is just a normal item, you just get it, right? We don't really have much that is like hard to get and actually like really shaking up your build or something. And even Zedek is not hard to get, right? You literally take a few sparks from the season journey, right? You take the sparks from the season journey, you go to the blacksmith, and the average outcome is you probably have like 1 to 2 Zedeks, right? So it's not even hard to get that, basically. Same with like all the other like, iconics. It's like a problem of the Eldarin specifically that you can't craft it, I guess. So I want to go for that one and I can't, and that makes me salty. Mythic Charm and Zedek, Immortal Barb back. Yeah, I'm not planning to do any Zedek shenanigans, to be honest. I'm gonna play life-based build, I think. Pen over Heartseeker. It's interesting how many questions I get about Heartseeker lately. Where is that coming from? Anyway, Pen is pretty good, yeah. And it's generally a better build than Heartseeker, I would say, but not necessarily by much. Okay, anyway, so let's go back to this thing, and let's go this, yeah. I'm not really sure about this Shadow Clown Sentry thing. Goblin? Heartseeker was top of overall endgame tier list after Rogue, after ET. Oh, interesting. I think Pen is... Yeah, I mean, okay. Heartseeker is pretty insane. I played a bunch last season and it got better this time, so... Maybe it is actually better, but... I feel like Penshot is such a nice, smooth all-rounder, no cold shenanigans. Like Heartseeker, you can only play with cold, you cannot play poison. And it's just like, I'm just not the cold enjoyer right now. I like the consistency of the poison builds. They just work, and all the cold builds have like this issue with the stacker and stuff. Okay, it's time to click stuff. Maybe it's a bit early, but okay. At least we're not playing a Warlock this time. I just realized last season, every time I did like the Echoing Hatred, it was like a disaster, man, on Warlock. Because they kept killing my pets at the end. And I couldn't do anything. There's a gob. Okay, let's just finish this here. Okay, World Boss, we're 10 minutes late. I wonder if I can go there and find the World Boss still. Like some seasons ago, I managed to actually go 10 minutes late to a world boss and I got one. As that hardcore crossplay off, there's actually a chance. I'm gonna try. Just for fun. Where was it, guys? Where's the world boss? Exile is running Heartseeker, Doc, and he's farming 115 and 130. Yeah, that's like the God DH. Yeah, that's like the new build now. They made a set to actually work like God DH now properly. I got a Tybalt's Will. Pause or special Lampos quest lady. Okay. How do you close echoes? You just TP out. That's it. Why do I have one extra stash? Because I bought the Lord of Hatred expansion. Okay, target farm new mythics. No, the boss blue tables are not respected for the new mythics. It's full random. Lucky. I had one more than you. I guess you mean like the lost and found stash, yeah. I feel like Trails of Echoes needs to be sped up somehow, like the early waves. They need to give you like some skips. It just takes so long. Oh shit. We actually got a diamond mindfulness, that's funny. With sightless ultimate cooldown. Maybe. I did get a diamond mind last season as well from Trace of Echoes. So there's something there. Oh, me dude. What the fuck? Kinda good if you do applied alchemy. Death trap actually. Loot filter, by the way.
To break another's work.
For Tibbet's World, try to upgrade pants in the cube to unique. You can Gamba them or remove affixes. Do you have to have a 900? Yeah, you want 900 white item. It's not that hard though, because you just gamble for them most of the time and it's easy to get. And look, our friends. I'm collecting the XP globes. Actually, the XP globes give you a season rep still. And I totally forgot to check what season rep I got from killing 127 of the lair bosses. I have to remember the spots now, I vaguely remember. Easy cinders. I'm probably gonna trigger the thing though, unfortunately. Wait a second, why are these items still showing? Your boots have 96% movement speed. That's gonna be really nice, because reaching movement cap is not that easy actually on some builds. That was a good ring. It just has everything. Shit. I guess it's time to finally open Merle's bags. Uh-huh.
After a game of oh, nice. They can't all be winners, can they?
Look, we gambled a unique. It exists. What? Ah, I crafted them, right? Okay. I was like, what the hell? I made them. Okay, never mind.
An excellent head. Hey, well done you.
Ah, too bad this is legendary. Actually, we could chaotic this. Wait. We could chaotic this into another skill category, maybe. If we get lucky. Dude, it gave me... What? Only defense. Anyway, this is hopeless, I think. Need to be able to remove affixes.
You know where to find me.
It is not too bad to keep.
They can't all be winners, can they?
Taken apart. Left it down.
An what is that? They can't all be winners, can they?
Mm-hmm.
Step up to my anvil. Back to it then.
And thinking, nice. Hey, well done, you. It's an excellent. It's worth something. Hey, well done, you.
I'll be here, swinging away.
And you are legendary.
What is the laziest build in D4 right now? I'm not sure if Summon Bob's really lazy. Or in Bob, I guess. Oh, nice. Ding. Yo, Uncle John. Hello, guys.
Oh, we were just getting.
Thanks for raid, man. Is there best war points or standard tree I follow? Yes and yes.
Mainlander, what brings
Exclamation mark, war plans.
pity to break another's work?
We're actually getting aspects here, man. It's been a while since I saw an aspect upgrade. Holy. Kinda funny that I got a GA cooldown neck like 3000 obols in. That is wild. Oh my god, man. What the fuck? But you have to like chaotic reroll this and not to brick it, but okay. It's a legendary, unfortunately.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
I need space. Big time. In general, I need a lot of stuff. But most importantly, space. We can also like, start making some of these items here. How many of these daggers do I have sitting there? One. Etna. It actually allows you to upgrade to Mythic again on the same item. Oof. think I searched all these condemnations, right? This one is a found one. But I don't really want to feed to one condemnation necessarily. Actually, Nurge. I can try to say Eternal. High IQ guys only. How did I celebrate the 4th of July? I was farming their bosses for 17 hours. That was pretty good.
Step up to my anvil.
Hi.
Scotty craftsmanship.
Yo, Hugo Metal, thank you, man. Yo, Darkside in chat. Dude, you want to hang out a bit? Are you on? Crafted, wait. I will be fun if you're streaming. Are you streaming later? Yeah, we have a gem strength grandfather. 75% gem strength. It's still not terrible actually, right? Wait, is that actually real? Are the 200 gem strength still doubled? No, right? That's actually too high. Actually, I just realized that the old mythics don't have the same like glow here. You see, like there's like this, I don't know, what do you call this even? Animation. So, but then they messed up with the name color. Like the, you know, like here we have like this brown beige color, and this is like the real mythic color. It's kind of weird. Sprite. Soundtrack got nitro. Okay, so let me try this, guys. So here's an old grandfather. Not crafted. Here's 2 crafted. Okay, guys, I cannot try. I guess it's considered a different item. I can't actually do it. Unfortunate. What about this? Yeah, so like this, it keeps the crafted tag. Okay, so I have to actually try this on in season with like a new item. Yeah, it's like a legacy item. So I found an Etna and I don't want to use it because it's really bad. It has 3 useless stats. So it's like really terrible. So I'm not gonna use this here. So I'll stick it in a cube with 2 other crafted Etnas and see what happens. I actually could just use this one, right? This one is... it's not entirely useless and has a good transfiguration, to be honest. The attack speed is pretty legit, to be fair. No dot multi at all, but okay. It's not bad. I don't want to put this one, so I have to make one more. I have to get some unique daggers. Don't think I'm gonna do any Ashira's action. Someone mentioned earlier, maybe they will hotfix the Eldarin being craftable. Cope, but maybe. Anyway, it's time for some stuff. I don't think I'm gonna run Wild Splendor Dungeons anytime soon, actually. So I think we can safely salvage those. Okay, we have 2 mythic tributes. Then we have a Hell Tide after that. I should have done this at a better time when I had the Cinder Sniffs. Well, I can't be pick anything. More weapons will drop, that will surely help. Can you give a link to wall plans? Exclamation mark wall plans. Is this the pencil version you got in the description or something changed? No, this is the build. Well, something changed. I'm not running the weapon I want to run because I just can't get it. I have a random legendary now. But that's the build. Okay, any pranksters in chat? I think I'm so far at 2 mythic chests, no mythic. I've only done 1 run so far, so... Technically, all loot in this game is crafted. It's not like we're forging swords ourselves. Yeah, when are they gonna introduce Smith of Mephisto or something as a new playable class? Okay, no pranksters so far, unfortunate. You can salvage escalation keys at the blacksmith. I wonder if we actually sustain escalation sigils. If you like just run escalation, not do any wall plans, not do anything else, just send escalation. I'm not sure if you actually sustain them. All gear comes from here faster. Holy. There's a prankster. Okay, so we got at least 1. Escalations is give the same power as regular keys. And I guess you can't recycle them too hard. We do sustain them in an occasional strong room. Yeah, but I don't really want to do strong rooms. So, but now I'm just gonna like save sigils, I guess. But maybe it's fine if it's just like do a strong room here and there and I don't have to like try too hard to like save them up. Huge loot from our ambush friend. Rolling with the cube always targets GAs before other mods. You roll 20 rings, that first mod is targeted as always the GA. You can lock the GAs, by the way. If it's a 1 GA item, then you can go to the enchanter and de-enchant it and make no change, and the cube cannot touch it. So try that. At least on like the typical 1 GA items, this is like a very easy strat. And if it's like a multi-GA item, then chances are that you just go to the enchanter and roll the thing that you want, and you're done anyway, right? I made a new cube crafting tech video. I just didn't get a mythic, by the way. So we are at a 0 out of 4 chests with no mythic so far. With our mythic tributes. Very cool. Can you consider the new mythic items? Yes. The item did not change at all and no transfigure symbol. Are you sure you have the mods? Try again. It's unmodifiable. Are you sure you didn't get like an extra GA or something you didn't notice at first? Or you maybe replaced the stat with another stat? Mythics can now get stats replaced when you transfigure, apparently. The symbol should be there. Yeah, transfiguration symbol should show up on the item, yeah. Because of the cube thing. Why does my pension look so big? I don't know, that's just what it looks like. Which aspect is better for dog, neurotoxic or malice? Neurotoxic only if you like apply weaken pretty reliably. Not sure how you do that. Where did Darkside go? Actually, yeah, he said we can hang out, and then I was wondering, okay, are we gonna do it later when he's streaming? Did he say anything? He said can hop on disk. That was the last thing. Holy. That's an early hellworm. Oh. Hey, where's the big chest? Oh, it's over there behind the icon. Double move speed, GA, boost, hit cold damage, and dex. That's insane, actually. I'm not playing WSD most of the time. Yeah, but I mean, using the sentry to like every pack to like weaken them and stuff is also kind of. Keys. Wait, it's not their keys though, right? Can give you tributes then. Lesser tribute, tribute refinement. Okay, it's kinda whatever. Congratulations, Undercity has leveled up. Sick. I got 2 of them. Now I can do the attuned dust, that's good. That's good. Double escalation. Okay, I jammed Dark Side. Let's see what he says. Mythic is so bad. Yeah, I'm at 0 out of 4 Mythic so far. Like, 0 chest, 0 out of 4 chests. So I've run 2 builds of 2 chests. What is conviction? This is, you kill elites, you pick up globes, and then you get a chest at the end. And you lose the stacks when you get hit by elites. That's what the 9-dimensional wall plans. Can I at least get like any elite that gives me some? Okay, here. 3 conviction, huge. There, 1 attuned dust. Huge. Okay, why am I still seeing these uniques? They're not for... What? Oh. Ah, shit. Wait. It still shows when I do this. And now it hides these. I think what we can do is... maybe just up this. Okay, that works, I guess. Holy incoming call. Yo.
Yo.
How's it going, Die?
Good. I haven't made this many videos in the season in like a long time. I'm up to my 5th video now.
Oh, nice. Blasting, okay.
Yeah. Most recent one is probably the spin the win Heartseeker, which has been kind of nuts that people are liking a lot. I think this is something like you would like a lot because it's basically exactly like strafe weaving in like D3, Demon Hunter, God 6. Like you're literally getting extra arrows by like strafe weaving at the breakpoint. It works exactly the same way. It's
Okay.
actually quite nuts. Yeah, so like it increases your damage roughly about 2 tiers, but then you're so much more efficient because you can move and like it's a ton of fun to play. Like I can't imagine myself playing anything else right now.
Okay. Wait, is it actually just gonna become like the new Heartseeker guide now, or like what are we doing there?
So that's the thing. I made it a variant for now because people tend to not necessarily like to, kind of strafe weave sort of thing. You know how people tend to like to play the God 6 where it's kind of like you hold down right click and everything just dies. This is not that. Like you have to really fire the Heartseeker and strafe weave to kind of force the extra arrows out because the breakpoints are actually worse than what they were in Diablo 3. So like if you don't force the arrows yourself, in a sense, you're not going to really feel that damage bump. So because of that, I think having it as a variant and probably talking about it more in case people want to do that is kind of more sort of up to them. But I was actually, concerned about making the video about it because I'm like, oh man, people are gonna like hate this because it's like, oh man, this is just not hold down right click, kill everything. They're gonna be so mad at me when they have to realize that they have to strafe weave to really get the damage bonus off. But surprisingly enough, I've gotten a lot of great feedback about it. They're saying like it's like a ton of fun. They love it. It's definitely the best way to play Heartseeker by far.
Okay.
And the funny part about it is that I'm probably like you can do this on like any Narrow's Eye build. Like you can do it with like rapid fire as well. I think that actually would help rapid fire a lot because of all this stop and start animation issues that it tends to have.
Wait, so it's like I don't know, one basic, one rapid fire and repeat or something, or what? I do this every day.
Say what?
I need to
rapid
do
fire?
this. Yeah. Isn't it like a combo point build, I thought?
Yeah, I mean, because with Narrow's Eye, you're going to get all your combo points just from the basic itself, like the auto fire basics.
Ah, yeah, true,
so
actually.
So basically, you're just casting Heartseeker every 4 seconds, basically, at that point. So that would be a variant too, but I think it'll be really good on rapid fire as well. So that's been the new thing so far, and it's been crazy.
Wait, so you want to do like the Dance of Nice on rapid fire, or like what exactly is the plan?
So I mean, it'll be the same thing as I'm doing on Heartseeker, in a sense. You're just using Dance of Nice to be able to continue to get the basic attacks out because the basic attacks are still doing a lot of damage on rapid fire from the Narrow's Eye set. So you're still getting that bonus there. The biggest issue with rapid fire has been mobility. So if you take Dance of Knives and that becomes your mobility, and you don't have to worry about like being stuck in animation all the time because Dance of Knives will cancel it, then you just up your mobility a ton on like rapid fire itself.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's like more of a personal project. But definitely the spin to win Heartseeker thing is totally the play for Heartseeker.
Interesting. Yeah, I heard some people talk about it in my chat actually, and they were like going crazy at this. So kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. Matthias and Davis are doing most work on Rain of Arrows, like pushing the macro version, kind of seeing how far they can get with it. It's been frustrating because the Azarath and Pelgame bugs are still there. So trying to get it to work the proper way has been like rough because the Heartseeker pull is also considered a crowd control if it also pulls like a trash mob near like the boss. So let's say if you're doing it for like pit pushing, for example, right? Anything that's nearby, if it pulls, is considered a crowd control, and that can completely mess up your Azarath and your Paragon, stacks. So they've been, beating their head against the wall with pushing with that for now. But I think that's kind of mostly been it for rogues on our side.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm planning to push Roa as well. So I'm playing Pen right now, and then I'm gonna push Roa, so that's the plan right now, if I get the gear together. So I've been working on that. I got a ton of uniques now, so we'll see.
I think we mostly left Pen shot alone because we saw that you were doing it. And it's like, okay, yeah, Woody's taking care of that. We'll kind of focus on the other things that most people aren't paying attention to or seeing at the moment. So
I mean,
but
it's not really
this,
a different build from last season anyways. It's Pen is like kind of the same stuff, so.
right. The biggest thing so far this season has been when we're putting things on like the tier list, because like poison comes online way faster than any of the cold builds do, because the cold multis are just bigger, or the multis on like the cold builds are just bigger with the uniques becoming mythic, and it takes a while to kind of get those. Like Heartseeker is definitely one of those examples. So it's like when people are playing starting out, they'll say, oh, this build was so much stronger, at 70 than this build was. And it's true. Like if you're playing a poison build, like you can get it online like a lot faster than you would a cold build, and like get the results that you want a lot faster. But as you're progressing, the cold builds end up catching up, and in some cases surpassing, depending on the content. So it's like trying to find the way to accurately put that on like the tier list that we've been kind of talking about, because it's like, well, how long does it take before you realize, or before you get the benefits of playing a cold build in T12 or like later on, kind of thing. So that's kind of been our challenge this weekend between the rogues.
We need to add like a power curve, to every single build on the tier list, like like a pop up when you hover over, and then exactly at torrent 1, okay, it's gonna be this. At torrent 2, it's gonna, or like I don't know, like a time scale or something,
Because like when you think about it, like like poison dock and like poison pen shot, like those will like destroy very early. Like you can get that online, you feel that power like giga early, right? And then I won't say it tapers off, but like your progression slows a little bit in terms of your power. And cold is the exact
opposite. You don't want to use Scepter of the Free. Like there's an entire explanation about it, and it's like really shitty to use. So don't do that. So besides the dog stuff, I guess there's something else that on your radar right now that you want to do?
Not sure. Other than just playing the builds that I've written, I can't think of anything new that I want to do. I might actually play a different class at some point. Maybe. I know, shocker.
But, what the hell?
I know. I'm actually trying to figure out.
When was the last time you actually made an alt?
It was actually back in season 5. I made a druid.
Yeah.
I made a physical landslide druid, and it was actually a lot of fun. Like Boiler walked me through it, and he picked that build just for me because he says it's a lot of buttons to push, and I think you would like it. You would like it. I'm like, okay, cool. And it was fun. It really was. And that was the last time I ever made a class that wasn't rogue.
Funny. Okay.
Nah, but I would love to find some way to make like a Poison Heart Secret thing work, but it's just not. The numbers are not there. The math is not there. But who knows?
Yeah, Poison Heartseeker is rough because you want the extra arrows in this Nilthor set, right? And it doesn't work with the set.
Right. You have to go sightless, and like it just doesn't really. I mean, the only upside with like Heartseeker on like a sightless setup is like you proc Cal the Nameless more often because it just has high lucky hit, right? So like there's that benefit, but that's about it. But not, I don't think that's enough to warrant trying to make a variant of. Because at that point, you might as well just slot pin shot and get the same result. Not same result, sorry. Way better result. And get the same bouncing and piercing and stuff like that you give a Heart Seeker. Because at this point, you know, Eagle Horn with pin shot is just a fancier Heart Seeker visually, right? So it's just, if that's what you want, if that's a gameplay you want, you might as well just do that, right? So
Yeah, I see that. Many arrows all over the screen. There you go.
So outside of pushing for Rain of Arrows, what's your next plan?
I mean,
gonna-
it's gonna take me a while,
gonna
I
pull
guess,
out
to really get there. Like, I want to try to get the rank 1 for this leaderboard, basically, so we'll see how this will go. And,
You plan on doing any old school Twisting Blades? Just for the nostalgia?
yeah, I have a bunch of stuff. I have like
Audience will
some,
let us see.
I have some blurring blade shenanigans, like, you know, saved up and so on, so maybe I'll do it. But it's not really like high priority right now. I've played a bit of TB, like last season, and tried it and stuff, but
I'm just sad that it's in the state that it's in. Like we had so much hope for it last season, like when the expansion dropped and the Blade Dancer was like actually like fanning out a little bit, and Matthias just like, oh, this is like so much fun. Like when he was leveling, so there was so much hype built around it initially, and then
yeah,
about a week
I mean, it
later-
did change a little bit now, right? They made like the spiral thing now, basically. Like
Yeah.
it behaves a bit differently, and maybe that helps. But yeah, I guess there's like probably just more raw power. Maybe like whenever they fix the whole like cold shenanigans, then this might be nice. They fix
Yep,
yeah,
Mythic Seal drop.
funny.
I haven't seen one.
Just in the
I haven't
pit.
seen
Okay.
one this season.
Wait, you don't have one yet?
Nope.
Oh shit.
Not that any of the builds I play actually uses it, except for Random Arrows, but so like, what do you think Twisting Blades need? Is it just really just more raw damage, or
Yeah, I don't know. I think like, you know, I would like to play Twisting Blades as like cold or shadow, and not so much with poison. And then, you know, kind of make up for the melee by just killing stuff faster with cold instead of waiting for poison to do its thing. And in that case, you know, if cold was actually like good and like, you know, like in all situations, like against bosses and so on, then I think this would feel pretty good. And maybe they need to give it back like this old ramping mechanic of like the blades that you stack up. I think this is not there anymore, right? It's like you don't really have anything like that with the 8% damage multi. So I think that would be kind of nice. So he's like kind of like just melt a boss after a few seconds, kind of like. I mean, Blurring
something
Blade
I
is already
thought was
really
good.
cool. Like Blurring Blade has like this giga speed built in and so on. So that is like an advantage, I think. But yeah, it's kind of tough. I think it's mostly like the cold imbue problem, and maybe shadow imbue as well, right? If those things ever become useful, then this would be something where I feel like this would help TB to shine. So
Yeah.
maybe it's not a
So,
TB
like-
problem, it's like an imbue problem maybe.
Yeah. I mean, with this whole Azarath thing and Helgang thing is just, I don't know. They specifically said in the patch notes that these things are fixed. It's like, yep, these things are fixed. And we got your beta so hard. I might though. I might like. I think after everything, I'm done with everything on Rogue. I might actually make a TB Rogue.
Yeah, why not?
Just yeah. But yeah, like the only like decent bossing for like builds for cold would be like Rapid Fire and Heart Seeker, and that's just because of the mechanics. But you have to go like a bossing variant for it, where you remove frozen memories.
Yeah. I mean, okay, worst
Which is-
case, what you can do is like for a build like that is like, okay, you just play it on T11 instead of T12 and there you go or something, right? I mean, this is also an option. And at least you get to play it and have your fun, and yeah, why not, right?
Yeah, but like I know people just want to just do the thing on T12, right? Because bigger number better. So like on all the co-builds, I did like a boss and variant, which is literally just a swappable weapon. Just like change your frozen memories weapon to high velocity and you're done. And your bossing is like considerably better.
Yeah. That's what I had like last season as well, but I just went like frozen memories full time basically.
Chat's like, I miss the TB glory days.
Yeah, good times. Is Malphite coming back after he's coming? I mean, Malphite is dead. I don't think he can come back. But who knows? Maybe they can like find some lore explanation. He got some demon essence from absorbing the soul stone, and maybe he's getting deformed now, or something. Someone is offering us TB gloves now, but so are you playing SSF or are you playing in like normal? Die.
Oh, solo self found.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like everyone is just
Always
SSF.
from here on out, yeah, yep.
I haven't
I
like,
generally do that anyways. Like
Yeah.
most of the time when I play is usually solo anyway, so it feels normal.
yeah. But I don't know, I feel like all of the Maxor guys, like all the people I talk to, they're all like SSF anyway. There's not that many people that are actually playing like on the normal version basically. Like okay, like I think like in terms of the player base there is plenty of people, but at least like from the people I talk to, like the like blasters and Fury crafters, and like they're all SSF.
Do you think they should add perks to SSF, or do you think it's fine the way it is?
No, I don't think so. Like, I think if you do that, then it's gonna be like the situation where, you know, people kind of feel like they have to do it, but they also don't really want to do it. And, you know, it's like, they want to maybe sometimes play with others, and, you know, I don't know. I feel like there doesn't need to be perks in SSF. Like, this game is already, like, relatively well made for SSF, I guess, right?
So how do you feel? How do you feel about it in like last Epoch? Like, would you want something like that over in D4, or do you think that that's like too much?
Yeah, I mean, Last Epoch has a really cool system, but it also makes it so that in Last Epoch it's like the exact reverse. Right? Like no one is playing trade, everyone is playing SSF, and you know I don't mind that, but I think this is also not really what Blizzard is going for. Like, so. Like Last Epoch group play is like not a thing, and Last Epoch trade is also just like almost not a thing. So, you know, because they have such a good system, right? You can argue, okay, this is just like you know, like a mark of how well they did with SSF, basically. But on the other hand, I'm not sure if that's necessarily what they should be doing here.
Okay.
I think if we just get like enough ways to target farm stuff, and you know, not kind of get stuck somewhere basically in SSF, then that's fine. And we do have a lot of ways to target farm things, and in general, like the grind is, you know, relatively manageable, I guess, unless you want to hyper min max.
Except for right now, at the some of the mythic unique stuff. I think it's kind of wild that like that trying to target farm, like you could target farm your uniques, right? But you can't target farm that unique for mythic for the layer bosses. So I find that quite wild. That it drops at random like just in the same pool as everything else, despite the boss that you're killing. So I don't know how I feel about that. I
this
feel
is
like that's a bit rough.
Yeah, I feel like people want to like finish their gear, and you know, they feel like, okay, I need to get the best version of the item or something, right? And then I'm done, and okay, maybe we just have to accept that we just don't get it sometimes, and it's fine, right? Like, I don't really mind that, you know, I'm running a normal Eagle Horn instead of a mythic Eagle Horn right now or something. So the bigger problem is that some items, like, I just can't find them at all, like the iconic mythics. So after all this session, I just recorded a video on this, and like, I found a 0. I did not get a single iconic mythic after 2,000 bosses. So that is pretty
1,000
crazy. Epic.
bosses?
Yes, I just did 20 hours of their bosses non-stop basically yesterday and today, and yeah, that is the result, right? And that is a bit wild. Yeah, it's not just that I didn't get the one that I wanted, I got none of them, you know. So that's kind of crazy.
So it's like you didn't even get a chance to be disappointed, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then, you know, I learned actually, like, the Elden Ring can't be crafted at a blacksmith. Like, I literally cannot get that item right now, you know?
Yeah, I don't think we. Yeah, we could we do that last season?
Yeah,
We
we
kinda
could,
last
last season I could craft it. They couldn't craft it at the jeweler, but at the blacksmith, yeah, you can just do the random craft and you got Elden Rings. And then
Yeah.
it's just gone. Like, all my sparks is all wasted, yeah? Like, I did not realize that is actually the case.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Gemstone was nerfed. Yeah, it's not really worth it anymore. You want to get like elemental multi or something.
Hold on.
Yeah, Necron got a mythic from the yellow dungeon cache, man. Holy. That is something.
Well, the wife needs me, so
Okay.
gotta take off. Good talk.
Alright. Well, I guess I'll see you later, maybe, or something. Like, but yeah, maybe if we're streaming later, we can like continue or something. But
Yeah.
enjoy.
But yeah, I'll hop on tonight.
Alright.
All right. See you, chat.
Yep. Oh, that was Dark Side. A short adventure. I'm definitely gonna try this like God the Age build. Gonna be kind of fun. Greater lag keys. I'm gonna try that actually. Was hoping podcast. Try Matthias. And we just had Matthias on like the actual podcast for a while. But I guess you could hang out with him as well at some point. A lot of rogues. How about Chronics or something? Yeah, actually I asked Danger, so that's why our druid guy. I haven't had one like these with him. They are boss key. 3 of them. Okay. Anything else?
I'll be here, swinging away.
My stash is too full. Okay, how fast am I getting this attuned dust? I have 12. Oh boy. This will definitely be quite a session to get all this dust. Okay, here comes another mythic Undercity, guys. Any bets? Wasn't there 3J underground before I ported? Well, it'd be in a stash now, I guess. Let's see. Bets are 0. Nice. You know what? I think you're right. Mythic Mother's Embrace. I got one today, actually. I think. You wish you could get Holy Bolt to work like Heartseeker. That'd be funny, actually. I guess more realistic is something like Shield Bro, though. If you want that sort of mechanic. What is better, Wound Damage or All Skills on Amulet? That, I guess for most builds that will probably be Wound. But for a build like Poison Rogue, All Skills is double dipping basically on the ranks. So it might be skills even. Have to calculate that. I'll probably try to Grim Dawn, yeah. That's still a few weeks away. We have Hellclock before that and TLI, right? Okay, I don't think I got a Prankster, so this is not great here. Is it worth doing the Reaper boss? Yeah, Reaper boss is pretty good. Okay, we are 0 out of 5 now with Mythic Tributes. Cool. Why is the 12 Hell Tide so empty on players? What, are you complaining about that? That's what you want. You're holding on to mine. You think they're gonna patch the Mythic Tributes? Maybe. I'm gonna try to cope a little bit as well, I guess. Are the running strong rooms worth it? Well, they give you escalation sigils when you need them. Auto side, but that's not really a concern usually. And yeah, I guess a bunch will do it. It's not great to run Horadic strong rooms, but if you want the sigils, I guess that's not bad. Wait, these normal dungeon Obol chests are actually not that crazy. Those are kind of 30. Maybe you have to go into escalation, I guess. Buy a Steam account and log into your Battle.net account. You get to play alone. What? So I can actually log in here, but then I play on like the Steam server, I guess, and there's no one there. can choose to use an old account when buying on Steam. Okay. Will BlizzCon be a glimpse into Bale? I mean, don't be surprised if they don't announce the next expansion at BlizzCon. Unless they want to get it out like late next year, and then they're gonna announce it like at BlizzCon next year. I mean, that could happen, I guess. That they're gonna just hold off with announcing the next expansion now, and then, you know, if like the expansion is like December next year or something, and they're gonna announce it in September, I guess that works. If your D4 account gets banned and you bought on Steam, just link a new Battle.net, don't have to rebuy the game. Interesting. But how do you get banned though? How do you find gear for an alt? It only drops the same class stuff. You don't. You just make an alt and start blasting. And then you use your mats and your mythics and all the kind of stuff you have sitting around to progress faster, basically. Yeah, I'm not sure how much they're actually banning in before. Like, I guess they are fighting, you know, RNT, botting, cheating, and so on. But on the other hand, I've never really seen much about, like, ban waves, about, you know, cheaters getting nuked from leaderboards and from their accounts, and so on. So, you know, I feel like it's like all a complete Wild West. Maybe it's just like invisible and I just literally don't know. That is a lot of Hellborn, man. What is happening here? Unfortunate Honeybane. What are you gonna do about it? Wait, why did this guy just explode? What? He just died. Okay, I got like 3,000 obols here. It's not that terrible, actually. They're still banned in D3, but in D4, no ban.
Oh, look what the tide washed up. So many hearts, holy. Hello.
That's the pit, actually, and let's do Intercity. Yo, Ultra Muffin Gen. Thanks for playing, man. Is Tibbets will actually activated? No. It just doesn't drop from any boss. You have to find it randomly or make it with the cube. You should try that. Is Harlequin Crest better than Mythic Carl? Is it situational? I think Harlequin Crest is probably just like the overall better item. I don't really trust the Carl that much. Here and there I tried it and I feel like it doesn't really add that much. At least like in single target situations it just doesn't really seem to proc enough. And Harlequin is a bit more consistent there. I guess you could run one or the other, but it's hard to tell how much a Carl really does. What's the best boss kill in Oro1 founding build for Rogue? I'd say pen shots. Infernal Hordes, finally, yes. Unlock in, guys. Wicked. You're doing Armies of Dead. I played a bit of Armies of Dead last season, if that's still the same build of like the ghosts. You open a route in the training grounds, got cube muds and a goblin. Nice. Infuriating hordes. Owl plus 4th. And Fist of Fate doesn't have the big lucky hit anymore, so... Okay, it's just for the damage multi. Okay. I mean, when I calculated, like, Shaco was something like 35% DPS for my build. Maybe it's a bit less now, with like more ranks that I have and so on. I guess I could see again how much it is. Yeah, Face of Fate is not 150x, it's a 50% bonus, actually 50.5 to be precise. So it's actually a bit on the weak side for a unique charm. The typical unique charm is like 60, right? But if you have nothing else, I guess you can do that. Mythic Fist of Fate, on the other hand, is extremely good. Mythic Fist of Fate is like Giga. It goes from like a 50.5 damage buff to 97.5, I think. Or 98.5. Anyway, it's that's pretty good. Everyone's using 4th charm on leaderboard with Mythic Cowl. Yeah, it's because you don't really have much else, right? Like, what else are you gonna put as like a typical 60% charm? One thing you can do, I guess, is the Fist of the Iron Rose. So that's 30% attack speed and 60% multi, but only with the close enemies, right? Or at least you have to like attack in close range sometimes. So this might be too much of a struggle. Yeah, the reason why the Fist of Fate becomes so big is, you know, you have this effect where it's like, you know, okay, 1 to 300% damage, right? So that's like the baseline. So what happens is, you take the average, which is, you know, the minimum plus the maximum divided by 2. So that means you do 150.5% damage, which means it's a 50.5% buff, right? Because you do 100 already. So when you make it a mythic, that 300% maximum becomes 390%. And so it's 1 plus 390 divided by 2. So it's like 195.5. Yeah. And then minus 100. So it's a 95.5% bonus instead of a 50%. So the bonus gets like so much larger basically. And it's like a special thing with Fist of Fate because of, you know, how the power of this item is calculated with the average outcome. So there's actually like basically every single build in a game that doesn't have a unique glove or needs to have a very specific aspect for its utility or whatever, right, on the glove, basically goes Fist of Fate when you get a mythic. Like you can see in some of my Warlock guides that I made now for the season update and stuff. Fist of Fate is just like bits, basically, because it just beats typical 60% aspects by a mile. Which builds? Every build that doesn't have a unique love already, basically. Some would say they get 30% stronger. Yeah, but they don't, right? Like the Fist of Fate is nearly twice as good when you have it as a mythic. It's not 30% better. It gets significantly stronger from the mythic upgrade. Holy Chaos Waves, man. 4 Chaos Waves. Can I get a Bartok? If it's a good one? Maybe. It's not, in fact, a good one, it seems. A perfect Fist of Fate emblem, you mean charm? Yeah, a Fist of Fate charm is 50% damage. Or the Fist of Fate equipped. So you never equip, you would never use a Fist of Fate in this game right now, right? Because there's no build that doesn't have access to infinite amounts of 60% damage aspects, right? You just imprint 60% damage aspects and you will always beat Fist of Fate. But the Mythic Fist of Fate is way larger than 60%. So every build that doesn't have way larger aspects in high quantities will run Fist of Fate as a Mythic. Ah, shit. Igni is here with Q. I'll probably go Igni. But it's like, what kind of whatever. Type of resistance we need against Mephisto. Amethyst, Skull. I think there will be a patch mid-season to address mythic drops. I don't know about mythic drops. I could imagine they're gonna do some patch on Tuesday that is probably gonna be some sort of buff. There's probably also gonna be like an event starting for more loot and all that. And then we'll see, I guess. I have not updated my pen build guide. More loot, you're already defeating the town every kill. Oof. Maybe you want 10 waves? Yeah, I really want 10 waves, man. I'm so looking forward to 10 wave hordes. The bigger the number on the unique, the more you feel the benefit of being mythical. Yes, that's generally true. Like a Gold Slayer Crown, I got a Gold Slayer Crown Mythic. You know, it's 13% instead of 10. Wow. You know. But yeah, in terms of like Fist of Fate, it's like a special case, you know, because of how it works. We actually roll with Fist of Fate, roll damage or damage over time. You have to calculate that for your exact setup. I guess on Rogue it's likely it's gonna be Wuln because you have the extra weapons with the dot. Any Rogue builds run Rust Bittern? Yeah, you use it for bossing basically. I was using it earlier. Oh Jude, for the war plans I have a video actually. Wait, is 127 hardcore SF Necro? Tier 127? Oh, you got Azura for Roa, we got 10 waves. Don't worry, I got a mythic. We're good. Guide shows no weapon damage on Eagle. Is that intended? I can double check, but I guess. I mean, it's very hard to get such an Eagle, I guess, but it's yeah, it's probably just the best outcome. Weapon damage is not such a crazy stat, I think. But you can also just have decks instead, or like, you know, keep weapon damage and then remove decks or whatever. I'm not sure what I have there right now. I need to double check. I guess I should probably just keep the weapon damage. Because it's like a pre-rolled stat. And you usually have other things to worry about. That's a nice poison build. Any good? It's very good, yeah. That was literally my starter to go to T12 on day 1. I feel like Mephisto on T12 is so much harder than this season. Well, only if you played one of the Giga OP builds last season that got nerfed. Because they didn't actually change Mephisto. Ah, okay, no, I thought you were just playing hardcore, so you're doing both. Yeah, the poison builds only do dot damage. Yeah. Like your hits will actually do absolutely nothing. Like you won't even see them. No, we're not gonna get to 1k, I guess. A mythic eagle one with cold damage. I got one with physical damage and life on kill area. I was sick. Merely mandatory for resource? You mean Tibalds? It is possible to solve the resources. so you can watch my video where I explain this, but there's overflow, there's like a hit restore resource temporars. And Tibbos is also not hard to get, he can upgrade plants in the cube. It sees enemies in the pension build. I don't think I have a lot of CC in here. There's like a knockdown, I think, from this. Just save these. I mean, my mythic might not turn out great, so I think I need to start setting up my other builds a little bit, so I can actually clean my stash. Like, this is getting out of hand here. I have so much shit, so many mules, and so on.
Step up to my anvil. You know where to find me.
Can you just, like, show me where's my number engine? That would be cool. Here, apparently. Sometimes it's so hard to see, I feel. Yo, that's Galmot. In my Timis. Are superior keys tradable? I guess so. I think they all should be tradable. I mean, they're basically just the old husks. Is the teleport button? I think it will close the door. Does it work with escalation? Okay, maybe with escalation it doesn't close it because it can't open a new one. I can try this. Worst case solution sigil, I guess. Yeah, a normal one, so you can do is you can like press the button and it opens an evidence for you. You can check the affixes, and if you don't like them, you just use your own sigil. So that's what I do sometimes. This gives like another shot at getting a good affix, basically. Maybe get a prankster or some shit. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Also be alternative charm for penshot build, if not Tybalt's cowl, I guess. Yeah, there were some ancestral dungeon keys last season, but this was just a visual bug. Or like a UI bug. It didn't actually do anything. That was funny. I got 9 million gold from this chest, actually. Okay. Inspiration tier 2. Attuned. Oh god. Seems like it's gonna take a while here. I'll probably have to like salvage more of my uniques that I have gathered. Diamond materials. Sure. You gotta farm runes in another city. The minigun wolves. Yeah, the artillery gives your minions a shrine as well. It's kind of funny. But the artillery shrine doesn't mean do a lot of damage, so... What is it? What rune do you run if you haven't found sea lords yet? Wait, what does that have to do with the sea lord and the rune? Like, where's the connection? Pandemonium fragments are from the new boss. You have to get superior lair keys. And you also get from normal lair bosses when Belial spawns. Those lair bosses you get from Helltide maggots. A unique charm. I mean, just use whatever you have found if you don't have the right one. Anything that makes sense to you, I guess. Do I like to expand endgame chase with new mythics? Not really. I mean, I don't mind expanding the endgame chase, but I think this is not a great system. Man. The Pandemonium Fragment's actually guaranteed from the new boss, Fish Grease. It's always one. Okay, there it is. Etna. I'm gonna try our luck with this one. See what we hit.
You know where to find me.
Stones to cut.
Actually, we need to make this a GA tempo, right? Because if we hit GA, it could hit a tempo. But if we tempo it ourselves to GA, then this is fine. On the other hand, if it hits a GA, we probably don't want to use it anyway. Right? Nah, let's see. It's not that hard. See? Indestructible. Okay, sick.
That's it for that piece.
We try our luck with this one. This one has 3 terrible stats, but this one has only 2. So maybe.
What is a fate resist,
Oh shit. That was actually huge. Although, will I even run Etna on Rain of Arrows? I don't know yet. But it could help. At very least I could actually just use it right now. But yeah, this means I want to get another Etna to try this. Ah, fuck. This was the crafter run, right? Okay. This is the not crafter run, which is still awful. Okay. I want to try the 3 to 1. But I kind of want to keep this, and I kind of want to keep that. Let me see the Rain of Arrows. Here's a Vanquishing. Teammate a Scoundrel. He doesn't actually have cooldown on this thing, that's crazy. Yo, Ash, thanks by the way for the sub. I guess Vanquishing is pretty good. Can leave out anything else. He actually has Aftermath here. I actually have to have that, as well as those 2 unique rings. I guess worst case you can print like one-handers. And hit the cooldown. I should probably just equip the Etna for now with the cooldown. That's gonna feel kinda good. 7.5, 5.6.
Keep your treasures close.
Step up to my entity to break another's work.
Can I use my mythic pants? He does have concealment and sort of cooldown. It's not really saying anything against going Shrouded Gift, right? Yeah. Maybe say 28 is fine.
Step up to my end. In mana, hear the meat from scholars.
Oof. Got a min roll life here twice. Okay, this is not terrible.
Good luck, mainlander. It is done.
Welcome to my home away from home.
What to learn building in D4. I can start by reading all of our resource articles on Exile, in particular damage and defense mechanics and this sort of stuff. And then check out some of the guides to see what people are actually using and why. And then you can probably start making your own stuff. But you should know it comes with a lot of pain and suffering. What's the best I can legendary manuals? I haven't taught any since leveling. Yeah, I probably have them all. Fine. In T10 you certainly have all your manuals. Like a long time ago. There's not that many anymore. Cursed gold visual set. No, I don't want gold, I guess. Although I don't want to know how much it is. 775.6. I don't have tiers. Unlucky. I think you could figure out the build yourself for the most of it, but the Paragon bot you still can't do max roll. It's kind of funny because the Paragon is actually like the least complex part. Dude, imagine without this thing on the minimap, we would not see the shit. I wonder if I can go back now and click on the thing. I wonder if it's still there. Do I have enough? Oh, this is 14, okay. Carves and Enos is not deactivated. Okay, yeah, 776.2. Let's see this. $5 million. Wow. Half a gold reserve chest. Whoa. Optimizing Paragon feels like pain. Yeah, I didn't say that it's not painful to do Paragon, but it's easy. I think. You know, once you understand how Paragon boards are structured and what you go for and why, then it's very easy to make Paragon boards. It's just tedious. Where like the rest of the build, sure, you look for the big multipliers and try to see what works, but then, you know, first of all you have to do the testing, like does this thing actually work? Does it do what it says? You know, what is the combination of this and that? Does this actually do what it says? You know, you have to like go and like test all these mechanics. And you know, never trust the tooltip. So that was like the main issue, I guess. I'll be a B. Okay, we're back. Oh, I was muted. Okay. Yeah, we can check out the trailer real quick. And Nerdy, I just tried to answer this, but check if you have the item already equipped when you try to equip the charm.
It calls to me. A bounty beyond the pale. A curse in the deep.
Boat leak. Holy. Okay. Not really that much to see, I guess. Live reveal July 16 and play on 24th. So wait a second. I think 15th is Torchlight, right? And then isn't like the last week of July the Grim Dawn? They're fucking both, I guess. Let's talk.
It calls.
Here's the link. Alright. It's Boat League, apparently. Give me more than that 3 weeks prior to league start. Nah, this is like pretty standard. They always do like this like little teaser, the announcement of the announcement, and then they start like, you know, drip feeding little stuff. The 2 that PoE2 is easier and a lot easier to get into than PoE1. It is easier to get into, yeah. It's a harder game, but easier to get into, yeah. So... I will be distracted for 2 minutes, so I was gonna do this real quick. Manuel trying to go for leaderboard? Soonish. Okay. What's up with all these sigils here? Lying around in town. Anyway, Under City, huh? Let's do it. Cube mods. You're using Mighty Throwbar with Bane, it keeps glitching. Yeah, I think there's like a specific combo to like actually make that happen. Are you sure you have like the whole thing? I'm not playing Death Trap anymore. Nah, I played enough of it for now. I like this build. Yo, Tux, the lucky hit, like, sorry, the lucky hit inner sight thing is actually happening, but it just doesn't show the same animation as when you have inner sight selected. You can look at your resources, for example, not going down, and also you get the crit chance in your character sheet and so on, so it does trigger, but it's like not really consistent because of the 9% chance, it's not crazy. Yes, Tux. But it also, nothing should cost resources, so it doesn't have this glow. Odds. Holy hello, what wave. What's real gonna try Druid. I think my first real will be Barb or Sork, and then my second will be Sork or Barb. And then probably Druid or Paragon. But we are kind of far away from that right now. I'm still trying to like farm gear and min-max and stuff on this rogue. Yeah, I'm not sure if I really want to play Shred, to be honest. It has like 6 different bugs and snapshotting and everything and macros going on, like it's like completely fucked. But there's a bunch of stuff on Druid that's pretty good, that's been fun. I'm going to trade for reset? Hell nah. Although, I wouldn't mind doing like one character with a restart, but we'll probably just SSF anyway, basically. But, you know, like the fresh start experience is also kind of nice. And, you know, it's like good practice as well. So maybe I'll do that. Practice how many worms will be gone next season. Exactly. Now also it's just like the, you know, the progression, right, for the tournaments and stuff. It's also nice to see once more. How do you farm XP for free on Paragon? Yeah, the worms in Helltide. Those maggots. Oh shit, it's state trans. You got a GA? Oh god. Okay. Actually, I don't have that many of these materials. I think I made it more rare. I only have like 100. I can't actually just like full send everything like on weapons. I guess I shouldn't do this. Your city again. Will I push pit? Yes, but not that much. We're mostly gonna push the tower, so pit I'll probably push to something like 130 or something to like get my glyphs higher. And then maybe I'm gonna farm pit more for like maybe 135 glyphs or something. And then we're gonna do like the... Yeah, I guess we're gonna push around 135 in the tower or so. Maybe slightly lower. 132 to 135 I guess will be our target or so. Everyone say that Druid and Spiritmon will be top and the Barb is bad. Well, then we can confidently conclude they are cooked. That's why I have more than 30 hours playing. Yeah, I slept. You cannot get a super filter to show an item with the right stats on it. Just make, I mean, there's not that many different conditions and stuff, right? Just make sure that you don't have like a rule overriding it. You know, the higher rules supersede the lower rules. Stuff like that. I got one pranks, I guess. Army of the Dead Necro. I tried it a little bit last season. It's actually a kind of funny build. Okay, now I wanted to try this. What happens if I press F5? Does it teleport me to escalation? Yes. I know Harlequin Crest. Well, first of all, you want to find one of them. What? Cold, Imbue, and random affix. Sick Shaco. Let's go. Crux. I have so many Cruxes, man. What am I gonna do with them? I wonder if they're gonna buff Mephisto. They haven't buffed Mephisto like the entire time until now, but cope. Maybe they will. Gold, gold, rupture. Oh my god. I mean, I could put this, I guess. How to farm gold? I may know a way or two. For example, render your legendary seals. You can farm many of them from their bosses. And use the golden horde in the levels 3. And farm their bosses. And completely forget that Vile Splendor exists. Most importantly. Gold reserve turns is also not bad. I get like 10 million a pop here right now from each chest. Ah, event. Let's do it. Does Shadow Clone work with impuments now? Yesn't. So it does do that when you have the imitate impument aspect, but it doesn't benefit from impument potency, which makes it not great for like Spellbound Steel set or, you know, some of these tempers that we have. Oh my god, how many Hellborn are here? What is happening? They're gonna kill me. Are you serious? Also, this guy just vanished. Where did he go? What? What is that? Where did he teleport? Where is he? You got DC. I mean, there are player characters, so seems legit. Yo, Photo Joe. Nice, man. Wait, did he beat Snail? I know Snail was number 1. He got like some crazy rent build going or something. Don't think the ult and the chest at the end are worth it. The chest is very good, it gives you attuned dust, and that is very hard resource to get. That is why I want it, for the attuned dust. What is going on here?
I don't know. Did you order it?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure.
Where's the tab?
Okay. The top secret conversation. So I was trying to order some midnight snack. It turns out that when Nini visited her mom the other day, she was ordering something there and set the eFood address to her mom. And now she's gonna get delivery in the middle of the night. Oof. That's gonna be great. Ugh. Oops. You seem a bit far from this address. Are you sure you're here? Well, I guess they don't check like my actual location based on my IP or something, right? They just, you know, it's just like the address that is set to, and there you go. So, I mean, I guess it's technically in driving distance. It's like it's not that far. It's like on empty streets, probably like half an hour or something. No, but still. That's quite far. I think in kilometers it's like 20 kilometers or something. I mean, for the food delivery it's definitely far, but you know, I could imagine that there's actually, you know, restaurants that drive so far sometimes. So I don't know. Monsters without evading. Does this thing end when the run ends, I wonder? Well, it doesn't show the objective anymore, so kinda sus. See, I certainly didn't kill 100 monsters. Where's the Artificer Stones? You get Artificer Stones, right? 171, okay, let's see. Do you see the stones and stuff, man? Even with the map showing me where they are, I'm probably clicking them, man. It's crazy. So wait a second, did this thing just like eat my Artificer Stones? And they don't get it back, or what? 171? Definitely killed 100 by now. I think it just ate my Artificer Stones. Unlucky. I'm gonna pay attention to this next time this happens. Yeah, didn't get anything. After 9 years of not owning a PC, why did it cost 6,200 now? Ah, that was tough. Which poison build is better, this or Doc? Pretty much similar performance. What?
Eu vou capar dele.
Man, do I love the season mechanic in the pit with no bubble. Let's go. Let's upgrade our glyphs, guys. We can do it. It will only take me the equivalent of another pit run until I can actually do it. But minor details. Okay. We cleared the area.
Let us plan our next move. Perhaps another course. Yes. Let's reconsider.
We still have to do some layer boss stuff actually, so I guess.
Quite well, my friend. Now then, where would you begin?
Okay, what are all the glyphs I will need? I need to like double check that actually at some point. You got the breakpoints on the death trap build, but the infinite shadow step isn't infinite. How much cooldown do you have? And like on your death trap and on your shadow step? $15 and 3. Well, did you choose the right upgrade on your shadow step? Have you tried that? Auto battle was removed. If you die in a guardian, now its HP doesn't reset back to full. Interesting. Okay. I need 5 different cooldowns and one being GA, or was it 4? I'm not sure exactly, but you need a lot of cooldown. But you have like also extra cooldown now. There's like, you know, on the pants for the death trap, on the weapon for death trap, they put a cooldown there to actually make this more feasible. So they were actually pretty smart about some of those unique changes. The rogue guys did a good job, I guess. What's the fastest way to farm for reroll and change item? You mean cube mods? Materials, reserve, night management. More plus skills, you want an amulet if you can't get all skills. You can get all skills. You should watch my video. I released one earlier today. But besides that, I guess... Wait, is there core ranks? Marksman ranks? I don't know, whatever works basically for your skill. Imbuement is also a thing, I guess. So I might do Devious actually. Let's have this one. Rob told the best way to farm gold this season is to sell seals. Oh, that's like one way. I'm also selling seals, but you certainly get a lot of gold very fast, actually farming gold. My poison spray one is insane in pit by killing T12 bosses meh. Did you try to use the Zig bug because that helps a lot with bosses? Yeah, gold reserve dungeons is something you can do. The lair bosses with the golden horde, or whatever it's called. This thing here. So this is like 10 million a pop. See here? 845. 866, so I got 21 million gold. And 2 seals. So this is almost 50 million for 1 kill. Although 2 seals is a bit optimistic. I think the average is like 1 seal, but you know. It's still like, it's like 30 to 40 million a kill with 2 chests. Oh look, I got conceded. That reminds me, I actually want to try Orange Herald. On the other hand, I think I kind of want the damage, so we're not that OP. What about Glynn's Anvil? Never got an upgrade there, apparently. Greek. Tell me how the tick bug was fixed on PTR and then broken again on live. Well, it's complicated. Hello.
Hello, Spa.
Yeah. I'm not the only one who can speedrun here, it seems.
What?
I'm not the only one who can speedrun around here, it seems.
Ah, good.
And it's crazy how many zeros they can add on these drinks these days. 0 caffeine, 0 sugar, 0 calories. At some point we're gonna get 0 H2O. Insane. Am I sponsored by Coca-Cola? Sadly not. But I like them. You 266 Paragon have 0 scrolls. Really? That is insane. I don't have many, but that is insane. I think I used 1. I used 1 or 2, I think. So I got 9 or 10, I think. Oh, we had a wink earlier from Wild Machine, I hear. Anyway, I start blasting. So if I press now, the button, will it close? No, it still goes to my dungeon, right? Okay guys, we got fries here. Turns out. And this. But somehow a piece is missing. I'm not sure where that went. The fastest way to get the real mats is materials, reserved dungeons. Chris. This affix. Look. You have these chests. Look. Get prisons and stuff and dust. Grüße. You have a guide for after level 70 progress? Yes. I made like how to get to T12 in 1 day video like a few days ago. You can check that on YouTube. Also have like a bunch of other stuff like, you know, how to farm stuff. So you can check my YouTube. I've already put out a bunch of videos for this current season. You imagine if people check my YouTube before coming here with questions? That would be a disaster, actually. You know, if they come here first, it's like yoink, +1. If they just check my YouTube, they will never come here my stream. What am I gonna do? Blast in peace? No, no, no. We're calling Ava, guys. It's our nightly
Hello.
hangout. Oh, hello. Welcome to our nightly hangout, I guess.
Hey, I mean, why stop something that is obviously like a absolutely fantastic concept, right? Let me just fix so that people can hear you too.
Are you alive?
Yeah, I've been live for 11 hours now.
Okay, gaming. Alright.
Absolute gaming. Okay, people can hear you now as well.
Okay, hello. What's up?
Hello,
And thanks you for tomorrow.
Do you want to do the stream together thing for shared chat, or?
Very funny because everyone was sleeping. Everyone. They were all running around, panicking.
One sec.
In their underwear.
Oh my god.
And there was always, every time I sent something there, or I wrote something there, there was always a note, treated by Vicky. This is a treat by Vicky. And they always announce that every time they go there. And I was explaining to them yesterday.
I saw there was like a weird comment,
Yeah.
but it was, I think, translated in a very weird
Yeah,
way.
no, it has stayed there forever because I sent a cake there once, my mom's birthday, 3 years ago. And every time I ordered something there in Moscato, the
I mean, it would be
dude
an
comes
interesting job,
happily and
sure.
announces it's treated by Vicky.
But I have other stuff lined up right now,
And
so.
yesterday he came to me, I had forgotten about
Not right
Vicky.
now.
Wait,
He
Ava,
was-
1 second, I need to press push to talk so that Ava can hear this too.
Okay,
No,
I don't want to explain that.
okay. Anyway.
It's a very long story.
Anyway, so about, sorry Ava, I just had like a funny little incident here, right before we started this, which is that I ordered some food, you know, little midnight snack, and Nini had changed the address to her mom's, which she doesn't live that far away. She visited her like two days ago. And so, like in the middle of the night, they just got the order sent there, and I didn't realize this when I did the order. I was like, where the fuck are these guys? Now, like, they all woke up, and you know, suddenly they have like a food delivery in the middle of the night. Oh man, yeah, that's great.
That is funny as hell. What the hell?
Yeah,
So did-
Everyone's happy with free food
yeah.
in the middle of the night.
Isn't food not gonna arrive then? Do you have to go get it something, or?
No, it did arrive apparently, so it's all
Oh, it
fine.
did
But you know, like they woke up like the entire house basically, and everyone was like upset, and it was like
Oh,
it
no.
was you know, just for me, right? It wasn't like really a whole family meal or something. But at least someone is happy, I guess. So
You got your food, they got their food.
yeah. What's
This
up?
is mine.
If you want,
Was this from my side or your side?
mine.
Sure.
I'm sure.
Where's your glass?
There's no glass. Okay, Nini stole my water, guys. Unlucky.
Oh no. You got unlucky.
Anyway, so that was my recent evening, at least so far. So, how have you been?
I've been pretty good. I bricked a pair of really good beastfall boots, so I like Angie farmed another pair. Or not really Angie farmed. I just realized like, okay, crap. I'll just have to fix this, right? And then I randomly got a pair of mythic ones. So I was like, okay. I mean, I guess that sorts it out.
I mean, I have like 2 or 3 mules of beastfall boots right now. So that's kind of good.
Pumping it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm super out of attuned dust, so, you know, like, I was just giga farming this boss session, so that I would hopefully get my Eldarin, but as it turns out, Eldarin just does not exist, besides for you. You're like the only person, I guess, that has one.
True.
Yeah, like, you literally cannot craft it. Like, I got, like, from these 2,000, almost 2,000 boss kills, I got, I don't know, maybe 100 mythics, 0 iconic mythics. And I also, you can't craft it. I went on Eternal and I crafted like 200 mythics and there's no Eldarin. Like, you can't get it from Blacksmith. I don't know, man. So that was my experience.
unlucky.
And now I'm like, okay, it's been like, you know, 2 days later and I'm here and I just did not progress. I did not get my weapon. Like, after all these bosses. That's great, man. Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking unlucky. I'm trying to figure out like which Roa build is actually better, but I don't have the gear to do the like poison one yet. I've been playing with the cold one like all day today.
And the cold one better be better because I have a mythic Pelgane and a mythic Scoundrel. So that build has to be
That is
better.
kind of crazy.
Yeah. I got a lot of mythics
I did-
actually, turns out.
Nice. I got basically my my highest tier so far is 130. So I'm currently rank 15 on leaderboard.
Nice, okay.
And I don't know. I think with gear and stuff, like 131 is definitely possible for me. But like I don't know how Matthias hacks his way into like 133 with a cooldown version. My brain is he's going the I think lower cooldown version with narrow eye. But I was trying
I'm
to
gonna
go the
call again real quick.
300.
We're gonna
Alright,
get danger in here.
Alright, do it. Let's see. Hello.
Hello?
Okay, it works.
I also sent an invite for the shared chat and stuff.
Alright. Let's get in here.
Wait, so you said Matthias is playing like not in the Giga version or what?
Yeah, he's not even doing the Giga version now.
Oh shit, okay. Fuck. And that is with the cooldown transfigure on his crossbow.
Yeah, but like, yeah. I mean, you kind of want one cooldown transfigure somewhere if you want to do the 300 version.
Crazy.
Because it's like it's so ass to get. But like I'm starting to think that Harlequin is just like Shaco is just so goated. But getting a Shaco with GA cooldown reduction, oof.
Wait, why is that so important?
Meeting the marksman skill breakpoint.
Ah, for the 6 ranks, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't really get any ranks anywhere else, but... I mean, if you put the thing on the neck, isn't that like relatively easy to get enough ranks?
Well, it depends on if you're doing the 300 version or if you're doing the 225 version.
Ah,
You need
okay, so we
20.
go for... Okay, 300 energy, I see now. Alright.
Yeah, so it's like giga steep. Like my charms are ridiculous right now. I have one. Okay, this is the wrong setup. I'm looking at my dock shenanigans
How's
right
it
now.
going, guys?
Hey.
Oh, he's here. Hello, danger.
How's my mic? How do I sound?
Seems good.
Sound good to me.
Okay, chat, this is Danger who just joined. He's our one and only druid guy. Kind of. We have 1.5 druids, I guess. We have Panda as well, but he's our main druid on max roll.
The
Thanks,
one
Sandra,
that
in chat.
remains.
Wait, you muted?
Oh where do we turn
No, I'm not
on
muted.
shared chat? There we go. Wait, I can't start it. You have to start it. I think we do. Wait, it works here. What the hell? Why is it
Yeah,
not
you want me
working
to
on?
lower my mic, or is my sound okay?
Sounds fine.
No, it's fine. I tuned you up a little bit, but it's fine. How's it going, Danger?
Well, Shadow Blaster number 44 logged in. Ready to go.
Uh-oh. Wait, I'm coming to hardcore SSF?
No, but maybe later.
Oh.
Yeah, I still got a lot of things to do. But we'll see how the patch notes change things, and if nothing changes, then you'll see me be a Spiritborn. I'll lose some weight and I'll be a Spiritborn.
The jungle druid, yeah.
Why is shared chat not working with me right now? For me. Have you enabled it, Woody?
I did now. Yeah, I was in a horde when we started this, so...
Gotcha.
Okay, chat is on, guys. Are we in danger with danger? Uh-oh. Who knows, maybe.
How are you guys enjoying the season so far?
I'm having a blast. I've been...
It was... Gone.
Yeah, just, you know, I've been like on the rogue. And I kind of enjoy doing like the full min-max grind, basically, right? And I haven't really done it like this lately. So I was like doing a lot of like, you know, build crafting and build re-rolling and stuff last time. But now I'm kind of just chilling on like one build and, you know, just trying to squeeze it as much as I can, and it's kind of fun. And then preparing for the push, basically. It's a bit like Season 11 again, where I was doing like the prep for the push and with the sanctifications. So it's a bit like that, and it's kind of cool. I know.
Oh, I love it. I'm in love with it.
Okay, because Druid is like nice and
I'm
stuff.
sarcastic.
Okay.
No, I mean it's okay. I mean, yeah, it's not the most exciting season, but they did flip the class balance a little bit on its head with all these bugs, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that went. Like, you know, suddenly, like, Druids blasting. How many different bugs have we counted now?
Oof. How many hours do you have?
I'm gonna be here for a while.
Yeah.
The Shadow
Well,
Blast.
so far it's not looking like at least one of them will get fixed, unfortunately.
What?
It's like, you know, those gifs where people like slam huge piles of papers on somebody's desk. That's like your average report to Blizzard of
Danger coming in with the bug report. Bam.
yeah, slamming like a 500-page dissertation on there.
Yeah. Fix this by Tuesday morning.
Yep. And then they turn around with like the Bugs Bunny. No. That's how it feels.
Someone is like, Paladin stare. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's the
Paladin's
season,
perfect,
Paladins, guys? Do we have Paladins in chat?
Paladins
have
at least had a
Paladins
good
in chat.
season. They had a good, like an actual, you know, everything dies instantly with Orodin. We've never actually had a good season on Druid. I'm just saying. Going
We've
up
never had a good season of Druid. Guys kind of
on...
sus.
No.
Oh, I mean, you had like
Like, to
season
the
5
level
with
of
Stormstide. Yeah, okay, not Orodin, but you know, Orodin is also not the norm, right?
Or like to the level of like, what was it, Spiritborn with like Quillbone? Right, when it's bugs, we're like 5 pit tiers above barbs, or like 3 pit tiers above barbs.
Isn't that like literally the history of like Rogue as well, though? It's like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
Rogue at least is like very fluid class. I like Rogue. I actually played Rogue before I started playing Druid.
Dude, I see Matthias
Oh,
is streaming. You have to get him in here, I think.
So we technically have like 3 Rogue players in this party right now.
let's get the fourth and do an impromptu podcast.
We're all Rogue players undercover.
Nah, I just went to his chat to type !build, and I realized he's actually online. So, I mean, let's just get him.
I'm tired, boss.
He just started 1.5 hours ago, so not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, we were meant to do a podcast and we all kind of forgot. So this is like an impromptu mini podcast, I guess, with the boys.
Like the other podcast we did, where we logged in to chat and then we talked for like 6 hours or something like that.
Yeah, that's basically how it works, right? Just kidnap the boys and then just vibe.
Oh, wait a second. His build command now links to the Maxwell guide. So do we have both versions in there now with the cold? Oh, it's in there. Okay.
Cold.
Hello?
Hey!
Hello, Matthias.
Is this an accident or am I supposed to be here?
You're supposed
Well-
to be here. What do you mean? It's never an accident we get you in there.
I was just curious about the build, so I went to a chat to type !build, and then I realized, okay, you're online, so let's just get you in here. So, we were just hanging out.
Nice. Okay.
Do you remember that we were supposed to do a podcast today, Matthias?
No, I didn't know that we were supposed to do a podcast today.
Okay.
And who are we? Like Die? And...
You, me, die, like we normally do.
Okay.
And then we kind of forgot.
Yeah.
I think Dai was
Sunday.
around here earlier, right?
Yeah, he was on my,
Yeah,
on my
yeah.
stream for like half an hour or something earlier.
It was the shortest like a collaboration stream I've watched. Usually you guys sit for like 3 hours and talk. That was just like, I like Heartseeker, bye.
Yeah, basically.
Goodbye. That does sound like
We can
a
get
die,
him.
to be honest.
I sent you an invite for a shared stream if you want, Matthias.
Oh, sure.
No, it's here in chat actually. Thanks to speak that.
Full rogue party.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
SSF my
Lovely
ass,
rogue.
dude. Yeah.
There's a world boss in 1 minute.
Yeah, let's go. Party up.
Solo self.
Okay, is it possible to do? I'm gonna try tier 12. I haven't been able to get one down yet.
I did a 145 Wandering Death in T12
Oh, there's like 4 people here.
with Penshot. Wait, what?
It's like 4 people here.
That is
I've
insane.
never seen people. Yeah.
Okay, now we have
Horses are
Matthias
rolling
as
in.
chat too.
Okay. Cool. Nice.
So, Matthias,
What's up?
the tech of like waiting and then shooting with arrow stuff, like or like doing the shadow step tech and then blasting, not worth it. Not worth it at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, that was my conclusion when I tried it. Why
Yep.
do you say that?
No, because you, like you said, you have like
Yeah.
5 rain of arrows going into the stagger is much better, but like depending on the big gamba of will my Ashwrath now trigger or not is like the most tilting thing I've ever played in my goddamn life.
I know. It's not great.
Fuck, and I'm gearing up for this.
Yeah. It's the cost of entry to get a lot of damage, apparently.
I mean, but it's fine. You have like you're just printing time, right? Like you just log in and then like eventually you will get into the situation where you just high roll every single time. You just get rank 1, easy peace.
I mean, like hardcore rank 1, you can do 120 and you win, right? So you're fine.
You log
yeah.
on, get to max level, and you're like, yes, rank 1.
Dude, the Spiritborn ranks at the in like the first days of the tower were actually like that, man. There was like I think for the first like 24 hours or 48 hours on Spiritborn, the highest was like 102 or some shit. Like I don't know. That was crazy. And meanwhile on softcore, the Spiritborns were like 35 tiers higher or something.
Yeah.
Like if you want to get rank 1, you go Spiritborn on hardcore. For some reason, no one is doing Spiritborn on hardcore. It's crazy.
No
I mean,
one's
it
doing
used to be
Spirit
pretty bad in
anymore,
Verse of
period.
Hated, but it's not really that bad anymore on hardcore, I think. So Spiritborn has definitely gotten quite upgraded on the defensive side, I think. Also, I cannot kill this world boss. Unlucky. I'm going.
Best Mephisto killer for rogue, I'd say Rain of Arrows. Mine dies is in 5 seconds. I skip the phases. Even like I don't know if you guys have tried Rain of Arrows on the second phase of Mephisto. He doesn't even land like when he all the little black circles. Like he doesn't even have time to cast that effect. He just like dies. It's a very satisfying time.
What the fuck?
I think
Yep.
I don't know if it has to do with the size of hitboxes or something, but certain bosses just instantly die with Rain of Arrows.
They're
What
just
I
playing in the
don't
tower
understand
too, right?
Yeah. I don't
Wait.
understand why you're doing so much more damage to me though, Matthias. Like it's actually crazy.
I'm good at the game. Just kidding.
Listen, asshole.
No, I mean I have a boss setup like Ruspin and stuff. I don't know if you tried that.
Yeah, I do as well. But like, I'm just looking at your like, you 133 and me. I did 130 today, right? Like it's literally double my damage. I don't get it. Because like anecdotally,
Yeah.
you're saying Mephisto dies in like that time. That's like, oh fuck, that's also double my damage.
Do you have a Mythic Scoundrel's Kiss?
No, but that's only 30% damage.
Okay. I don't know.
I have a question
I don't
actually
know
while we added. So
Yeah.
the Gladiator's Triumph glove, like, is that actually really doing a lot? Like, what's the point of this?
So I'm I'm bad at testing things officially and like sitting at a training dummy room. I just like go into and push, and experientially based on my gameplay, I feel like my damage is the highest with this. Like I feel like I've tried every charm. Tried Etna's, I tried like 60%ers, tried a bit of Fist of Fate, different things. I'm not like I can't confirm other than like it felt really good to have gladiators. I'm just assuming that it works because Rain of Arrows has a lot of hits.
Yeah,
So
but I
it would,
mean,
like, not-
exactly, right? Only the first hit is buffed against the target, right? So it's like,
No,
what
no,
are
no,
we
no, no,
doing
no,
here?
no, no, no,
The
no, no,
opposite.
no, no, no.
No?
Opposite.
What? Wait, let me check this again.
No, so there's two different effects. It's the first hit, it will always be a crit or something, like against new ammunition.
Ah, okay, so
And
the first hit, okay, so the first hit, it triggers the 120% bonus for the rest of the skill, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Oh.
it changed it to, if I recall correctly. That's why it's
Yeah,
so good
that-
for Iron Storm.
Yeah, that is okay. Then this is actually very good. Yeah, okay, I see that. What the fuck?
But it's also like you need to have close to 100% crit chance, because obviously like the first one works like that, but like the second time you're gonna do like a shot, right? Like that's not gonna be guaranteed crit. So you need to have very high crit chance for it to average higher.
Wait, why does that matter?
Because if the first hit is guaranteed crit, then that entire cell, like that one shot, is gonna be buffed, right? But the next time you shoot Rain of Arrows, that is not a guaranteed crit anymore, right? So if you don't crit on the first
same
cell, it'll be
enemy.
straight to the second. Yeah.
Ah, I see. Okay, I didn't realize it worked like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's not a
So-
big problem because I have like 90% crit chance, but yeah, that would be a struggle if you don't have high crit chance.
How many hits do you actually get on average per cast? Like, how many arrows do you actually have? Like, on a normal target?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, like if it's like 5 or something. Like it's not too many on crashing waves because it's just like one wave. I would imagine on the other variant of Rain of Arrows, like the Monsoon, that it would be better because it's like multiple waves coming out. But yeah, I would guess around 5, like numbers, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of like trying to get a feel for like, you know, this like Gladiator's Triumph definitely seems good, and I just like didn't realize it works that way for Rain of Arrows. Because I tried it a bit last season on some stuff and I was like not impressed, but it's also for like Barrage or something.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
pen shot, for instance, like people running for pen shot, and I don't get it.
No,
Like I just don't get it, right?
it's good for
Because
rapid fire because it shoots like 10 arrows. So
Yeah.
like the first arrow does nothing, but the other 9 deals double damage.
Yeah, that seems good, yeah.
So if you have a mythic gladiators, then you're cooking.
I was
Let me
kind of
check.
curious about running gladiators as a item, but I don't think I have the CDR for it. But maybe I do with like the 300 max resource setup.
But the biggest problem to solve definitely is the whole Azurath proccing on the boss. Like, if there's a way to make that like it's like 80 to 90% consistent, like that would be huge. Like for me, it's like 50-50, and it sucks. Yeah.
I think there is one way. There's one way that I haven't tested yet, but should be very consistent. But it's ass, but it should be
You guys
consistent.
tested if Azurath double dips on crit multis?
No, I haven't tested it, but
I heard about that, yeah.
Because yeah, it crits, so it probably does.
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
It shouldn't, because it shouldn't be a separate payload. It should just be like a damage echo. And maybe like the 1.5 multi should be like happening again, but like it shouldn't. And if it does, then that makes sense. Like you having Gladiator's Triumph.
Fortunately, we have the training dummy expert in this Discord call, so we can find out soon.
That's true, actually. Matthias, can you get on that real quick, or?
I'm out.
Happy laugh.
I retire.
Matthias' Maxwell guides abandoned.
Yeah.
Oh, no one is ever gonna beat him on the leaderboard again. He's gonna Shadow Blast now forever.
Yeah, exactly. I'm back to Trade League.
Oh no.
Batista's new character, only trade.
Yep.
They really missed an opportunity to turn these war plans into mini leagues. Like we could have had a rupture mini passive tree sort of thing with the war plan.
Yeah, I agree. This would be very cool. I mean, this would be a pretty easy win as well, right? Where it's like, okay, can I add a few things here? People have something to experiment. And I don't think this will be like too crazy to do. I'm coming for him with my 12 GA items. I heard somewhere that apparently the 12 GA exploits are not fixed, but I haven't seen any items in the season yet.
Oh god.
The Shadow Blasters have them.
Yeah. They're just waiting until the last day of the leaderboard, man. Then they're gonna come out.
Just go yoink.
Classic. Yeah.
But like, unironically, the Rain of Arrows, like Cold Rain Ever build is actually super fun. Like, I'm actually having a blast with it. It's just very frustrating to try and deal with the whole Ash of Breath shenanigans.
Yeah, pretty much. But I saw Dioxide made a video about solving energy for narrow eye builds. Basically, narrow eye, like the basic attacks from it, doesn't come out unless you're close enough to the target. And I think we can utilize that. If we stand far enough from the boss, narrow eye shouldn't be hitting the boss with the arrow. Because I'm assuming it's a Heartseeker that's messing it up with the pull.
No,
like a lot
no,
of
no,
the
no,
time. No.
No, like no, the pull doesn't work on bosses. Like
Right,
you need
'cause it's just
pull
one target.
ads. Yes, so like it can't pull on top of the cell, so that it doesn't. The thing that fucks it up is the knockback effect on like on the Rain of Arrows itself. It's the same problem to why Dash Rogue is struggling on bosses.
So Monsoon would
I
also
think there's a
struggle
few
'cause
more
it has-
problems with Dash Rogue
Yeah.
than that.
There are no other problems with Dash Rogue. Come on,
I mean,
Dash Rogue is love. Dash Rogue is life. You guys can't make me believe otherwise. But no.
Does Dash
So
Rogue
because-
actually use Dash to deal damage?
Yes. It only uses Dash to deal damage.
It only uses dash. Full stop. There's only one skill on the bar.
Yep.
No.
I mean, I could run that. Would look ridiculous, but it would work. Technically.
That's nice. I was expecting like it to be some Rain of Arrows where you just have Dash.
No. It's actually like actually dashing. But
imagine a hotfix for Azeroth mid-season.
Wait, what are you playing,
I would-
Sanitizer? Are you in Spiritborn or what?
Sell my soul to Blizzard. For
I mean, that wouldn't really accomplish much.
what do you mean?
joy
You would
in my
just-
heart.
You would just push a bit higher, right? But you would still hit a wall and
I
out.
mean, yeah, but
Oh,
like I
Eagle
spent
main
10
hall.
hours
Good
pushing
luck.
the other day, and that would have been like 1 hour if it just worked. So my sanity, I guess.
well, until you hit the next wall and then you spend 10 hours there, you know?
I don't mind the wall. The wall
Kinda
isn't
like
the
that.
problem. The wall, like the problem is like when the game decides to not work. That pisses
Well, I
me the
mean,
fuck off.
with any build, there is like a huge factor of not enjoying it when you push. I don't think there's. Is there an actual build that's enjoyable to push? Just pushing in general is.
Funny enough, I always hate pushing. Like, okay, I can tolerate it to some degree, right? You know, try to get for go for a rank or something like that. But you know, not like in D3 where I can spend a week pushing if I want, or 2 weeks. You know, but there is one build that doesn't exist anymore. But it was the Puddle Pulverized Druid. I really enjoyed pushing that, actually. That was just fun. Because it actually brought back a lot of these like D3 dynamics that I feel like I'm missing. Like, you know, the positioning, the, you know, kiting monsters with you. You set up the pull with the puddles, and then you blast them, and then you pull them further. Like, that was exactly that playstyle that I feel like is missing. And it was a ton of fun. outside of
guess-
like the whole like puddle bugs themselves, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were probably oblivious to all the bugs that were going on with Polarized.
Yeah, at that point, I didn't know about them. Yeah, and then I didn't enjoy it that much anymore. But
Yeah,
but
because it was absolute misery to push that.
yeah, aside
Where
from
you had
aside
to go,
from
like,
the
little.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, aside from like the problem with the build itself, I think like the flow of that build, you know, that was very good. You know, this is how I want it to be, kind of. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you had to do little mouse spins in between casts to
Do
trick
Yeah.
the game
pirouette.
into thinking you were casting in one direction, so it would spawn the puddle on top of each other. So much random shit, man.
But I mean, to
Cloud
that point, right?
vibe coding.
To that point, right? Like, I don't mind the concept of pushing. Like, that's not a problem, right? It's just like, if I'm going into a pit and like, I don't only have to deal with map RNG, enemy type RNG, like all that sort of shit, right? And I also have to deal with like, does my boom go boom or does it go poof? You know, like that like that's just not fun. Like then it just takes everything out of it.